Day number 2. Oh, my name's Crispy, and well, true Starling, how good are the waves here for finals day? And all the athletes are rocking and ready.
Yeah, I mean, it's so fun. I had a little surf this morning and the water's warmed up a little bit. The conditions are glassy. It's beautiful as we see the surfer in white. This is Ethan Stocks up and riding. So he's carving that one back to the power source, tags that second section again for a third. So Ethan Stocks is opening up his account, and right behind him, Sheldon Simkus. We saw him on fire yesterday. Beautiful second turn, and again for another one. So these boys lighting it up here this morning down at Town Beach. It is finals day, as you said, Crispy, so a big lineup today and some exciting surfing to come.
Yeah, definitely. So this round of 32, we've got 4 heats to finish, so 16 in the water. Then we get to the quarterfinals. You're in one of them. The
Yes, oh,
boat.
semi-finals for the
Yeah,
women.
so the women, so and also for the girls, great to see the Bodie Lee Jones and her sister doing battle in a heat together as well.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I think I've seen them battle a couple of heats together. Quite a few times actually, so I'm looking forward to watching this one. Cedar did just win the first stop at Cronulla, as we see Sheldon Simkus up and riding again on another left. So he's tagging his way on his backhand, unfortunately comes unstuck on that one. So Sheldon will get straight back out there. Ethan Stock's first wave locked in at a 3.83. Sheldon is yet to lock in his first scoring ride. And there's a little coffee delivery from Crispy's son Keenan. So what a legend. That's so exciting. We've got 16 and a half minutes remaining. So waves dropping in. First of red, a 6-point ride. Second of red, a 3-point ride. That takes him straight up into the lead. Ethan Stocks open up with a 3.83, and Jasper Welsh just a 2-point ride to open up. As we see the surfer in blue, this is Jasper Welsh up and riding on his backhand, carves away that first one, puts it up there again for a second. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck on that finishing turn, and then in the corner we've got Ethan Stocks up and riding on just a quick little up and out inside one. So it's a little bit smaller down here today, Crispy, but the waves are still pretty fun. So looking forward to getting out there for a heat.
Yeah, definitely. So we have 1 to 2 feet from the east southeast and the remnants of the northeast swell, but the wind forecast right now light and offshore, so really smooth. But it's all about adapting to the changing conditions. High tides at 9:30, northeast wind coming in at about 8 knots around lunchtime for finals time. So we may see a bit of takeoff.
Ooh, I hope so. Hopefully it gets a little bit bigger, but it's still. I rocked up this morning. I was expecting it to be a bit bigger than it was, but I got out there and I was like, okay, this is actually really, really, really fun. So I think everyone's going to be enjoying their time out there down here at Town Beach this morning and
Yeah,
throughout the day.
and that's it. It's finals day. How were those amazing images from day number 1 of all
Oh,
the surfers, of the waves, of well, some big turns and big airs as well. So Dylan Moffat again this morning, a turn up, and also Molly Picklum.
yeah.
So it's game on in men and women. The best in women and men. And again, this is the Australian Open. Look at that pan shot of where we are. We are down right in the centre front. We're on the beach. We've got the beach marshal down there and all the judges. Tori, the WSL judge, and we've got a great panel of judges. Ben Dunn, former tour surfer. Tori, our female judge on tour as well, 2021. And then we've got Phil Courtney, our head judge, and the panel, Kai. So a great spread of talent on all levels, grinding out those scores.
Yeah, 100%. And have such admiration for all the judges. They sit at the beach all day as we see Ethan Stocks up and riding on what looks to be his third wave. So he carves away on his backhand, puts it up there for a finishing one, unfortunately coming unstuck. So I think today the key theme is finishing those turns and finishing those waves, because that's what's going to get you scores and get you through those heats. But as I was saying, yeah, I have such admiration for the judges sitting on the beach all day watching surfing all day long. We had a massive day yesterday, 7:30 a.m. start. We finished at around 5 p.m. So a huge day of surfing, and yeah, just being able to nitpick those scores, give the right scores to people, and make sure they're giving priority interferences where it's needed, and yeah, have such a high level of respect for them. So we see this
Like, yeah,
is
so Arch Whiteman right up
yeah.
and down, and him and his brother are such savvy competitors. So Arch just going upside down. You can see the
Oh,
body talk really squeezing everything out and stepping off on the sand. So real the urgency in every heat because 50% will go through. So 2 will bow out. Currently in the lead, it's Sheldon Simkus, and quick start on those bombs and then regaining priorities,
Oh,
taking this one. And look how strong he surfs. Real back foot power and staying in the pocket and really striking a blow with
mm,
every turn. Look at that. There was
wow.
no doubt he just came out with that with projection, and
Yep.
that is the key to stick your turns confidently.
Yeah, 100%. And he was on fire yesterday, dropping a 7.33 for one turn. And it was a crazy turn. So I have no doubt Sheldon Simkus will continue to go further. And he just dropped a 6.83 for that last one. So, situation for all of you guys watching at home, Sheldon Simkus is out in the lead with a 6 and a 6.83. Ethan Stocks in second with a 3.83 and a 4.27. Jasper Welsh is in third. He has a 2.27 and a 3.43. So we see Arch Wyman. He has a 5.5 to his name. He's carving his way back to the power source on this one, and he's hoping to get a little inside track, so he's going to stick with it as he pumps his way through, tags that inside section, and we'll let the judges deem if that was incomplete or not. So he has a 5.5 to his name, looking for a 2.61, and Jasper Welsh is in third, chasing a 4.68 to take second spot with just on 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, definitely a bit of froth there. So with
Yeah.
priority, chose to go left. It worked for you yesterday to get to the
Yes.
semi-finals, but there hasn't been many bankable lefts. They just aren't as steep as the rights. But stand by, Arch Whiteman. Well, he made the decision, pulled the trigger, and he got the score. So he flies into second to 4.33. So he now requires a 7.34 to grab the lead off Sheldon Simkus from the Gold Coast in red.
Yeah.
He's been training strong. And look at this Fresh Air broadcast replay. Again, visit newsouthwales.com. We saw the beautiful pictures, well, of the rainforest, the tall trees, and the beautiful aspect here at Port Macquarie and all the river. There's so many boats going out
I
this
know.
morning.
It was
It's like,
crazy.
I think the fish are on in Port Macquarie.
Yeah.
The mahi-mahi are running.
They sure are. Well, it's been pretty exciting this morning for this like first 10 minutes of the heat. Well, 9 I should really say. There's been plenty of waves to come through for all the surfers to ride. Arch dropped a 4.33 as you said, so that took him up into second, which bumped Ethan Stocks down into third. Ethan is looking for a 5.57 and Jasper Welsh a 6.41.
Well, I like to say Ethan Stocks, lock, stock and barrel. He will not give up. He had a killer heat yesterday. We're only at the halfway mark. His decisions will be clear.
Yeah.
His turns will be powerful. Jasper Welsh, I think, Northern Beaches.
Yeah,
I think
Mona
you had,
Val.
yeah, Gerard doing some work with Super Coach Gerard and Matty
Yeah.
Granger, seen him out there. They had some great little clips this morning. They were in the water nice and early. So, yeah, check that out. Shout out to Gerard listening, and he's doing some work with Surfing New South Wales and Matty Granger. And again, high performance support network on land and in the water.
Yeah.
Get
Yeah.
better too. He's got a sore back.
Yeah.
Needs the emu oil.
Yeah, dead set. Some hemp oil. So we see this is current second place holder Arch Whiteman just getting the ball rolling on this one. Unfortunately, that one just closing out in front of him, so he kicks out of there. So hopefully he didn't lose priority on that one, so he'll get straight back out with 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. I feel like even though a 5.57 and a 6.41 are quite big scores for today, Jasper and Ethan both have the ability to bank those scores as if they get the waves out there this morning. So I think this heat's going to be pretty exciting, and I feel like we'll be seeing some situation changes soon as we see heat leader Sheldon Simkus up and riding. Beautiful second turn. He brings it around for another one. So he's seriously finding the really good waves out there this morning. He just seems to be in sync. That board is looking sharp. So Sheldon could potentially be upgrading his second scoring ride. We'll have to see what the judges think of that one. What do you reckon, Crispy?
Yeah, definitely. That was super fast. And it's like the
Oh.
business has moved down a bit from the judges. So that bank just sits up and loops up. We can see that great shot there from Fresh Air broadcast team doing a great job again through event number 2, the Australian Open here at Port Macquarie. The New South Wales Open leg. And again, $7,000 will go to the finalists today, men and women. Have a look at the quarterfinal already through. Josh Stretton, Dylan Moffat, Callum Robson, Saxon Reba. Then Zach McMahon against his old mate Oscar Berry that he grew up with. And then over at Yamba, Chris Zaffis and Aidan Lewin Parsons. He's been turning some heads as well.
Oh, yeah.
So these guys, we've got 4 heats remaining. They're 20-minute heats, and then we go to 25. Really supporting the athletes, Adam Huben and all the crew at Surfing New South Wales.
Yep.
Knocking heads with the head judge and going, what's the best for the conditions? We're seeing smaller waves, cleaner waves. Let's give them 25 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. I think in the smaller conditions, it's important to have the extra 5 minutes. You'd be surprised how much time that adds to a heat. But Sheldon Simkus just dropped a 6.83 on his last one, so he's got a pair of 6.83s. We did see a score drop for Ethan Stocks of 4.73, so that did lower his requirement to a 5.11. But Arch Whiteman's still sitting in second. Jasper Welsh is still chasing that 6.41 with just on 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. But yeah, as I was saying, Crispy, those extra 5 minutes in a heat are actually massive. You don't realise how long 5 minutes can go, especially when you're out in the water, as we see Jasper Welsh up and riding. He is chasing a 6.41, carves that first turn. This one looks like it might stand up for him. Unfortunately, he just comes unstuck on that one, so he'll have to get straight back out there with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you could see just a bit of nerves there, just not completing that full turn. So not sure if we can get that replay, but here he is, well, a random left, but still Ethan Stocks pulls the trigger on this one. Well, you got to go vertical. You got to be disciplined to finish.
Yeah.
So that was a good pickup for Ethan Stocks. Will it be enough? Well, a couple of good sharp turns there and a nice little finish. Only needed a 5.11. I dare say he's going to get something like a just over that, about a 5.4, 5.6.
Yeah, I kind of agreeing with you on that one. I think that's definitely his best wave of the heat so far. He did have a 4.73 as his high one, as we see Jasper. Just a replay of that wave before. Yeah, you can see the nerves there coming, unfortunately, just unstuck on that second turn. Looks like maybe his ankle buckled there. But Ethan Stocks,
yeah,
good
nice little
3-turn
tag.
left.
How was that? That second one, and then just gave him that rhythm for the third one.
Yeah.
So staying present in his turns. And you saw just with Jasper, just that first one, really clear. He was thinking about that second turn. He's got in his head, I've got to do 2 or 3 turns. You've got to stay in that moment, in that pocket, and complete that turn fully, and then get that rhythm into the next one.
Yeah, well, last score dropped in for Ethan Stocks, just a 4.13. So this is why we're not
going
a judge.
left. and we're not going left.
And we're not going left.
In our heat. Well, that's what you needed yesterday. You needed like a 3.46, and I think you posted a 4.5. So it shows you if you need a small score, go left.
Yeah, I actually think I got a 6 on my left.
Nice.
So I was kind of stoked. I was like...
Doubled it. Double
Jeez.
shot Saturday, true.
I was very lucky.
Hey, quick shout out to Breakwall Cafe, HQ. That's where you head. Tell you what, I went there at 6:30. It was a ghost town. 7 o'clock, the line was long.
Wow.
So great to have them here. One of the local businesses. You got Bell's Bakery. Even yesterday, going to the mall up the coast, getting some socks. It was great to see and support the economy. And the economy is moving. The shopkeepers are happy, so it's great to see. Even the band at the Lake Catawba last night, they said it went off. The Ghosties, Samba and the crew.
So great.
They had a mad night. So
epic.
Great to see the froth, and no vacancy sign on all the motels and hotels here in Port Macquarie.
Yeah, I tell you, it was hard to find accommodation here coming down. I was like, where am I going to stay? But we ended up finding a beautiful place in Bonny Hills, and very, very lucky to be up here in Port Macquarie. It's a beautiful day. It's going to be another hot day today. Some great waves coming through. We are in the final 5 minutes, so we've got 4 minutes remaining in this one. Situation is still the same. Sheldon out in front with a 6.83 and another 6.83. Arch Whiteman a 5.5 and a 4.33 to his name. Ethan Stocks has a 4.27 and a 4.73. He is looking for that 5.11, and Jasper Welsh a 2.27 and a 3.43. Looking to get the ball rolling in this one. He is looking for a 6.41. So we've got just under 4 minutes remaining. Crispy, what would you be doing if you were, say, Arch Whiteman out there and Ethan Stocks having the ability that he does? You can kind of see him getting that 5.11 potentially. What would you be doing if you were him? as we see
Yeah,
Art.
just definitely just keeping solid and clear with where he wants to go. Really, the bankable waves are the right way, the right-handers, and here he is right now, live on screen, Arch Whiteman. And again, shout out, I think his father Dino
Mm.
and his brother, a great formidable force in the surf community, second generation contest surfers. And again, Sheldon Simkus getting the best of the pick on the first and second wave. Here we go, Ethan Stocks
Yeah.
looking to steal some dreams, up and riding. He looks like he's going to fly. He's got the speed and, well,
Oh.
just goes for the speed carve. You could see he was thinking, he was undecisive,
Yeah.
thinking about an air, and then got the speed and then went, oh, got to do a turn.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you expect a wave to do something, and when it doesn't, you kind of feel a bit let down. But scores locking in for Sheldon, Arch, and Ethan Stocks.
Yeah.
With 2.5 minutes remaining, I feel like this heat has flown by this morning. It's
Yeah.
gone so quickly.
Well, there's still some meat on the bone, so 2.5 minutes remaining. You can see those sets coming through. And there is a fresh air broadcast replay. And look at Sheldon Simkus
Oh,
just tearing the bag. His wave selection has been on point, and firepower, just nice sharp surfing
yeah.
and throwing the sparks. This is live action. This is the man Jasper Welsh looking to get back on top and
Oh,
just
no.
cooking it over too much. You can see that nose just drive in.
Yeah, and you can see the frustration there. He's knows that he needs to stick those waves, but can we just talk about that last wave from from Sheldon, as we see Jasper taking that first section. This is a replay, so he brings that one around, so there is a score to lock in. Unfortunately, just digging that nose in on that finishing turn, but Sheldon Simkus locked in an 8.17 for that last right.
Wow.
So incredible score out there. His wave selection has been on point all events so far, so looking forward to him potentially progressing through as we see the replay, Crispy.
Yeah, nice little vertical
Oh.
turn and then just staying in the pocket. That's what we've been talking about, and just connecting with the wave, and that's what they deem flow. He's in the flow state,
Yeah.
and with every turn just staying present, and well, all that hard work in the background, just letting it flow out in his heat, on his wave. Sheldon Simkus, 8.17. Excellent score on a 6.83. So Arch Whiteman, so also looking to compose a 9.83 combo. Needs a 9.51 to take the lead or to drop that 3.9. And then Ethan Stocks a 5.11. Jasper Wells a 6.41. They literally have to wait, take it with priority, and really pack it all together. Nice two vertical turns, or maybe do a turn and look to go to the air with this nice end section. Nice little rip bowl there to land a nice air rev.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's definitely some air sections out there this morning, and hopefully all the way throughout the day as we come to 20 seconds remaining in this one. So as this heat winds down, we're looking forward to some more exciting action throughout the day. So Sheldon Simkus looks like he's going to take this one out ahead of Arch Whiteman, Ethan Stocks coming in third respectively, and Jasper Welsh in fourth. So congratulations to all those boys. This is finals day here. So Crispy, looking forward to an exciting day of action.
Yeah, definitely. So up next, we've got Cooper Chapman and, well, heat number 6, Axel Rose Carrota, Connor Lee and Kai Warner. Well, we're just going to go to a break as we finish with that first heat of the morning. This is finals day, Australian Open of Surfing here at Port Macquarie. Catch you on the other side of the break.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream tired dreams. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Well, welcome back to Finals Day. Australian Open of Surfing here at Port Macquarie. My name's Crispy and joined with me, well, True Starling still in this event. And I already had a surf this morning. Haven't had your coffee yet. I've had my coffee. You've had your surf.
Yeah.
We are buzzing
Yes.
and ready for the outplay. Well, that last heat had opened with, well, a bang. Sheldon Simkus flies on through to the semi-final. Quarterfinal, sorry. 25 minutes. He'll be through later on. Arch Whiteman took a left. The true left.
Yes, the true left.
And commiserations, Ethan Stocks just bowing out. And Jasper Welsh as well. Great to have them in the round of 32. And a lot of learns as they go into Kiama, step number 3, and Coffs Harbour at the Australian Open of Surfing. Well, straight up.
Connor Lee up and riding on his backhand tags. That first section, unfortunately, that left is not opening up as he had expected. So Connor Lee is going to lock in his first scoring ride. We've also got Axel Rose Carota out there, Cooper Chapman and Kai Warner. So a jam-packed lineup this morning. I was talking to Cooper yesterday afternoon, the last couple of heats of the day, and there is no easy heats from now on in. To be honest,
Yep.
this whole event has been full of hard heats, which is super exciting. And the men's action is just jam-packed.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you could throw a blanket over them, and it's hard to pick. Harder to pick than a broken nose, one would say. But here we go. You just got to stick to the basics and, well, get a good wave, do a good turn. And that is the man up and riding, Axel Rose Carota. He's down your way as well. True?
Yeah. Queensy or Nostane, I can't remember which one, as we see Cooper up and riding.
The good human up and riding. Nice snap, nice rounded carve. And I'll tell you what, we had an official dinner last night with the Surfing New South Wales crew, and he's telling us all about his podcast, Cooper Chapman, and, well, he's done some great, good human podcasts. Check it out on Podcast 1, and even with Griffin Colapinto or Lane Beachley, some of the great humans, and some great stories. So check it out. You'll hear more as he comes in the web, because he's thrown on his ration and it's game on.
Yeah.
And right now, talking about game on, we are going to be down. And last heat winner, Sheldon Simkus. Well done, mate, and welcome to Finals Day. Great opener.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It's a little bit more higher tide than when I surfed yesterday, but there's actually a lot of clean little waves when they come through, and they got, fairly decent shape to them. So, it's not closing out, so that's always nice.
Hey, Sheldon, you get that first wave, you bank in that first score. What does it mean to you? How's that feeling in your thought process?
Yeah, that's the most ideal way to start a heat, isn't it? Getting a quick wave, and kind of always a goal for me. I find myself sometimes I can wait for a set, and even if I do lock in a good score, I'm scratching around, and my mum and dad always say, just get another backup wave. So I always kind of feel like I lose without getting a backup, but yeah, it's a lot easier getting a wave at the start and then locking in another one shortly after, so it takes the pressure off a little bit.
Now, mate, with training, with COVID, with this year a bit different, what have you changed up this year, 2020, for you?
Yeah, there's been a few things. I've obviously been trying to, set my goals a little higher, even though there hasn't been anything to really contest for. But, yeah, trying to just, surf better. I feel like I do fairly good surfing without a rashie, so I guess trying to do good surfing in a rashie is a whole nother ball game, 20, 25 minute heat. So yeah, trying to get that going and just put good scores up, and I'm kind of happy these days, even if I don't get a good result, even if I lose with say over 12, 13, 14 points, I know I've ticked a lot of boxes. So trying to take more positives away from each event, even if surfing you lose more than you win. So I guess I've learnt that now, and just trying to take all the positives out of it and take that into future endeavours.
Well, mate, you are killing it in the water, and you just opened up Finals Day with a bang. 2817 and 2683. So a great way to start in these small conditions. Tell me, did you come down early here at Port Macquarie, just stay a few days, or you remember your junior career down here in Pro Junior?
Yeah, this is actually my first time here to Port Macquarie.
Yep.
Surfing wise, I've been around the other areas here, and I kind of love this part of the coast. It's so untouched to where I've grown up. It's so beautiful, so much valley and farms and all that kind of stuff. So it's quite beautiful to come down here, and it's only really a short drive, 4 hours compared to other parts of Australia. So
Awesome.
really love coming down here, and like today the waves are pretty amazing. It's not big by any means, but such nice conditions, and guys, here's White. He's picked up a gem. But yeah, there's heaps good waves going around, and I think it should be a good day. I'm kind of I guess just trying to, as I said before, not put too much pressure on myself, and I just happy if I surf well and compete well. I don't want to go out there and obviously get a 3-point total, but if I'm putting up good scores, I get pretty stoked in that. So I enjoying it.
Well, stick to the plan. Congratulations through to the quarterfinal. 25-minute heats for your next one.
Yeah.
Well, rest up, get a nice coffee, get some water, and we'll see you in the next wave. Enjoy.
Beautiful. Thank you, guys.
So that was previous heat winner Sheldon Simkus, and we're going to just quickly give you guys a recap on what's happened. So Kai Warner has opened up with a 4.77 and a 3.33. Cooper Chapman opens up with a 5.67. Fellow commentator out there in the Rashi. I'm sure he'll be back in here very shortly. Axel Rose Carota has a 4.50 and Connolly a 2.1, a 2 and a 1.60. So there's just under 12 minutes remaining in this one. Axel is looking for a 1.18 to take second spot off Cooper Chapman, and Connolly a 3.68 to progress through this heat. The waves have been looking really fun out there this morning. The boys have been putting on a clinic, and as we just spoke to Sheldon, he dropped an 8.17 and a 6.83. So he is on fire at the moment. That board is looking spicy. He's looking like his head is in the game, and he said that he's been trying to do some good surfing in Arashi, and I definitely think he's achieving that.
Yeah, definitely. And you could see that even with the spice on the speed of Kai Warner, the SS, we say, the old SS Holden, and 8.1, he just looks dangerous. And again, a lot of people don't know with Kai Warner, but he's such a power puncher. And then you've got Connolly. So this is a tight heat of different strategies and different surfers from different beaches. So Cooper Chapman out there in second. He'll hold fort, be patient, but also take every opportunity because he's got Kai Warner in the lead at the moment.
Rah.
And, well, going vertical on those left-handers and about 2 or 3 opportunity on those left-handers. But we saw a few rights this morning.
Yeah.
Counting waves and seeing the potential. A couple of 4-5 turners this morning on the right-handers, so that is the main peak.
Yeah.
A couple of sneakies underneath as that lifts up, and also that wide left just near the break wall. A couple of turns on there, so there's a lot of options, and it's going to see with the tide how they play their game plan and also their 20 minutes that they're given with opportunity.
I saw Keenan get a couple of really fun little lefts off the break wall this morning.
Goofies love a left. Even finds it, like I said, Lennox Head, all these right-handers where there's no lefts, they find a left. That's the goofy life.
Yeah, that's the best. I think I was surfing Snapper. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Darcy Crump, and he ended up going left out Snapper. I was like, what are you doing? It's a right. Come on. But he's like, I'm a goofy footer. I can't help it. But Kai Warner just drops a 6-point ride for that left. So that one kind of paid off for him. So he's got a 6-point ride and a 4.77 to his name. Axel Rose Carota takes second spot with a 4.47. So that puts Connolly down into third as we see Kai's 6-point ride. Just a quick check snap for that first turn. That's the money turn there. And again for another one. So Kai's looking spicy on his back end. He's been surfing a fair few lefts down at Narrabeen. So he's looking strong on his feet. And I think he's keen to be surfing a heat with Cooper Chapman. They've surfed quite a few board riders heats together, so they know how each other compete. They know what they're expecting from each other, and it's going to be an exciting rest of the heat. There is just on 9 minutes remaining, so Axel sitting in second with a 4.5 and a 4.47. Connolly is in third. Connor is chasing a 6.98. And Cooper Chapman has a 5.67, and Cooper's looking for a 3.31 to take second spot off Axel Rose Carota. So still a pretty tight heat with 8.5 minutes remaining. Of course, the first 4 heats are 20 minutes, and then we're going to move on through to 25-minute heats for the rest of the day, Crispy, which is exciting, and it's pretty important that, Adam Hubin and the team down in the judges area have made that call to have longer heats this morning, and it is finals day as we see Cooper looking for a score, tags that first section, and again for another one.
Wow.
So Cooper just found a gem of a left, 2 turns, steep section, so I think no doubt he'll drop a pretty good score on that one.
Yeah, we'll get that replay. So really waited for it. He would have seen and heard that last one. I blew that first turn and just waits for the moment. Doesn't fit too much. You could see him just load up on the back foot, wait for it, really push through. This is going to be a good score because he's already banked a 5, 6, 7. Went from 4th and looks like there it is. He goes again from the doghouse and he goes to first class with that one. So he is in the lead, a 6.1 on a left-hander. True, I think you've started a trend there. They're
Hope
dropping
not.
sixes
No one else
on the
jump
left.
on it.
So Cooper Chapman leads the charge now. 2 waves and again 2 turns, a 5, 6, 7 and a 6-1. Simple stuff, but sticking to the plan. Kai Warner out there in the lead. He requires a 5.78. And Axel Rose Corotta still on the heels. A 6.28, 7 minutes remaining. And 6.88 for Connor Lee. Again, Connor Lee's grown leaps and bounds. His dad, a state and Aussie champion. His dad's a great surfer, so smooth, so sharp. And I think Leezy, all the best to him. He's coming back from an injury and he's like training, doing 20 laps on the pool in the morning. But I tell you what, he's moved up with his girlfriend, as we said. So he's training hard, doing a little bit with Stace. Saw him doing a little bit of sushi as well at Cabarita, the best sushi in Australia. And I'll tell you what, you just find great coffee,
Is that
great
the one
sushi.
by the beach?
The one near the beach, right in the hub of Cabarita.
Oh, that's my
so
favourite.
fresh. And they surf as well.
Oh.
Only a surfer knows the feeling.
Yeah. Every time my dad and I or the family go up there, it's like you can't leave Cabba until you go and get sushi from that place. It's
sushi bowls. All the crew at Surfing Australia, we are there, let's just say once a week. That's the KPI.
I'd be there 7 days a week.
Yeah, you gotta watch your budget.
Yeah, that's true.
But talking about budget, well, Connor Lee, to get across the line this next one, he's got to drop the gold coins. A 6.88 is required, and then Axel Rose Corotta in red, a 6.28. So good scores. They are achievable. We've seen some excellent scoring waves and also plenty of good ones out there. So really be on that first and second wave, establish priority, hold it, and make really good choices. And then pounce on those turns. Don't be present in your turns.
Yeah, 100%. As we see Kai sitting in second, he's chasing a score to take the lead. He floats that first section, brings it around, beautiful first turn. He nails that one nicely. This one looks like it might wall up for him. Unfortunately, we just can't see the rest of that wave. We got a little flag in that our vision then, but we're coming down to 5 minutes remaining on that one. So Kai Warner is yet to drop his 4th scoring ride, which will be exciting to see. He has a 4.77 as a backup, so potentially looking to upgrade that one and consolidate his second spot as we see Cooper on a left. He carves his way through this one, tags that one again, and he's looking for that inside connection. Unfortunately, that one just not opening up for him, so he's going to kick out, but he did bank a 6.53 on that one. Oh no, so sorry. That was actually Kai.
Yeah,
so Kai a 6.53 on his last one. So that takes him straight up into the lead. So Cooper moves down into second. Cooper's last ride of 4.23. So this is a replay of Kai's 6.53. Crispy, take us through it.
Yeah, nice little floater, but that was the moment. He had so much speed, he drifted it and just sat with it and then got that finishing turn. Again, Sanger from your way, who invented the floater, still in 2020, still a bankable thing because that got Kai Warner speed, power, flow, nice little projection floater, and then that moment, that was the money turn that we talked about. Hit that gold section and drifted those fins with speed, power, flow, control, and then banked a finishing turn. So Kai Warner back in the lead. He shoots back a 6.53 and a 6.0. Cooper Chapman under priority got that left-hander. It didn't replace his one. It was a 4.23, but Axel Rose Corotta, well, 7.28 and a 7.88 required because Kai Warner has just extended, and then that achievable score, they've just grown for white and also for red. Big scores required.
Yeah, big scores required, but both of those surfers have the ability. Axel Rose Kuroda is a very good surfer. I've seen him bank some pretty big scores over the few years that he's been competing, but it's just whether the waves come through for him. You'd think that he would be sitting out there with first or second priority with Connor Lee, so third and fourth have priority over first and second. I'd like to think that Kai Warner is in a pretty good situation with a pair of sixes out there. Cooper Chapman, a 5.67 and a 6.1. I mean, we all know that if he gets a wave, he could potentially upgrade that 5.67. Both Kai and Cooper probably want to beat each other just as much as the other. So I think it's going to be a pretty exciting end to this heat with just under 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's about what you've done at the start, middle and finish on the wave and also in your heat. It's so crucial when you think about it. That quick start is a key to success. Not only gets you in the front of the line to, if you make some mistakes, get those more moments, but it just banks your points. You don't get waves, you hold on to priority, it's going to sting, or you get waves, it's going to win.
Yeah, 100%.
Up next, Heat 7, that's going to be exciting. Well, we've got the pie man back. He doesn't eat pies anymore. It's Jackson Baker. And Tripaz doing some great work with him and the team, and Arkell from Newcastle. And Ben Penny in white. Darren O'Rafferty, the local lifeguard hero, former tour specialist, versus the new young guns, Kobe Clements. He'll be looking to go upside down in a nice little backside air rev.
Yeah.
Heat 8, Duke Kelleher, Ethan Hartage, Harley Ross, the speedster Webster, and Jamie Thompson. JT is back. Not the footballer.
No, JT is back. He is looking spicy.
Yeah, he was. He's always got a lot of froth, and Dad owns saltwater wine, and a great second generation again surfers. And like yourself, your boss is Duma.
Yeah, Damien Hardman, as we see. Oh, Kai Warner up and riding live action, going to town on that left. I'd love to see a replay of that one to see the start of that wave. Yeah, Damien is a very, very good boss, and he's a very good surfer still. After 2 hip
World
replacements,
champ.
he's still ripping. And this is
Cooper Chapman.
Yeah,
We're looking to samurai this one. I love the little man bar, man. Look at him stay. Nice little calf. Stays in the pocket. Gets a bit of a boggle. So he's going to keep on singing when you drop the microphone, and bang.
Oh.
Well, throws the sparks on that one. So, well, that looks like a little flip up, and he's going to run, and he'll literally be in the webcast. He's going to come in wet, coming in hot. That is Cooper Chapman. What a good human, and what a good human factory. Check it out on Podcast 1. So many great ideals, and again, just adding value to the community.
Yeah.
Opening those conversations in a nice safe space and gaining support in the current world today, 2020. So stay tuned for that as we chat with Cooper later on. He's going to take the Rashi off, and he's looking to bank that 15 seconds. I think he's done enough. They need big scores. So Kai Warner will fly on through. We'll talk to him very shortly. Cooper Chapman, unless a miracle wave comes through. And again, Axel Rose needs a big score. This is where it comes down to it. This is the pressure cooker right now. Axel Rose Kuroda on a random, does 2 big hits, gets a third one, and oh my gosh. Just when you thought it was safe and home and hose, Axel Rose Kuroda just brings the Guns N' Roses to that left-hander.
Wow. Did he
We are on hold.
Yeah, we are on hold. Did he get up before the hooter? Do we know? Maybe I can get some inside info from someone down on the beach there.
Well, he needs a 7-8. Judges will be comparison to that first one, that right-hander. And again, the replay needs a 7-8. Axel Rose Kuroda gets the best wave of the heat, a 7.0.
Wow.
Not enough. It's about your top 2. Oh, my gosh. Cooper Chapman just got away with that one. Congratulations to Kai Warner. He'll take a win. Cooper Chapman second, and Axel Rose Kuroda, he is just blasting. Needed that bigger backup, but a great way to finish, and he'll take that into the next event. We're going to go to a commercial break and be back with Heat 7. And again, the Australian Open of Surfing here at Port Macquarie. Beautiful images, a beautiful place. We'll catch you soon after a short break.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile. She's gone to witness other homes. to my bed as I dream tired dreams. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And welcome back. This is finals day of the Australian Open of Surfing down here at Port Macquarie, the New South Wales Open, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. Crispy and I were just talking about the final situation of that last heat, and we're going to go straight to the heat winner, Kai Warner, posting a 6 and a 6.53. Congratulations, Kai. Talk to me about the waves out there this morning.
It's pretty small this morning, but I don't know, if you get the right one, you can do a couple of little turns and get a score.
And you were opting to go a couple of lefts, which this morning we didn't see. Well, first heat of the morning, Sheldon got a couple of good scoring rides and 8 on a right. So what was your theory behind going left?
Yeah, I didn't plan to at the start, but then I saw, I think it was Connor get a little left, so then just opted to start going a couple of little lefts because I couldn't find any rights really.
And were you feeling comfortable on your backhand coming from Narrabeen, or were you just kind of, you know, being a bit adaptable out there this morning?
Yeah, just trying to be adaptable, I think. But yeah, feeling pretty comfortable. Board's feeling good, so yeah.
And is there a bit of a board change up today, or are you sticking on that same one with those funky channels in the middle?
Yeah, sticking to the same one. It's feeling good, so yeah, don't need to change it. I think.
Is there anyone you want to say hi to back home?
Yeah, maybe mum, dad. Yeah, I don't know who else would be watching, but hi anyone.
Well, I reckon most of the Board Riders members would be watching you, and you put on a great show this morning, Kai, so good luck in the next round.
Oh, thanks heaps. Thank you.
Well, there's our winner, Kai Warner, 6 and a 6.53. What I love about Kai when he's surfing, he's predictable in speed and power. I love that. You just know if he gets a wave or a medium wave, he's going to tear the bag. Again, Cooper Chapman playing a great heat. Again, I was nervous on the left-hander for co-commentator Cooper Chapman, and really smashed it on that left. And then the right-hander just gained composure. And again, power, such a key in those moments. As we see live on screen on the Fresh Air broadcast, visit newsouthwales.com. There's Planko from Evans Head, our great water patrol with the crew. And again, the police boat towing in someone there. Someone got in the trouble. Don't forget, when you're going out there for surfers rescue or going out on the ocean, always check in with your local marine rescue. Let them know where you're going and have all the safety gear.
Yeah.
Well, talking about marine rescue, there is Darren O'Rafferty. Well, just turning those waves into little chop hops.
Yeah.
Shout out to his brother, Mick O'Raff. He'll be watching, and all the crew from Port Macquarie and all the support network live on the broadcast, beaming around the world. round Australia, this is the Oz Open. And again, New South Wales event number 2 here at Port Macquarie. Beautiful images, beautiful place, and a great community. You had Hutto and all the crew yesterday. Had his young Grom, surf reporter, granddad, Super Hudson, and then Wayne Hudson runs a surf school, and then his young son in the event yesterday, as with some of the Groms. So well done having them share the froth with some of the best surfers in Australia, men and women.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know too much about Darren O'Rafferty and his career or past career. Do you know too much about it, and can you give me any insight on it?
Well, he was on tour and he was a power puncher, and with brother Mick O'Raff, who was former Rip Curl manager, salesman to the boat, and now HPC coach. Well, Darren O'Rafferty is such a formidable force on the CD, savvy competitor, and well, took it. I think he was on tour for about 6 years and up and riding. Here he is up and ride, live screen, nice vertical hit, really light on his feet and accurate and precision with his turns. And look at that, it is small out there. Kai was, tell it how it is.
Yeah.
1 to 2 foot it is. And you can even see no leg rope there. So, why do you need a leg rope when you don't fall off?
Yeah, 100%. I don't know if I'd be that game in a heat, but whatever works, works. As we see Jacko Baker, the man from Newcastle, he's pumping his way through this one, and this one stands up for him, so he's looking for a section, and he goes to the air and rides out of that one.
Clean rotation. Jacko Baker, again, stripping down, training hard. Tripez is watching up there at Newcastle. And again, I think he trains, he was saying, Leo, Philippa, Arkel, Jackson Baker, just to name a few, and trains them hard, and then a great support network, great family guy, and, well, great values, all keys to good, is part of the good human factory in the surf community. And a shout out to him, and, well, Jackson Baker opens with a nice little wave, stand by, Ben Penny in white, Kobe Clements. Well, again, training hard with Chloe Coach in the air, in the gym, and also with Granger, his first wave of 4.83. So it's going to be a great contest here. 12 minutes remaining. Yellow leads, red second. Blue is third, Kobe Clements. No wave yet for Ben Penny, holding fort. No doubt with priority, his game plan. Just get 2 waves, get 2 bangers.
Yeah, 100%.
Take me to the quarterfinal, 2 bangers.
Yes. Well, Jackson Baker locked in a 5.07 for that backhand air rotation. So locking in a pretty good scoring ride to open up the heat. Darren O'Rafferty has a 4.50 and a 4.60 to his name. He is in the lead in this one, and Kobe Clement sitting in third, a 1.33 and a 3.50. He is looking for a 1.58 to take second spot off Jackson Baker. So still plenty of time remaining in this one. We've got just over 11 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about Darren O'Rafferty, did you know, as we see the young grommet up, and that is Kobe Clements, nice little tag, and then jams another one in and looks to complete. Well, that was 3 for the C for him. And I'll tell you what, Darren O'Rafferty, under 18 world champion in the ISA Bali, multiple Billabong Australian Pro Junior Series champ. And he even beat Slater, 11 times Kelly Slater world champ at Reunion Island.
Wow.
How good is that for a nice little history? And up and riding, right on cue, Darren O'Rafferty. Great selection as he rebounds. Just throws that cutback roundhouse. And then nice little slash as he looks at this end section. Again, nice little tag, and he'll look to finish here right on the dry sand. And there it is. He'll step off, maybe paint some rock. Hey, do you know how all those rocks, the community are allowed to paint the rocks and paint something meaningful and thoughtful on the rocks?
Wow, that's pretty incredible. I love that. I was looking at it yesterday on the beach, and it's so, it kind of brightens up your day. It's so colourful and nice, and yeah, it's really quite beautiful. I loved looking at it, and maybe I'll go for a little walk around there and have a look at what people have been painting on there. You can maybe see some clouds and a rainbow, and couple of other things, some really bright colours. So thanks to the guys from Fresh Air Broadcast for panning around the rocks and letting us have a little look at that one this morning. But situation in the water, Kobe has taken the lead in this one at 3.50, and he just dropped a 6.33, so he's taken the lead off Darren O'Rafferty, who has a 4.50 and a 4.67. His last dropped in at a 4.17, so it did not go into his top two. Jackson Baker is down in third. He is now looking for a 4.04. He does have a 5.07 on his first ride, and Ben Penny a 1.83 as we see Jackson Baker up and riding.
Yeah, interesting wave. So again, a bit bigger, really throws and blows the chunks out of that back end, but you can just see the Richters just lifted. They're really pouncing on everything. Here we go for Ben Penny with priority. Nice little setup carve again, slashes away and looks for this inside. So he really got to have a bit of coping on the end. Third turn, and then looks what can he do with this end section. Really nice finish and stomps that one to dry sand. And again, really, you can see these guys, not many of them having leg ropes. And that is the young heat leader, Kobe Clements, in the lead of Darren O'Rafferty, former CT surfer, World Junior champ, and then Jackson Baker, again, the emerging talent from Newcastle, a formidable force in QS surfing. But there's a replay, courtesy of Fresh Air Broadcast. Kobe Clements, and bang, and that one looks to lift, just doesn't complete and roll out. Well, if you haven't got your tail gear into that one, you don't get the maximum points.
Yeah.
Incomplete manoeuvre, just small scores rewarded.
Yes, small scores, but he's sitting out in front with a 6.33 to his name. He is looking to better a 3.50. I mean, the waves this morning, I feel like this heat may be a little bit slower than the rest of the morning, but still some pretty exciting action to come through. We have seen a situation change. Jackson Baker dropped a 4.67 on that last wave, so that pushes Darren O'Rafferty into third position. He is looking for a 5.15 to take second spot. Ben Penny, his two waves, a 1.83 and a 3.77. He is chasing a 5.98 to take second spot off Jackson Baker with 7.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you can see the composure of Darren O'Rafferty out there. He's been in these moments, plenty of experience. Let's look at the replay, Fresh Air Broadcast. This is Jacko Baker back in second. A nice little setup curve again, looking for that coping. The ending blowtail, that was the key difference that took him to second. Again, to sit on those scores with Darren O'Rafferty requiring a 5.15 now to go back into the quarterfinals. Ben Penny a 5.98. They will pounce, and again, they have to go back, so you can't be satisfied with those scores. It is so close between first and third, literally 0.73 between them. Again, 7 minutes remaining. Priority is the key. Composure up and riding. Ben Penny.
Yeah, Ben up and riding on his back, and beautiful first turn again for a second one, and potentially another one, which he gets that one. Unfortunately, that wave just fizzling out on him, so he'll get straight back out there. I dare say he locks in his best scoring ride. So Ben Penny is looking to get back into this heat with 6.5 minutes remaining in this one. So still plenty of time remaining, a couple more lines coming through potentially, but Kobe Clements out in front with that 6.33 to his name and a 3.50. So he's looking nice and strong. I'm sure Dad Clemo is watching, and maybe even Maddie Cattle coach. So they're cheering along from down at home, which will be exciting. And yeah, Kobe's been ripping. He was surfing really good this morning too, so he's exciting to watch.
How good is Maddie Cattle and the family? How good is little Grom on the skate?
Yeah,
I still remember
Cody.
when he came. Cody was like a 3-year-old on the HPC skate ramps, and I'll tell you what, Kingy and Cattle and myself, we were so stoked.
Yeah.
And he's kicking goals too in the water as well. So
Yeah.
shout out to the Cattle family. And again, live vision. This is Ben Penny, and had a slow start, and that's what you do. You get a slow start, and with priority, you still get those moments to get back. You just got to regather. You got to breathe. What else? What else do you do when you're in your heat?
If I'm in a position like that, I kind of just take a moment, splash my face with some water as we see
Darren
veteran
O'Raf.
up and riding.
How's that
Beautiful
first turn? Well, snap, carve, and then he's looking for a finish. There's his third turn, and boom, so disciplined, so low, so much projection. And again, look at him run out. He is the man, Grom. He's super lifeguard, super Daz. And let's look at the fresh air broadcast. Look at this one. Nice wave selection.
Yeah, this is a beautiful replay from our Fresh Air broadcast team. Beautiful first and second turn, again for a third. So he's chasing a 5.15, so we'll see what the judges think of that one. But he finished that one cleanly and strong, so he's looking really sharp on his feet, and that board is looking spicy as well. But as we saw, Ben Penny dropped a 4.07, so that's lowered his requirement. He's now chasing a 5.68, but a score to drop in for Darren O'Rafferty, which could potentially change the situation.
I'm going to say he's just upgraded. He hasn't got the economy. He's just gone to business class with that one. I'm calling around the 6.8 mark. Sixes. It was good.
It was
a good
wave.
left. It may even go higher.
Strong.
Think about that 7 that we had of Axel Rose Carota in that last heat. And that is what the judges are comparing to Ben Penny, up and riding, live vision, fresh air broadcast. And well, nice little shove it.
Yeah. Well, there it is. Last of Darren O'Rafferty, a 6.33. You were spot on the money, Crispy.
I'm back on. Here we go. Jackson Baker, live action. The man from Newcastle. Things have just lifted and it's getting hot in the kitchen. Get out if you can't handle it. We are Heat 7, Round 2. Here at the Australian Open of Surfing, here at the beautiful Port Macquarie. Look at the break wall there. Visit newsouthwales.com. So much to do in Port Macquarie. Can't believe I've got to drive home this afternoon back to Lennox.
Driving back down to Sydney as we see the replay of Jacko Baker only chasing a 4.71. So scores locking in as we watch that beautiful replay there. So situation has changed with just over 3 minutes remaining. Jacko Baker takes the lead, a 5.07 and dropping a 7.50 on that last wave. Darren O'Rafferty is in second, a 4.60 and a 6.33 to his name. So we see the replay of Darren O'Rafferty. I believe this is one of his previous waves. Wow. I was not expecting that.
Hey, and that old saying, I love that, old dog's new tricks. He's not an old dog. He's doing new tricks, this new dog, and that is Darren O'Rafferty, super lifeguard, former tour veteran and junior winner. And that's with the junior series back in the day, with the Billabong junior series and all the Rip Curl ones. The cream rises to the top. The talent rises to the top, and that's what you're seeing with the Open that we're taking around the country, the Australian surfing, developed by Surfing New South Wales. And look at that. That's our live forecast and live vision. And look at Planko on the jet ski down there. Look at the river. It's so beautiful over the back there. And then you've got all the hotel, motels, caravan park there if you've got your VW California, and then you got all the beach crew down there. Great to see them, and you can see the priority board as well, left to right. That's what the competitors are looking at. Such beautiful vision. Thank you, Fresh Air Broadcast, Surfing New South Wales. Visit newsouthwales.com. True.
Yeah, it's an exciting morning this morning. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in this one. So Kobe went from first down to second, and now he's in third, looking for a 4.94. Ben Penny is sitting in fourth position, chasing a 7.20. So as we were talking this morning, a quick start seems to be pretty important this morning, getting those good scoring rides.
Grinding, like two of Darren O'Rafferty's waves, his best two scores, the 6.33, that beautiful left-hander with those 3 vertical turns, and then that 4.93 vert turn, look like Groundhog Day. And then the 4.93 with the tail flare reverse finish. Oh, Raf is just rubbing his hands together. The mad minutes here, but Kobe Clements needs a 4.94. Ben Penny with a bit more, the above average 7.2 range. Still within striking distance, but it's all about grabbing and selling him a lemon if you're in the lead, or re-establishing priority and stealing a great ride to finish this one out. 40 seconds. Well, what are you doing? You're breathing, you're hoping, and you need a wave of change for these surfers in blue and white. Jackson Baker in a commanding lead. I love that he's left the best till last, the 7.5. His wave selection has been on point.
Yes.
3 waves. He's on point with what he wants. He knows with his wave selection in 20 minutes. Here we go.
up and riding. He's looking for a 4.94, brings it around for a second turn, again for a third. He's got such a low center of gravity, and he finishes that one off, so we'll have to leave that one in the judges' hands as we finish this heat out.
Yeah.
Darren, just a quick answer back behind him.
Well, there's Seamus on the screen. Great little head there. Looked like a bit like Dickie Nee from Hey Hey It's Saturday. G'day, Seamus. All right, we'll be back after the back end of this break. The Australian Open is surfing here at Port Macquarie. Finals day. Jackson Baker looks like Darren O'Raff are through. Congratulations, fellas, and we'll see you soon.
Early morning sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free, no one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And a very good morning. Live action here. It is the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, part of the Australian Open of Surfing. Myself, Jess Grimble, now joined in the booth by Cooper Chapman, coming off progression once again. Cooper, good morning.
Yeah, morning, Jess. Great to be back in the booth here. Lovely day down at Port Macquarie. The waves are a little bit small today, a little bit tricky out there, but there's definitely some opportunities still. And a man who just took those opportunities, Jackson Baker. How was it out there, buddy?
Oh, hello, Coops. How you going? Yeah. It actually looked really fun, I think, in your heat and the heats before, and I think, I don't know, maybe it might have got a bit slower in our heat, or I was looking for better waves, but yeah, it's really fun. Like, I found yesterday harder than today. At least today's kind of on the bank. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's kind of hitting the bank a little bit more, coming really close to that high tide, I think, at 9 o'clock, as we see Jamie Tomo out the back ripping one right now. Yeah, it seems like that high tide's making it break in on the bank a little bit more. What equipment are you riding out there today, bro?
Call it the Fat Boy Special. Nah, it's a Rocket Wide Channel Island Spine Tech Epoxy. I don't think I've ever really ridden one in a comp before. I never really would put it in my board bag on the Kiwi, but I definitely will when we get back going. This board's amazing. It's just a stock dimensions, and yeah, it goes mental. I think it's like 5'7". It's like 28.5 litres. It's a bit bigger than what I usually ride, so for that stuff, it floats my bit bigger rig.
Yeah, it looked good. I saw you riding it yesterday, and I was curious to ask you what you were riding, but I'll let you go rest and recuperate and get ready for your quarterfinal. I think you'll be in quarterfinal number 4, which will be my quarterfinal coming up very soon.
Oh, man, the Coops throwing it back to the days. Nah, we good. Be good to have a heat together. We haven't had a heat together for ages, so
yeah, can't
thanks
wait, mate.
to Surfing New South Wales for getting the events going and that, and it's such a cool initiative, and it's good to just be surfing heats against your mates, so it's cool.
Yeah, how good is it? We'll catch you very soon,
Catch us
Jacko.
later. Have a good day. See ya.
mate.
Bye-bye.
Such a character, Jacko, and you've obviously spent a lot of time with him over the few years competing.
Yeah, Jacko's a great dude. He's a fierce competitor, very, very strong man. He's really knows how to tie heats together. He's had a really good QS campaign the last couple of years and been really showing what he's capable of. But out there in the water right now, we have Harley Ross Webster. We're 4 minutes into this heat, and he's had 16 points. Tell you what, that's how you want to start finals day.
Yeah, that's an incredible kick-off to the first quarter of this heat number 8. It is the final heat of the Open Men's Round 2. We'll kick on over to the quarterfinals next for the women. The semi-finals, sorry, for the women. And, yeah, Harley Ross, an 8.17 opening ride, 7.83 second wave score. Jamie Thompson, 5.67 and a 4.93, has him in that second position. Duke Kelleher, just a couple of hopefully throwaways by the end of this round 2 heat 8, a 1.77 and a 2.77, and Easton's out there just with the 3.77. So, like you said, Cooper, an incredible way to kick off heat number 8 for Harley, and up into that excellent range. It looks like he's super dialed into the conditions out there, and we heard both yourself and Jacko speaking about how fun it is and how much the swell is kind of swinging back and hitting the bank, maybe a lot more square out there this morning.
Yeah, it's just cleaned up a lot. There's no wind today. It's really beautiful. Beautiful Sunday morning down here, to be honest, at Town Beach here in Port Macquarie. But yeah, yesterday around this time it was breaking a little bit further out and kind of missing those shorey sections, whereas today it seems a little bit more manageable, a little easier to read almost out there. Yesterday it was breaking and splitting into two waves a lot, whereas today they're coming in one clean swell line, a little bit later in the swell, I believe, and yeah, it's cleaned itself up nicely.
Yeah, it is a beautiful Sunday morning too. It's just been incredible to watch pretty much the whole community out on the boardwalk here at Port Macquarie. So a big shout out, of course, Visit New South Wales, Destination New South Wales and the Port Macquarie Council able to facilitate the Australian Open of Surfing and bring it to the shores here. It is a beautiful part of the New South Wales East Coast, and along with Volkswagen, we are very happy to be back into competition action. Of course, coming up next, it is the quarterfinal number 1 for the men's. It's Joshua Stretton, Dylan Moffat, Callum Robson and Saxon Reba. So we do have a massive morning for final stay here, and it looks like up and riding Harley Ross.
Here he goes. What an absolute start to a heat. That one not delivering too much, but I don't think he'll be too worried. We're 6.5 minutes into this heat, and he's on absolute fire. I'm looking forward to maybe getting some replays of Harley's first couple waves, because 8.17, 7.83, huge start to his Sunday morning here. Looking forward to competing against Harley.
Inside section, and puts the finishing touches on that. So perhaps going to back up his situation at the moment, his lowest score, a 3-point ride. Currently chasing an 8.77 to get back into the game. Dylan now looking for a 7.94. I dare say he might have that first priority situation, but Joshua and Callum just looking really sharp out there. Really nice heat scores already on the board in this first little quarter of quarterfinal number 1. Coming up next, we will have quarterfinal number 2. It is Zach McMahon, Oscar Berry, Chris Zaffis, and Aidan Lewin Parsons. And I'm pretty sure we'll see you out in the water in quarterfinal number 4, is it?
Yeah,
Cooper?
quarter 4. Looking forward to that. We actually saw Dill Moffat just get the left that Saxon caught the right there, only a 1.93. So a little bit of a mistake there. So the boys in red and yellow back out the back. First and second priority, first and second on the scoreboard. Joshua Stretton had that 7.33 on the last wave and a 6.83 to start. So champagne surfing to start the heat for Josh Stretton, and Cal Robson, just like he did yesterday, those 2 high sixes early in the heat, really putting the pressure on the other guys. But with 15 minutes remaining, plenty of time. Look for Dill Moffat to really flare up, and I'd love to see Saxon on a bit better of a wave too, because his surfing's looking amazing out there right now. He's looking real flowy. His board looks like it's a part of his body right now. So if he can get a really good wave, look for him to jump up and really contest in this heat too.
Yeah, he has been looking pretty sharp, as we've been speaking about, and he just seems to operate really well under pressure. I don't feel like he's really absorbing the other guy's tactics as much as probably what you could be in that situation when you get put under the pump. I think he just really sticks to his own kind of game, and he knows the kind of wave he's looking for out there. Those set waves, as Cooper's been saying, have been the pick of the bunch, and just waiting for another set to roll in. They see the priority hustle and bustle, and it looks like no one opting to go. Dylan picking off a left. Here we go. On the backhand. Connects up and high and tight on that first section. Has to jump on the front foot. Looking for the ramp. And so close to landing that. Oh, for me anyway, that just looks incredible. I think he's got such a great aerial game under his belt.
Yeah, Dill's been hucking some huge punts lately back at home, and it's been awesome watching his development the last couple of years, kind of growing up at Narrabeen. He was just sort of that kid that really enjoyed surfing and was always out there and frothing, but never really had that X factor and never really had that competitive edge growing up through board riders. And it's almost been the last 2 to 3 years since he's matured and turned into a man. He's been doing huge turns, massive punts, and just a really dedicated guy and such a great person. He seems to get along with absolutely everybody. So, yeah, props to Dill. I'd love to see him get a good opportunity at the end of this heat, but yeah, the boys in red and blue are sitting out there really comfortably. It looks like they're in a real confident position right now.
Yeah, it's interesting, sorry, to hear you say that about Dylan, because I've obviously only seen him compete over the last 2 years, which is maybe when he's stepped up into that super competitive mode. And I wonder what it was that's clicked for him, that's ignited that fire on the inside and taken away that kind of cruisy attitude. You see him here, he goes up and riding.
I think, yeah, here we go. What do we got? Nice first turn. Waves just fizzling out. But I think for me, watching Dill, it looks like just he's been injected a lot of confidence. Damien Hardman down at Rip Curl Narrabeen, and Rip Curl obviously sponsor Dill now. And just having that backing of a brand and that belief of somebody else helping you. For me, when I was a grommet, when I was Dill's age, it was really important. And so for him, having them, and he's been riding Mayhems the last couple of years, and his boards look phenomenal. So just some good equipment, bit of backing can really help with that confidence, and yeah, it's definitely showing in his surfing.
Yeah, it is, and here we go. Just over 12 minutes on the clock. Joshua Stretton, Callum Robson looking solid out in the lead. Dylan Moffat, last wave for him was a 2.47. Currently in third position, a 7.94 required to go to lead. Saxon Reba has some work to do, but achievable if he can find himself a set wave rolling on through in the second half of this heat. 7.87 required for Saxon to move into position. We did just see the local dragon boaters paddling past, straight out probably from the outlet there in between the breakwalls, and we are of course at Port Macquarie for the stop of the Australian Open of Surfing series, Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, and we're speaking about the next stop on the series, rolling on down to Kiama, and then we come back up the coast, shoot up again to Coffs Harbour. We head back down the south to the far south coast. So I think the destination is to be confirmed officially for the surfing spots down there, but there's some incredible waves around that region, as we heard Cooper speaking about earlier as well. And then we cruise back into your hometown, Northern Beaches, for the final instalment and to crown the overall Australian Open of Surfing champ. So that's going to be a pretty good competition there. That's just kind of like such a great history of surfing competitions at your place at North Narra.
I'm very much looking forward to that. I've actually never competed in an event other than board riders at North Narrabeen, and tag events. So hopefully we get the green light from Damien Hardman, our president, to have the event there. It'd be an awesome opportunity to give all the younger guys a run in an event like this, because it's so well put together. There's professional judging, there's a broadcast. It's just a great platform for the junior surfers of Narrabeen and the Northern Beaches to show what they're capable of. It's been obviously a tricky year, but I think just in general, we haven't really had many big surf events on the Northern Beaches for a while. Back when I was young, we had the World Juniors at Narrabeen every year over New Year's, and it was incredible. It really helped me as a young surfer develop, getting to watch what the best of the best do, and just being around that environment of such high intensity competition and seeing guys come from all around the world and surf on your doorstep was amazing. And we haven't had that for a while, so I feel like getting some events back at Narrabeen and just on the Northern Beaches is such a crucial thing for surfing. Obviously, we've got the event at Manly every year, but it just doesn't seem the same. North Narrabeen's such an iconic wave, and I mean, I'm probably a little bit biased, but it'd be great to see an event like this down there later in the year.
Yeah, it would be incredible to see. I remember that as well back in the junior days. There used to be so many top-tiered events in that little hub, and I feel like it's such a concentrated spot for surfing talent. It, like you said, it's going to just help all these younger guys and girls to view literally the best surfers in Australia, if not on that world qualifying series, and see the level that they've got to be aiming for coming up at that 11, 12, 13-year-old mark, where they have the opportunity to really start to put the work and the ethic behind their careers, or they kind of fade off and kind of float around the town and, you know, as with every other town, and kind of not end up doing anything. So to have these events to be able to place in such an iconic location with that whole depth of talent that you guys have there is going to be pretty incredible to see. And then, as you said, moving on through the next few years, in the next 5 or 10 years, we're going to see those super groms that we watched just spectating this type of surfing and watch people like yourself or Dylan Moffat be able to go, actually, I can do that. I want to be up there with those boys or girls, and I'm going to shoot for that. And I think that's where we're going to see that push for the Australians to take over the Championship Tour events again.
Yeah, definitely. It's so great to see Surfing New South Wales pushing so hard to get so many events for us to hone our skills and get to compete against each other in such a tricky year. Not many other countries have had that opportunity. And yeah, heading into 2021, I was speaking to the guys at Surfing New South Wales. They're really excited about some announcements coming up in the next couple of weeks about events for the 2021 QS Tour. It sounds like there's going to be a few events in New South Wales early next year, which is really exciting. It's been an interesting year. We had a few events at the start of the year, and then everything got turned on its head. So heading into 2021 with a bit more structure, some COVID-safe plans, and yeah, hopefully we'll have a bunch of events up and down the East Coast, maybe zip over to New Zealand for a couple. It should be a really nice year next year. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, and so quarterfinal number 1 in the water of the Open Men's. It is the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, Australian Open of Surfing Series. It is Joshua Stretton. Only 2 waves ridden at the moment, and he's found himself out in the lead, 14.16 heat total. So solid start for Mr. Stretton. Callum Robson in that second position, a pair of mid to high sixes, a 6.33 and a 6.93. So Dylan Moffat now in that third spot, a 7.94 required, and he sells this wave to Callum, up and riding in the yellow, draws deep off that bottom hand turn, smaller looking wave. You can see how he has to push so hard to generate the speed, and he makes it over that section, floats over the lip, looks to put the finishing touches on. Nice little closeout re-entry right on the shore there in the north corner against the break wall, and there's the lineup of the competition zone. It kind of looks maybe like a little bit smaller than it was this morning. I feel like there was a fair bit of pulse in those opening heats of the day, and I'm not sure if it's just the vision we're getting here, but it does look a little bit slower, maybe a little bit of high tide coming into play. There's Seamus once again, work crew supplying coffee. It's just a constant coffee run back and forth. I'll wait to see what this last wave came in at. 6.17 for Callum Robinson, so doesn't go into his top 2. 6.5 minutes, or just over 6.5 on the clock, and he's in second position. Looking pretty solid at the moment. I think we're going to see a little shuffle up. Here we go, Joshua Stretton.
Heat leader up and riding, using that priority. Nice looking wave there. I like that carve down. Bang, big fin drift on the first turn. He's looking very sharp today, and a nice little second turn. I don't know if that's going to get into his top 2, but man, he's looking very sharp, very deadly, and looking very nice for moving on into the semi-finals. But with 6 minutes remaining, and guys like Dylan Moffat, Cal Robson, and Saxon Reber hot on his tail, anything can happen. We've seen a 5.4 lock-in for Saxon Reber, actually, which lowers his requirement to a 7.87. And Dylan Moffat's looking for a 7.94, so an 8 will do it for both of the boys. Both very capable surfers. Look for Dylan maybe to send something up to the air if he gets the opportunity too, with just under 6 minutes remaining. There's not going to be too many more chances for the boys, but hopefully one good one each, and yeah, we can have some fireworks to finish.
Yeah, that'll be a great way to finish off the first quarterfinal. And Cooper, using that whole repertoire of moves that you guys have under your belt coming into this finals day surfing, do you kind of keep a few manoeuvres in the back pocket to really light up the semis, or if you make it to the finals, or when you make it to the finals, do you just keep a couple of aces in your back pocket just undercover until you make it right to that top of the competition ladder?
I think if you're trying to hold back in the quarters or semis, you're going to get knocked out. So for me, it's just going as hard as I can every heat, because there's too much talent out there right now to hold back and try and get through with those 12 and 13 point heats, because then somebody will get one at the end and overtake you. So for me, it's just go out there, surf as big as I can on every section, and then if the air sections do come about, go for it, because why not?
Yeah, well, it'd be great to see these guys go to the launch pad like we've been seeing from Mr. Moffat across the last few heats and events. He's got an incredible air game under his belt as well. I think we've seen Saxon throw a fair few rotations. He's got such a funky, unique style for the man in blue. So at the moment, they've got some work to do. Just over 4 minutes on the clock. And Saxon and Dylan both chasing pretty much an 8 each. And I'm assuming from the competitor's point of view, they're going to be looking for an opportunity, at least 2 critical turns, and maybe something that they can score or potentially score a 9. I feel like I've seen a lot over the earlier rounds with not as experienced competitors coming into the water and only needing a 3 or a 4, and so they just surf to that 3 or a 4. And here's the replay for Joshua's last wave. Love that fade down. Nice release through the tail. Just looks super controlled there. He has to double or triple pump to get that second turn in, but it was a nice wave. 5.50. Doesn't go into the top two, but yeah, I think I've seen in maybe the fresher competitors surfing to the required scores, where I feel like with you guys that have so much more experience under your belt, when you're on the ropes and you need a number like a high 7, you're looking for something that's way up towards the 9s. Would that be correct to assume? Or are you just going for the opportunity?
I mean, you're just trying to surf your wave as best as you can and really trying to... Needing an 8, you can't really get it on something that's a B-grade wave. So right now, for these two, it's just waiting and hoping that something does give you the opportunity.
Yeah, and there we see a nice panned out Vision quarterfinal number 1 in the water. It is Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, Australian Open of surfing, and 3 minutes on the clock. So alarms should be sounding for the guys Dylan and Saxon, hopefully sitting in top priority positions. As we've been saying, the priority board is viewed by the surfers on the front side of the judging panel. And here we go. Joshua Stretton up and riding.
Up and riding. Finding this little left rip bowl. Nice first turn. A little bit of a catch. Nice second turn. That's not going to go into his top 2, but he's just keeping it loose. He's probably down in 4th priority just then, and just trying to keep the other guys guessing. Let them sit out the back. Not let them just sit there nice and relaxed. Let them look over their shoulder. Have to watch him surf a wave. Keep them under that little pressure situation. So with just under 2.5 minutes remaining, Joshua Stretton and Cal Robson in 1st and 2nd, but Dill Moffat and Saxon Reba in 1st and 2nd priority. So if a wave does come, they're going to have the first shot at it, and they're going to have an opportunity to try and snatch away a spot into the semi-finals.
Yeah, that spot on the line, as well as plenty of cash up for grabs in the Australian Open of Surfing Series. $7,000 prize money each event, so $1,500 for the eventual champ to be crowned later on this afternoon for both the men's and the women's. So it's a nice little injection into the purse coming into the start of the 2021 season. I know we've heard from a lot of the qualifying series competitors that this is a great way to warm up competition-wise, get back in the jersey, dust off the cobwebs, and maybe just collect a bit of cash coming into the first, I guess it's the regional series now for the qualifying series. We've seen that release of the new format for the World Surf League's qualifying series. I'm curious to know, going into that 2021 season, if you're able to play on your seeding until the halfway or the mid-year cutoff as well from the 2020 season, or do you guys just start completely fresh?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Obviously, they're going to have to seed the event in some way based on the colours of the rashies and the rounds that people start in. But yeah, I think the ratings are all going to start off fresh again. I'm not too sure. I haven't looked too much into it, so I can't really comment. Looks like Dill Moffat just finished a wave. Body language, I don't even know. He's
questionable. Hey, he kind of looked like it was either amazing and he didn't want to claim it, or he's just a bit disappointed.
Yeah,
Here's
he's a very
the replay.
humble guy. Ooh, hello. Big first turn, nice second turn, huge second turn, and that is going to put Dylan Moffat through. Body language looks very good before we saw him, but Dylan Moffat, there it is, a 9-point ride, exactly what you were talking about.
He's just such a humble guy. 9-point ride for that, and you saw that body language like we were guessing. Is he happy with that, or is he upset with that? That's an incredible way to answer back, and that's why he's been one of the informed surfers of the event. 15 seconds on the clock, goes straight to the lead. Have a look at this again. Huge amount of spray throwing up straight up into the skyline. Second turn really sharp too, so yeah, he just looks pretty psyched on that last performance.
That one. Yeah, it's one of those tricky heats where the other guys really put on the pressure early, and last 5 minutes, there's that 25-minute heat coming into play and really helping out old mate Dill Moffat just there and snatching the win last second. And yeah, great way to finish the first heat of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well done, Dylan. And looks like Joshua Stratton moving on through in second place. Callum and Saxon, unfortunately, out of the event. It is the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, Australian Open of Surfing. Coming up next, we will see quarterfinal number 2 of the Open Men live in action right here at Port Mac. We'll catch you right after this break.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile she's gone to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And here we are, live action for the Australian Open of Surfing. It is the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. We are straight into the quarterfinal, number 2 of the Open men's. Zach McMahon in the water, Oscar Berry, Chris Zaffis and Aidan Lewin-Parsons. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined with Cooper Chapman and fellow competitive surfer out here coming up in the quarterfinals later on this morning.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Got one more heat in the booth, and then I'll go watch for 25 minutes and get out there. And yeah, hopefully the waves will keep rolling on through for the rest of the day. It looks like it's pretty fun out there right now, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's been an incredible morning of surfing so far, and it's great to have the expertise of the competitor in the booth with us as well. We've seen True Starling doing the crossover, the professional commentating life versus the professional athlete life, and in the water you can see incredible conditions. Planko out there, lifeguard, keeping an eye on the surfers and all the locals having a chat. We've seen so many people enjoying the Sunday morning here, all the community out in force, exercising up and down the boardwalk and watching some of the best surfers in Australia battling it out in the quarterfinals. Zach McMahon opened up with a 5.50, so he had the initial wave, a 167. It's going to end up being a throwaway by the end of this quarterfinal, but last wave for him, a 5.50, so nice busy start. And here we go, Aidan having a look at this one.
Yeah, up and riding, Aidan Lewin-Parsons. Big backhand whip to start that one off, opening up, and a huge second one, just catching that front rail. As you see, Chris Zaffis polishing off the end of this one. Nice fin drift. Zaffis got so much speed and spark in those little closeout Rios he does. And we see red, Zach McMahon, just drifting down the end of that one too. We've had a few scores come in. Chris Zaffis a 4.33 on his first one, and Aidan Lewin-Parsons a 4.67. So all the boys getting that kind of average to good score to start the heat. Hopefully none of them will be in the scoreline at the end of the heat, but it's always handy to have that as a backup if you need it. When you drop a 8 mid-heat and you've got that 4.5, it's always nice to have it to finish. As we see Oscar Berry in the white, nice looking wave. First turn, really nice. That wave just dribbling out, losing a bit of energy. He's found a bit more on the inside here, picking up some speed. Bang, throws the air reverse and comes unstuck. A little bit of backwash there, it looked like when he hit that one.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to ride on out. You see him just rubbing a bit of sand through the wax and getting that those toes sorted again. A few other scores coming on in for the opening waves for Aidan. His first ride, a 4.63. He has another wave to lock on in. Last wave for Chris Zaffis was a 6.27. His opening ride, a 4.33. First wave for Oscar looks like 3.00. And a 4.57 for the last of Zach. So a nice flurry of scores for the guys. It looks like Chris Zaffis with the better. And here's a replay of that. I think it's a 6.27 for him. That long bottom shape looking, like you said, really, really sharp. He's got that closeout re-entry maneuver at the very end of his waves. And it's very polished. I feel like once we get to this level of surfing in the Open Men's Division, as Cooper's been saying, there is no easy heats and you have to be putting 100% into every wave. And Zaffa, one of those guys that we see completely from start to finish, throwing everything into the waves. I feel like there's a lot of lost opportunity sometimes and the guys pulling off too early, or maybe just that body language and giving up on the end of such kind of dribbly little shory conditions in these type of waves. But putting those finishing touches on it has got him out into an early lead.
Yeah, Zaff definitely always brings that energy to his waves. He's got that really sparky, zippy style, and in conditions like this, it's very, very tough to beat a guy like him. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting watching him surf the rest of today. 6.27 and a 4.33. Nice little start to this heat. He's got his 6. That's his back up. He's going to be looking for something up in that excellent range to really put the finishing touches on this heat, as we're only 7 minutes in, but yeah, Zach McMahon and Chris Zaffis both off to a nice little start, having that. Zach McMahon's got, what's he got now? 4.57 and a 5.5. That's like what we were talking about yesterday, that building a house. Now he's had those 2 scores. He's happy with his start, and now he can wait for the best waves and really try and build on it.
Yeah, and he's been super energetic competitor too across some of the events over the last few months. I know he was initially from Evans Head, working with the lifeguard service alongside Planko on the ski for a lot of the Grom comps earlier on in the year when we got back into action post-COVID. And it's great to see him to getting back into that contest, Rashi, for himself and putting that ocean knowledge into play. It's really working well for him. There's a little shot of Chris Zaffis out there in the yellow. Looks to be a little bit of space between the guys in the lineup at the moment. And of course, the quarterfinals and the rest of the days and the finals competition for today extended to the 25-minute mark. So a nice use of the extra daylight we have and time for the competition on finals day, and offering up some extra opportunity to see some world-class surfing. At the moment, 17.5 on the clock, and Chris Zaffis out in the lead. Zach McMahon's in the second spot, a 5.11 required to go to the lead. Aiden needs a 5.45, and Oscar's looking for a 7.08. So nice looking match up here. Quarterfinal number 2. It is the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. And something we were speaking about, of course, in the first day of competition, that Surfers Rescue 24/7, a great program developed by Surfing New South Wales to help train and develop all the surfer skills for rescue. Here we go, Oscar Berry.
Up and riding, coming down the line on this left. Tide seems to be getting a little bit lower. He's hucked that little blowtail reversed. Out the back, though, we see Red getting 3 back-to-back turns up there and riding out of that one. Zaff out the back, straight out of that one. So, nice little exchange there for White and Red. Red potentially getting the better of it. Just a 1 turn for Oscar. And, yeah, Red, I think, got 3. So, looking forward to watching the replay of that one. I think the first turn might have been quite nice as well. So, we'll just wait for that one to come on in. As we see Blue sitting out the back, he's going to be sitting out there in first priority, waiting for that opportunity so he can really get himself in that heat. With a 4.63 on his first one, he definitely has his back up, but yeah, I think going into the end of this heat, the boys are going to need 13, 14 plus points, because we saw the last one come in for Zach McMahon, a 5.33. That moves him in the lead, putting Chris Zaffis down into second, requiring a 4.57 to jump back into the lead. So little bit of movement out there right now. Boys changing from first to second. Now waiting for the scores to come in. Actually, now we've got the score for Oscar Berry, just a 3.83. 1 manoeuvre wave, always difficult to get up over that 5-point range if there's just 1 manoeuvre, unless it's massive.
Yeah, definitely. We saw a few of the earlier heats able to find maybe the 6s, high 5s and 6s for a single manoeuvre, but they were incredibly timed, bigger sections. And here we go, up and riding. Aiden Lewin Parsons on the forehand, collects the first section, and he makes the connection through to the inside. Nice closeout manoeuvre there, puts it up and over the foam for the finishing touches. And there's the answer back from the man from Ulladulla in the blue. He was also making the final at Cronulla as well. He was in pretty devastating form in those nice little alley conditions, so he's back at it in quarterfinal. Here's the replay.
Yeah, it was very tidy. Nice little first vert foam climb. The wave split, and he kept his speed really nicely down there and got a big forehand turn on that closeout and tidied it up with a little backhand foam climb. What's he need? 5.98.
Like you said, it's a small little playing field at the moment. These hopefully are going to become throwaways by the end of this heat.
Yeah, and we've just had it come in. It's a 4.87. I think the judges just crueling him a little bit because that first turn, the wave lost energy right when he went up there, and then it split and he had to chase it. So didn't quite get that combination of manoeuvres at the beginning of the wave, which is really what the judges are looking for. But that last turn was where all those 4.87 of the points came from. Really nicely timed. Little fin drift in the pocket, but look for him to find a wave a bit better with the same sort of manoeuvres, and then he'll be moving up into that good to excellent range.
There we go, 14 minutes on the clock. Quarterfinal number 2 is in the water, live action, coming to you from Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, presented by Destination New South Wales and the Port Macquarie Council. Big thank you to those guys, as well as Volkswagen has been supporting Surfing New South Wales and the recommencement of competition surfing, and some of the Australia's best surfers taking up and down the east coast to the road in the V-dubs. You can see there the local dragon boat crews making their way back through the break walls and the outlet there. There's the water safety cruising on through to the north, and the 4 competitors split pretty nicely and using up a lot of the field space, I think, out here this morning. And Cooper, you were speaking about the difference between the peaks the lefts and the rights that are on offer and that space, that spread in the competition zone. And as we see Chris Zaffis having a look at this one.
Here he goes. Nice looking right-hander. Big first carve. Setting up the second one. It's hitting the bank nicely, this one. Second turn, little snap. And that fin drift on the closeout. He seems to have that thing so on lock. Really tidy surfing there. He knew what he needed. Needed a low 4, and he's going to definitely get it, I think, on that one, as we see a couple people swimming in the rip over there. Blue on his backside. Nice backhand first turn. Gets up there for the foam climb. Ooh, nice vert. Late hit there. He's surfing amazingly. I want to see him on a good wave because he's looking really, really sharp. A 5.43 on the last one for Aidan Lewin Parson puts him into a very close position, but we saw that last wave come through for Chris Zaffis, a 6.13, and he's moved straight back into the lead. So the boys are starting to find their form in this heat, a bit of rhythm, a few more better waves, and yeah, those scores are starting to juice up.
Yeah, there's the best wave of that last exchange for Chris Zaffis. Goes into his top 2, and at the moment, he's out in the lead, just over 12 minutes on the clock. Zach's last wave of 5.33, sitting in second, needs a 6.91. Aidan Lewin Parson needs a 5.41 to move out of third. His last few waves going into the keepers, a 4.87, a 5.43, and just a throwaway 0.53. And Oscar Berry sitting out there with priority. He has some work to do, sitting on a 3 and a 3.83. 7.01 will see him go into progression. We're going to have to see him really be selective and find one of those better looking set waves. And we did just see briefly the Water Patrol and safety having to pick up a couple of those swimmers in the northern corner in the rip, and this is a perfect example of I guess the reasons Surfing New South Wales has brought about this new program, Surfers Rescue 24/7, is being pretty much some of the only people enjoying the ocean all year round. Surfers kind of have that responsibility across the board to, I guess, go to the aid of people that find themselves in those tricky situations like we just saw, that rip raging out next to the rocks, and not necessarily perhaps water people, or if they are, just put themselves in a bad situation, and surfers having to come to the rescue there, or like Water Patrol.
Yeah, and we've got a big set wave coming in here. I wonder if Aidan's got priority. I didn't think he would, so he's had to let that go as he sees white down the line. Oscar Berry, he was on the bombs yesterday. Nice first turn. Nice little second snap. This one's just losing some energy again. He's seems to be paddling into really nice waves, but then they're just going a little soupy on him, Oscar, today. Didn't have that problem yesterday. He was really dialed in yesterday. Today, finding a little bit harder to find that rhythm. It looks like the waves he's paddling into look great, but that's surfing. Sometimes the ones that look the best don't turn into the best ones, and you really got to try and make sure you're really on top of those conditions.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for him, using his priority only to collect the 3.73. Like you said, it looked like a great wave from the paddle in, and Aidan had a good look at it as well, and just coming a little bit soupy, lumpy, bumpy, and not quite connecting with the bank. And unfortunately for him, he's going to still be requiring the 7.01. He's going to slip right back into that fourth priority position. So 10 minutes remaining on the clock. There is plenty of time left. At the moment, Chris Zaffis out in the lead, 12.40. And last wave was a 6.13. It went into his top 2, and just creating a little bit more space at the moment. Zach McMahon, the boy from Evans Head, I think he now resides in Newcastle, actually, working as a lifeguard down there. So it's great to see him on the competition jersey once again. In second position, coming up, we will have quarterfinal number 3. It is Sheldon Simkus, been super in form surfer out there in the red. Darren O'Rafferty, the veteran, taking on Kai Warner and Jamie Thompson. So that's going to be a nice matchup. And Cooper, will you be watching quarterfinal number 3 unfold?
I will be watching hotly from the beach after I get out of the booth from this heat to get ready for my heat. Two of my good mates from Narrabeen out there, Kai Warner and Jamie Thompson. It'll be awesome to watch them duke it out against the veteran Darren O'Rafferty and Sheldon Simkus, who, like you said, has been in blistering form. So boys are going to have their hands full, but yeah, anything's possible out there. Quarterfinal Heat 3 coming up next.
Is Sheldon someone that you surf with? I think he's from up around that Gold Coast area as well. Is he someone that you surf with regularly?
Yeah, I definitely see Sheldon out there quite often, out D-Bar and up at Strady. I see him, every now and then. It's pretty nice wide playing field up there between Strady and Pottsville. There's about 100 different waves, so trying to avoid the crowds. But yeah, I definitely run into Sheldon quite often. As we see Blue just pulling off one, we'll try and pick up the start of that wave for you guys. Needing a 5.4 as we see Yellow at the back. Zaff again, nice
drawing that first carve all the way around. Look for a little punt here. He's already got his 2 sixes. He needs to mix it up. Throws the blowtail. Absolutely too easy for him. He actually didn't quite ride out of that one. But I don't think that was going to go into his top 2 anyway. Didn't quite have that spark to that wave like a few of his previous ones did.
As a competitor, I feel like Chris Zaffis is very composed as well. I've not seen him go too high into the overhyped realm, and he doesn't seem to be ever kind of lacking energy either. He kind of sits really nicely in that bell curve of, I guess, optimum performance.
Yeah, he looks really nice. He looks super confident and comfortable in his equipment right now. As we see Blue, nice backhand first turn, squares up the second one. Oh, I feel like he's so close on so many, Aiden. What's he need? A 5.4. We'll have to wait for that one. It's right around the ballpark.
Yeah, I think he's got quite a number of scores to drop as well from those last few waves he's taken. I think you're right on the money there. It's going to be really close, but he's not quite surfed beyond that mark. Have a look at the replay. Nice looking wave. Here we go. First turn. Second turn now. Bit of a frothy little inside lip. I don't know if they're going to give it to him on that one. We'll wait to see what the score comes in as.
I think they might. I don't know. It's so close. The first turn was quite nice. A little bit of a catch, and then he squared up, but it didn't quite connect and throw spray. But it's still 2 nice turns on a set wave, so it's going to be right around that ballpark, I think. But with 7 minutes remaining, Zach McMahon's going to have another shot at the end of this heat for sure. Or he's going to have an opportunity to block Aiden, I think.
Yeah, so quarterfinal number 2, live action unfolding here from Port Macquarie, New South Wales. Open to surfing, fair few numbers to lock on in liveheats.com for the last exchange, and maybe a little bit of a refresh will help, or perhaps the judges just really taking their time there to analyse that last performance and having a chat about those last few waves from Aiden Lewin-Parson. He is sitting in that 3rd position, and Cooper's given it to him, and I've said maybe just under, so we're going to see how it locks in, and wow, getting 3.93, so not enough for him, and he's going to have to go back to the drawing board. A 5.41 required, 6 minutes on the clock, plenty of time in a heat scenario, and something maybe with a cleaner first section. I think they may have criticised him heavily for that first turn. I'm not sure that he really was maybe in the right timing to capitalise on that opportunity. And I've seen, I guess, over the last day of competition, if you can't click that first turn off sharp and quick, it's never going that high for you in the scoreline.
Yeah, I think that wave had a bit of opportunities. We see Zaff, bang, real quick. Here he goes, another punt, bang. Really tough to land those on that shallow shorey section. The wave just loses so much energy, and like his last wave, 3.27, the judges calling that one incomplete. It's without the back. Blue, nice first turn, bringing the second one around, a little bit of a catch. Can he get a 3rd one on this one? He's really asking the question to him, but I think that one's just going to come under again. You can see he wants it, he's trying, but sometimes without the right waves, it's almost impossible. But out the back, we have White having a look. Nope. Red having a look. Nope.
Let that one go under the radar.
Hit the 5-minute mark, so the boys are really going to be looking to finish strong here. Oscar Berry still looking for that 7-point ride. It's still in range for him. He dropped a few massive scores yesterday. He's having a look right here. What can he do? Look for a big first turn to get him up to that 7 range. Oh, we lost him. Looks like the first turn was nice. Nice drawn out second turn. This wave looks great. 3rd turn, is he going to get the polished finish? Let's see what he can finish with. Nice little snap on the beach. Thanks for coming. Hopefully we get a little bit of a replay of that first turn, because it looked like he was lining something up and we just lost the camera angle real briefly. But yeah, he's asked the question. I think it's going to be his best wave. So with 4 minutes to go, worst case scenario for him, his requirement's going to be a little bit smaller. Best case, he gets the score.
Yeah, I think it's going to go into his keepers. I'm not sure if it's going to hit that 7-point range. Here we go. That was the first turn. Before that, he goes through a nice smooth rail carve. A better looking wave choice from him, and he gets the finishing touches on this wave. Yeah, nothing super critical, and 5.03 for the last ride. So as Cooper said, reduces his requirement. Oscar still in 4th position, now needs a 5.81. Aiden's still looking for that 5.41. His last ride 3.60, and just continually, great analogy from competitor in here in the booth with us, Cooper Chapman. They're continually asking the questions of the judges. Are they doing enough? Is this enough? Is this the wave you're going to give it to me on? And at the moment, judges have been saying, not yet. They're
Yeah.
ready. They're ready to throw out some good scores. We've already seen them drop some 9s and high 8s this morning. So the numbers are there in the bank, and they're just waiting for the surfers to really come to the party.
Yeah, I think Zach McMahon would have had a very anxious heat so far. Like, look, Aidan Lewin passing in the last 3 waves. He had a 3.5, a 3.9, and a 3.6. All of them he surfed quite well on, but just didn't quite connect on a few of the turns. And I think he could have probably got the score on one of the ones before. He just mistimed a few turns. So very nervy times right now for Zach McMahon. And then Oscar Berry on that last one, locking in a 5.03. Lowers his requirements. Here he goes again. He's found a little left. He's got big backhand punts in his repertoire. What's he got here? Bang. Throws it. Lands it in flats and comes unstuck. Really tricky in small waves to land those airs where you really huck them out there, because there's not much energy in the wave to keep you going. And as we know, you must ride out with control and in front of the foam, and that'll catch a few people out today. We've seen it happen with Zaff a few times already, that it's really tricky to maintain that speed after landing the airs. So yeah, as we see the tide get a little bit lower, we might be a little further out, and it might not be on the shore as much, and might be some more opportunities. As we see Red, he's waited a while for this one in priority. He's pulled the trigger, just over 2 minutes remaining. 2 nice little turns coming down the end section. Throws the air. Once again, tricky
Like you
inside
said,
section.
Yeah, super tricky little ankle breaker section on the inside. Here we go. Aidan Lewin having a look at the opportunity. Nothing on offer for him. Just under 2 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a very nervous wait for Zach and Chris on this next exchange here. I feel like Oscar and Aidan are not going to let anything go unwritten. I feel like they're just going to go for it now. You saw Oscar lining up that backside rotation and the attempt to post the 5.81. Aidan's still looking for a 5.41. Here we go, another little maybe set rolling on through, little pulse in swell. We're seeing quite a wave-rich heat. At the moment, 1.5 minutes on the clock. Chris Zaffis is in the lead from those opening rides. 6.27 and a 6.13, so a lower scoring quarterfinal. We saw those incredibly high heat totals in the first quarterfinal, up around that 16-point mark, and now into quarterfinal number 2. It's been a bit of a slower quarterfinal for the guys. It is the open men in the water, and of course Port Macquarie New South Wales Open of Surfing live action from your Sunday morning. We have passed the high tide mark here, 1.9 meters this morning, and we're going to see conditions start to really come into play on finals day to be crowning the champ. And at the moment, Chris Zaffis looking pretty nice for the progression. 45 seconds on the clock. We will be seeing, of course, fellow commentator coming up in quarterfinal number 4, Cooper Chapman. It'd be great to see him in the water. And then we'll kick on over into the women's semi-finals, followed by the men's semis. We'll be crowning the champs, both the men's and the women's finals being surfing right here at Town Beach, and seen an incredible community come to play this morning. Everyone exercising out in the beautiful sunshine and weather. And at the moment, 15 seconds on the clock. It looks like perhaps one final wave to roll on through. Chris Zaffis, Zach McMahon nervously in the lead. Not much difference between second, third at the moment, and fourth really. Just a high 6 to find the progression, and looks like time is against them. So we'll hear the hooter sound on the outside, and perhaps getting a little bit of a progression victory lap. Zach McMahon up and riding there. So stick with us. It is the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. Live action coming up next in quarterfinal number 3, and we'll be welcoming back Chris B to the booth. Stick with us right after this break.
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah, say yeah to more power. 26 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Well, welcome back to Finals Day, Australian Open of Surfing here at the beautiful Port Macquarie. And I can tell you one thing, that the water is dreamy, aqua and beautiful. Just had a little dip. I'm Crispy and Jess Grimwood. And that last heat was a cracker. The youngsters, well, flying through to the next round, the quarterfinal action. This is instalment number 3. Darren O'Rafferty suiting up, and that on the left-hand side of the screen, that is his spare board, and his blades, his quiver, they look sharp and on point. Shout out to Miko Raff, super coach, HPC. His brother's in the water. Miko's on the lens, watching on the webcast. Thank you, Fresh Air broadcast team. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales. And, well, visit New South Wales. We saw those dreamy pictures of, well, the coast, the country, and, well, the ocean. And again, thank you to V-Dub, our great supporters. V-Dub, check out the California, a wait list of 100 people waiting in line for those beautiful, well, ergonomic machines. And again, green. Check them out, vw.com.au. We're back to the action, 25 minutes. The time has been adjusted, the time clock for quarterfinal action. Then we go to semis of girls. The women will be opening with a crack Molly Picklum, Freya Prum, Drew Starling, co-commentator. But live action, that is Darren O'Rafferty. Well, smashing and going to town here at Towns Beach, Port Macquarie. We'll get a replay on that one, but on point and in the game plan, he is just ticking the boxes, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Darren O'Rafferty opening while the others were sleeping. Oh my gosh, what a killer combo for the former tour specialer. But let's go down to Yamba's own. Well, Chris Zaffis, well, doing what you say you're going to do, sticking to plan. Congratulations, Chris. How'd you find it out there?
Yeah, thanks, Crispy. Yeah, it was fun. It was pretty slow, but really nice when they came through, and yeah, just a good day at the beach, really.
Mate, how close is the action to the water? Like, what were you thinking about it there? How many turns just before you hit the dry sand?
Yeah, it's really close, and like when you're out there, you feel like you're nearly in the river, like you're like in front of the break wall there. But yeah, I was just trying to fit 3 turns in, really. It's pretty soft, but really fun. So I was just trying to fit 3 turns in, really.
Yeah, and you know what? A simple plan, but strategic plan, and that's what it takes to take a win, a 12-4. Talk us through the 6-2-7 and the 6-1-3. When you bank them, are you satisfied, or are you thinking about going to the air?
Yeah, I kind of felt like I was a bit sticky on actually both of those. So yeah, definitely room to improve, which is good, I guess. So yeah, no, I'd like to go to the air for sure, but it's kind of weak out there. It's hard to ride out of them. I went for a couple later and didn't really complete them. So
Hey,
I'll find them.
that's right. And talk to us about Billy. Your dad's here. Great to have him here. He said he hadn't been in a few for a while.
Yeah, no, stoked. Got my dad down here. First time I took him to a comp in like 4 or 5 years maybe. So yeah, a little special one. Super sick just to hang out with dad.
Yeah, what a great support. Anyone to shout out at home, buddy, at Yamba?
Yeah, of course. Shout out to mum as well, watching from home, and my beautiful girlfriend Charlotte. So.
Oh, there you go. She is. And congratulations, Chris. We'll see you in the semi-final. Another 25 minutes out there. Get some rest and, well, enjoy the action on the broadcast.
Thanks, heaps, Crispy.
Well, that was Chris Zaffis from the beautiful Angari. His dad, I grew up with him. I was a grommet, and his dad would be grinding out the waves at Cronulla Point and Shark Island and Voodoo with all the crew like Pop Out and all the legends at the Forefathers. Couple of goofy footers from Cronulla, not bad. Ockie, Dog, Troy Dennehy, the late, and live action as we see Jamie Thompson, well, firing up. And again, his dad, his support network on the beach, enjoying a nice little swim before. Saltwater wine, Mr. Tomo. Great to have him here supporting these athletes in this event, and thank you Surfing New South Wales making it all happen. Here's the Australian Surfing Open replay. Thank you to Fresh Air Broadcast and Jamie Thompson. Nice first turn, power punch on the inside, and well, jamming back to the pocket. Nice little carve again as he slashes around, and well, what a day we have. Finals day, and welcome back to the booth. And well, Jess, Grimwood. While you were sleeping, Darren O'Rafferty banged out a killer combo, 14-8-3, and the others were literally just paddling out there.
He has been such a sharp, in-form veteran coming back to competition mode, and we just saw Kai Warner clicking off. It looks like he's opening few scores to come in. So great to see Darren O'Rafferty. I'm a bit puffed. I did a quick run around, check of the scene.
Yeah.
Checked out the local amenities.
The three-legged race on the crutches.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I don't know if we can pull the replay of Darren O'Rafferty, but what I can tell you is the recall, that one. That first 6-3-3 just tore the bag, and it was on a left-hander. Those inside lefts coming at high tide. We are sitting on a high tide at 9:30, and Raf is just Johnny on the spot. Pick the left-hander, quick start, and as we see, look at this first turn, drops to the bottom, and look at the swooping generation of body biomechanics, and waiting for that opportunity to strike, and then rock and roll floater right in front of those last heat winners, Zach McMahon. And this is his second one. Bang! Look at the drift of the tail, progression. I love, he is not an old dog. He is new skills. He is Darren O'Rafferty, former CT surfer and former World Junior champ. Even beat Slater at Reunion Island.
I was going to say he reminds me a lot of Slater right now. Like, I'm so surprised.
The headpiece.
Yeah, maybe it's the head,
Yeah.
the hairstyle,
Yeah.
but he just looks so
The
in
boards.
form, so mature. Yeah, the boards look absolutely on point for him, and it's great to see him really turn up the notch on his performance. I feel like he's been watching the first few quarterfinals, and he knows he's not going to get through with a pair of sixes, so to be able to kick off with a 6-3-3 and then back it up with that 8-5 is an incredible way to start your heat. Here we go, Sheldon Simkus.
Yeah, Shelley Simkus, and he's had a great run, looking for a good wave, open up. Look at the speed on his turns, just generating and kicking the turns. He is looking strong, and then inside for opportunity. Nice jam, and well, nice kick tail, and then looking around for this inside. Not much of a coping at the end, but again, a good way to his firepower. That's his first wave, and look at that, 3.5 minutes gone, and look at Darren O'Rafferty in the driver's seat of this heat. Slow behind on second. Kai Warner opening with a 6-5. Jamie Tomo, he's in the mix with a 5. This one is going to go down to the wire for first and second. Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, an absolute champagne surfing as we see Darren up and riding again on the backhand. Nice big first turn, so tight in the pocket. Second turn as well, just such critical surfing from him. So in flow of the conditions, and there you go, finishing touches. Not oversurfed and definitely not undersurfed. I think that's going to replace his 6-3-3. I think it's going to go up towards that 8 mark for me. That was incredible surfing, very poised, and just a lot of grace and finesse there.
Yeah.
Crispy.
Well, I must say, one of his many friends and coaches, Bell's Bakery, you got Wayno down there, and I'll tell you what, he is frothing. He's flown in the car, driving back so fast, of course, in the speed limit. And look at this replay, and this is live action replay of Sheldon Simkus, and this is his last wave. So this is Shelley's opener, and we'll see where that fits. You have a 5 from Jamie Thompson. Kai Warner had a 6-5. I dare say that'll be around the 6 range, and here we go for a replay of Darren O'Rafferty. That first turn was the money turn, and again, champagne, scintillating surfing, and so dreamy in these small conditions. And I'll tell you what, the water is 22, 23 degrees. I just had a dip on the break, said good day to Planko, the lifeguard, and then caught a wave myself. It is amazing here at Town Beach, and it's actually Darren O'Rafferty. He's owning the town here at Port Macquarie.
Well, he's in fine form. I'm interested to see how that third wave locks in for him. Like you said, just absolute champagne surfing, and maybe a little bit of a reminder as well for me that he's a cross between Kelly Slater and Russell Maloney. So Australian Indigenous titles holder Russ Maloney, he's from the Central Coast as well, and then cross him with Kelly Slater. I feel like you're getting Darren as we see. Wow. Uncharacteristic fall from Sheldon. It looked like he was halfway stuck between wanting to wrap down on his rail or kind of jabbing it to like a bit of a mid-face snap. I'm not sure what happened then. He went over the toes.
Well, let's look at his first one, and that score took a long time for these guys to critique these pro surfers. And I'll tell you what, the best in the business, former tour veteran, junior champion, world champion, Darren O'Rafferty holding the reins of this heat, and he has extended. Sheldon Simkus, He is sitting in second and just been bumped up. So while you're sleeping, Jamie Thompson bangs in a second wave, and Kai Warner making it up with one wave, 6-5. You only need 2 good waves to get through, and that it looks like Kai Warner's plan of attack. You got Sheldon Simkus with a 6-5-3, and that opportunity just fell then, and that is the pressure cooker. That is when nerves and indecisiveness of turns, you have a bit of hesitation, and you get paid the dividends when you fall off.
Yeah, and I love the fact that the judges are taking their time to really analyse the performances now as we moved into the quarterfinals. We're seeing that kind of lag in the locking in of the numbers, and I like that because it really, really shows the viewers and it shows us here tuning on into the live action that this is a really serious part of the draw. It's really important surfing, and it's super important for the panel and the head judge to get that score right on the money every single time, and they're looking at really, really high level surfing from all the 4 guys in the water in all of these quarterfinals. So just getting that opportunity to take a bit more time to lock in those numbers. The last wave for Darren, 767, goes into his top 2, and then that's a healthy looking heat total.
That is building the house with sandstone. I went past the house last night at Bonny Hills, and it was full of sandstone, and it must be Darren O'Rafferty's house because it just looked beautiful. It had everything in it, and it's priceless, and it cost a lot of money as well. A 6.33, his opener, exploded, then chucked in an 8.5, that vertical manoeuvre on that backhand re-entry, and then just closed it with a 7.67. He has got the killer combo. He's making his intentions known in the quarters, and he's saying, catch me, boys, because I've been here before.
Yeah,
Jamie Thompson, look at that, 10.57. So his last one, he's in combo land, which means for blue, red, and yellow, they need to start again if they want to take the top seat out of Heat 3, the quarterfinal. Darren O'Rafferty leads the charge.
I feel like in this position now with 16.17 on the board, you're feeling pretty confident coming into the semi-finals later on today. I feel like they're gonna have to really get to work, the other 3 guys, to get out of that combo land and to have 2 potential 8 or 9 waves coming through in the last 10 minutes of this quarterfinal. It's possible, but to be on both of them and to get yourself into that first position is probably less likely. And here we go. Heat leader Darren O'Rafferty, small looking wave, lines up this second section. I thought he might have been going for a bit of a backside launch pad there, but
yeah, definitely. We saw some nice tail flares this morning, and again that carve snap reverse, and really with drift and power, a bit like those jet skis out the back. Look at those images. Visit newsouthwales.com. Everyone on the ocean safely this morning, and they are just having fun out there, obviously keeping their 60 metres distance from the people.
What's the water temp like this morning? Because it was a little bit fresh yesterday.
Well, I waited for my moment, and then the gap between heats jumped in shorts, and it's amazing. And the clarity, I'm underwater just having a look around, picked up a few shells and put them back, and it's dead set 23 degrees and a beautiful place for a dip.
It is. It's an incredible part of the coast. We're glad to be back into competition surfing and right here at Port Macquarie Town Beach. Pretty perfect setup. We were speaking about it yesterday, and Crispy, your young guys were getting amongst the action in the skate park. Pretty perfect dreamy conditions as a Grom here as well. I feel like there's a lot of younger families moving up to this area now, maybe from Sydney and around the suburbs, and getting the opportunity to both surf and be able to skate within 50 or 100 metres of each other is a pretty incredible spot to be raising the Groms. Here we go, Sheldon Simkus. That's a bit more of the electricity that we've seen him surf with across the event, but once again, unable to capitalise on the opportunity.
Yeah, I just sense a bit of frustration in his turns. Like, he'll be looking at resetting and just getting a wave and an opportunity. I reckon, especially with Darren O'Rafferty, he's put them in combo land. He has applied the pressure with both hands, and he is just on the tear. No leg rope, by the way. Doesn't believe in him.
He's just looks so in flow. He looks totally tapped in to the conditions out there, and with just over 9.5 minutes on the clock, I'd be surprised to not see him in the semi-final. I'm pretty sure he's feeling all that pressure off his shoulder in that last wave. You can see he's just looking really casual, and he's waiting for the right opportunity to strike. He's not trying to create any scores out there. He's literally using the flow and the ocean to the best of its
And I
needs
feel
ability.
that it's changed. He's adapted to the change. He's been watching it, staying in the shade. He come here early this morning, got banged out a couple of ways, as with Shelley Simkus and Molly Picklum and that. So it's really doing time and feeling the flow. Even talking to a few of the locals like Hutto, the people that live here like Wayne Morrison, and I tell you what, know that, see that, experience that. It's all those 1% gains that matter in these moments. So Darren O'Rafferty, well, doing everything right. A 16.17. Jamie Thompson, the young gun, again, he's just sliding through the ranks. He's in second. But I'll tell you what, on the heels, Sheldon Simkus needs a 4.05 and Kai Warner a 4.08. Are they capable? They could do that again. If they switch foot, they could get those scores because they are power punchers. And again, Gold Coast Sheldon Simkus, formidable on the QS, and Kai Warner, Pro Junior QS. He's a power packet. And look at this guy, he's on another wave.
He's so busy out there.
Under priority, the left has changed, and he is onto that left. You got a inside left, and then you got that wider left, and he's getting waves on tap. Unlimited 15 in 25 minutes.
Here's Sheldon up and riding now. That's a
Wow.
really big answer back from the man in red. Really aggressive attack of that section, offered itself up, and he was able to capitalise on it this time. Maybe getting rid of some of that frustration and pushing it through the rails of his board instead. Have a look at the replay, Chrissy.
And I love when surfers do the talking, and that's ORQUE. That is surfer talk right there. Real drop wallet, power punching, layback. Is that a 4.05? I'm going to say that is the score. That's a 5.5 to the 6 range.
Yeah, and there we go. He moves up into second position. So last score for Sheldon, that single manoeuvre, 5.77 on the money, Crispy. That was an incredibly timed, very sharp, very powerful manoeuvre. They had to go up into that range, and look at them having a chat.
Look at the energy coming from that. Just, again, building the energy, building the rhythm. He's happy now. He knows what it takes. He's in second position. He's got the score. Now it's just holding fort. 7 minutes remaining, waiting for Jamie Thompson's reply. He's held priority for a while. Kai Warner, he's been quiet, but I reckon he's just going to aim for that 2 waves, power turns. That's what takes me into the semi-final. Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, I've seen him, obviously, along with yourself. We saw him win the QS event. I think it was up in Boomerang.
Yep.
Earlier in the year.
And
or pre-COVID, it could have been
2019. And
Yeah.
then, a great state and Aussie title career and working hard. And he's such a good kid, strong kid, and just familiar. Ocean awareness is the key.
Yeah, and like you said, really capable of posting a 5.81. We did just see Sheldon drop pretty similar score on a single manoeuvre. So Kai's just throwing down that anchor and he's waiting for the right set to roll on through here this morning, just past 10 a.m. Sunday morning, and a beautiful day of competition surfing. Finals day,
the
Australian Open, and I feel like we should have written down your pick for the eventual finalists here. Darren O'Rafferty was in your team.
He was in my team.
Sheldon Simkus was in your team.
Yep.
And I'll have to double check who
Well, I sort of said is the dark horse, and I'm paying Kawana.
I think he may have bowed out. I think he's out of the draw now, Kawani. So
Well, I threw him as 5th. I was going to roll in a 5-man heat. I don't know how that works. We're just going to change it. We're going to adapt to it.
Creative.
But I tell you what, coming up, I did have Harley Ross Webster. And one more, so it will come. We'll check it out, liveheats.com. And don't forget the women's up next. Who was your pick for the women's there, Jess Grimwood? So in tune with what's going on in female surfing.
Well, at the moment, I'd like to put my money on Freya Prum. I feel like she's just looking really sharp and she's just excited and she's got that support network here with her. And I feel like she's just really in tune with herself and with the waves. I think she's just excited to be surfing, and that's going to translate into the heat. We've seen her just really effortlessly post such good scores already throughout the rounds. Of course, True, really solid surfing from her so far. There's Kai Warner.
Oh my gosh.
Pulling the trigger on his second wave with that priority position. I'm pretty sure he's got a fair bit of work done on the outside of that set wave. And you can see Darren O'Rafferty having a look back at the shore. And I'd say that's going to be a serious score for Kai. And I'm going to just throw blind blindly into the wind, easily going over the 5.81. Let's see what it
Yeah,
locks in, Crispy.
Yeah, I'm saying 6.5 to 7 range. And let's have a look. Well, in the water, that last run of Kai, well, 5.43. So just a couple of turns. Must have been a small wave. We'll try to get that replay of Kai Warner. Well, he is just under on that last wave. So the benchmark is 12.3 combo. Sheldon Simkus is sitting in second. Darren O'Rafferty in the lead. And here we go. Sheldon Simkus looking to fly away into the semi-final. Picks up another one with priority and, well, just sits in that pocket. And again, starting to find the engine humming right now. And, well, kicking about 4 turns in. And a nice little rebound. Jess Grimwood, how'd you like that one?
I loved that display from Sheldon. I feel like it just shows how mature and composed he is as a competitor to be able to pretty much restart his heat past the halfway mark, regain control over that frustration and channel it into surfing. I feel like there's a lot of athletes and competitors that at that point, with the start to the heat that he's had and the falls and the mistakes, they would have thrown away the rest of the heat, and you would have seen in their body language they would have given up and gone, you know what, I just don't have it today. And for him to be able to come through, and in the last 2 rides to him post his 2 best scores, I think it's going to be, it just shows how much work he's been doing in the off season and how dialed into competition mode and how strong he is mentally in the water in this heat to reset and restart and then find himself in the running for that semi-final berth.
Well, that is your heat leader at the moment. And a shout out to Super Brother, Super Coach. That is Mick O'Rafferty. And he just sent me a message just before and he said, well, I told him to dial it up and I told him to smash it up. And he is doing that, Mick O'Raff. Watching online and Fresh Air Broadcast doing a great vision of live scores and live vision around the beautiful Port Macquarie Town Beach.
Yeah, he's looking pretty home and hosed at this point. 2 minutes on the clock. I'm interested to see the last score for Red. There it is, a 6-point ride. So into his top 2. Yeah, nice little keeper for Sheldon. Just under 2 minutes on the clock. Darren O'Rafferty in the lead. Kai Warner looking for 6.04. And Jamie Thompson needs a 6.97. So if they're in that first and second priority position, it's going to be a dangerous little 1.5 minutes. It's probably going to go quite slowly for Darren and Sheldon. And there's coming up next in quarterfinal number 4, fellow commentator, Cooper Chapman. Signature top bun there. Seems to always wear it. It's like his ninja trademark. He goes into competition mode, gets the top bun done up, gets the hair out of the eyes, and he's seriously looking for that semi-final berth. And what way to warm up than in the booth. He's been checking out the action all morning. And I think he was saying earlier too, he's happy to have that 25 minutes on the clock. And there's the good Human Factory sticker on the back of his board as well. Of course, the founder of that, changing the game for mental health and kids all around schools.
Yeah, definitely. And check out his podcast on Podcast One. He was talking last night. You have so many. You got Lane Beachley. He's got so many friends that he's chatted with. So many pro surfers said, check out, the Surfing Jesus, Wade Carmichael, and also Griffin Colapinta. He said, any parents out there that are coaches like myself, parents, mums and dads, listen to Griffin Colapinto because it's amazing what he unpacks about the pressures he had. 10-point ride at Snapper, won the QS, won the CT. And just didn't feel any different.
Now we see Jamie Thompson throwing the dice one more time, perhaps 20 seconds on the clock. He needs to get some work done. That wave's not going to offer him up the score. He's going to have to find something else, but it's looking like Darren and Sheldon, with 10 seconds on the clock, are going to be moving on through into the semi-final. No more waves, perhaps. There might be one more opportunity in the last 3 seconds, but it's Sheldon sitting in second position anyway. Here he goes, up and riding at the final second in this heat. Now just relaxing into the completing few seconds of this. And there you go. I think that's a victory lap. Darren, incredible surfing from him. Sheldon Simkus moving on through to semi-final. And that closes out quarterfinal number 3. Stick with us. Quarterfinal number 4 coming up with live action here at the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. It is the Australian Open of Surfing. We'll be back right after this break.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile she's gone to witness other homes. Moonlight stream dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Here we are back with live action from Sunday morning here at Port Macquarie. It is the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, Australian Open of Surfing, 25-minute quarterfinals. There's a beautiful drone shot of the setup here on location this morning. Incredible weather. The community's been out and about, taking that boardwalk up and down Town Beach here. And there's the competition set right in the sand. You can see the high tide mark. We've just passed that earlier this morning, and it's an incredible day of final surfing. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by Crispy, the super coach, and it's been great to be working alongside you at these events, Crispy. Some incredible performances, but also, as you were saying in the breaks, some unpacking that we get to do around the mental fortitude of these athletes. It's been incredible to watch, especially in that last quarterfinal, Sheldon Simkus.
Yeah, that was really high. Two things about that last one. Darren O'Rafferty came out of the gates exploding. He literally lapped the field with 2 killer combos of 6-8-7, then got his excellent range, and then bettered his 6-point ride by replacing it with a 7. So he comboed the field in literally 3-4 minutes, and he had his game plan done, and then he held on to it and still didn't give an inch. He just got wave after wave and kept the motor humming. But I loved the Sheldon Simkus here. He got a wave. He got that stabilised good start around the 5 range. But when he needed a 4, he just hit that boggle. He hit that danger zone where you fall off or you make it you're indecisive. And then the way he brought it back, as we see Cooper Chapman up and riding live vision. But the way Sheldon brought it back was amazing. And there you go. Why not bring it first turn? Nice little pop air reverse from the Samurai Cooper Chapman. Good
He's looking very
factory.
relaxed. He's looking just pretty dialed in. He was saying that in the previous heats, I was asking about his mindset going into this. Here's the replay.
Yeah.
Just uses that whole wave to generate the speed enough to throw on the front side reverse. Pretty clean ride out, I'd say, in front of the wash as well. I feel like...
What are you thinking for that? I'm thinking 5-5.
I think he might be on the money there, around about
Yeah.
that high 4s or 5s. It looks like he's gone into the lead. He's got the 2 waves under his belt already in the first 4 minutes. It's 25-minute quarterfinal. They're trying to find their spot in the semi-final later on today. And, yeah, just being dialed in, saying that he's not going to hold anything back in his surfing whatsoever. He's throwing it all on the line and able to ride out cleanly. We did watch over the first 3 quarterfinals for the men, none of the guys able to capitalise on that inside section. We saw that same manoeuvre being attempted and everyone just kind of going down over the toes on that shallow, flatter section on the shorey. And so he's been able to maybe take on board the points that he's seen the other competitors pick up, and he's been able to capitalise on it so far.
And it's pretty risky, but risk equals reward. And look at him, he's just getting into that flow state now. So just banged out a couple of turns, looking to his consolidate on that left-hander, and that is under priority. Again, that is smart play. He's went, you know what? I like what Raf did. I want a bit of that. Quick start, get the motor humming, and bang out some points, and then re-establish priority when the others come chasing me.
Yeah, he's looked like he's playing this quite well. Like you said, under priority. He's going to get himself way in front now and find maybe a bit of momentum. That second turn was really dialed up. It's not a bigger wave, but it's going to definitely help him confidence-wise at least. Hopefully those smaller scores are going to be a throwaway by the end of this heat. We've seen some massive heat totals in the quarterfinals, and let's have a look at those last scores. Second wave for Cooper was a 4-1-7. Here's the replay here.
Yeah, young Arch Whiteman, so shout out to Dino Dad, and again, nice couple of calves. He's going to set the pace, and there it is, 5-0, so good looking wave, nice sharp turns, and again, not vertical, but really succinct and staying in the pocket, demonstrating speed, power, flow, and good control.
Yeah, I kind of like the strategies from Arch and Cooper too. So the first 5 minutes of this heat, they've almost like played the white pieces in a chess game. The first moves, and then they put the other competitors on the back foot and having to play defense straight away. So these guys, Jackson and Harley, now have to find a wave in the next few minutes with the priority pressure on their shoulders, and already hearing those first few scores locking in and the leadings positioning from Cooper and Arch. They have to answer back in defense, and then Cooper and Arch no doubt will regain that priority hold and get another chance to up. So they've already got their replacement scores, hopefully by the end of this quarterfinal. Then they get a chance to light up and look for those 7s, 8s, and 9s in the quarterfinal. And then by that time, Jackson and Harley, you know, if all goes to plan for Cooper and Arch, will be paddling back out into the lineup, playing defense once again on the next wave. So I think it just increases the pressure on their shoulders, and it really opens the door for those mistakes under priority or on the wave, but not to be taken over by pressure. Jacko, very solid competitor and lots of experience under his belt, so perhaps just going back into his own playbook and thinking there's only needs to be 2 waves on the board here for me. Those boys are not going to get through with a bunch of 4s or 5s. He's looking towards those 8s from the get-go. So 18 minutes on the clock. I love the offense-defense plays coming out here, and this is the pointy end of surfing. Any one of these guys could potentially be the champs at the end of today's final, and we're going to see who can play with the ocean in the right flow. And somebody that did that, like I said, Darren O'Rafferty, such an incredible performance from him. I just think he's been a standout since he's hit the water, and he just looks in flow, like you said, present in the moment, maybe doing the breathing. And here we go, Arch up and riding.
Yeah, nice little takeoff. This is under priority 3rd and 4th, because when you get a wave, the other guys get priority over you, and this is just building that second wave. And I tell you what, there's about 3 takeoffs. One left-hander is right near that rock wall. You've got the main peak that we've been seeing the big right-handers banking 7s and 8s on, but you've got that wide left-hander a bit on the inside. It really scoops up, and it's a nice little pyramid A-frame takeoff. 1 to 2 foot, we can see beautiful images from Fresh Air broadcast. And again, there is Plenko keeping an eye on things. And our Water Safety Patrol team. Thank you to the Port Macquarie Council. And a big shout out to all the crew that couldn't make it here. You got CEO Luke Madden watching with his partner Sam. Shout out to you. And even John Shamuka, the General Manager. Great to have, well, the king of the commentary and former tour veteran from Hawaii. Now loves the Shire. So Johnny Shmoo. Great, and all thoughts and best wishes for you. And
Look how beautiful the water is there, Crispy.
Aqua,
crystal clear.
So clear.
Incredible part of the coast.
It is, and again, Dimmy and Tez McKenna, shout out to you. Hey, Cooper Chapman, he's doing well, and again, as we said, some females in his podcast, Sally Fitz. So I wonder if Sally inspired with her last air manoeuvres in the World Surf League. And you saw that opener from Cooper, just 1 turn, and I think he posted a 4-1-4 for that first one, 4-1-7, sorry. And that front side, just 1 manoeuvre, nice little air rev, bang on that, a bigger wave, stay with me, first turn air rev, finishing turn bang. That's when he's going to hit the high notes of an excellent score.
Yeah, and you know that's what he's chasing out there now. He's going to be wanting to shuffle back up the priority board, and then he can have his pick of the next set that rolls on through. I feel like we're due for a serious set. We saw in that last heat there were some serious waves coming through in this point in the 25 minutes. Last wave for Arch, that 297. So just over 15 minutes on the clock. Jackson and Harley, that mutual priority shared between those two gentlemen in the water. So they'll have to hustle and jostle for inside takeoff, reverting back to that etiquette to establish the fold out of priority from that third and fourth position as well.
And they'll be breathing. They'll be really not even focused on what the other scores are. They'll be focused on their game plan. As you see, the young Arch Whiteman up and down on a few of a scrappy wave. And again, that's why those guys aren't taking that wave. It's got less opportunity. It's smaller. It's going to close out. They're waiting for something big because they need to get to the semi-final. There's live screen on Harley Ross Webster from the Northern Beaches, and he's such a power punt. He was in my top pick.
He was.
Harley was. I like the roadster, the speed and the power and the wave selection of him. Second to none.
Another really calm competitor.
Yeah.
Very composed.
And Jackson Baker, strong, been there before, formidable with big moments. And that's why this heat it's taken different forms. You got Cooper Chapman with a quick start. You got young Arch Whiteman going for broke. But wait for the opener for Jackson Baker, Harley Ross. But the only thing, 14 minutes remaining. 11 minutes is gone. Muscles, no doubt. You'll be looking to spark them up and the rails.
Yeah, you can definitely start to feel the pressure coming into this situation for Jackson and Harley, and it's going to be about how they handle it now as we see perhaps one of the biggest sets rolling on through for the heat. Looks like the water skis spotted it. I'm wondering if it's going to hit the bank properly. We do have beautiful waves on offer. A little bit smaller than yesterday perhaps, but still some of that residual, maybe northeast and southeast swell hanging in there. And we've passed the the high tide mark here this morning. So maybe we're going to see as that water moves back off the bank, some steeper little sections and some of those inside connections and little launch pads. It's quite a dreamy little beachy peak out here.
Yeah, definitely. And look at our semi-final list. Darren O'Rafferty, Sheldon Simkus, that last heat. Chris Zaffis, Zach McMahon, Evans Head, Angari, Josh Stretton, Dylan Moffat. Dylan Moffat, another one on the pick.
Yeah, he was in the pick, wasn't he?
He's always in the mix. He is just growing in leaps and bounds. And Mr. Unpredictability, he's got the predictable semi-final berth.
Yeah, I love him. His social clips are so incredible too. They always get me really excited to surf, and I feel like he's not super braggy. He's not a showman outside of the water, and I kind of like that about him. Here we go, Jackson Baker, up and riding.
Yeah, nice little first turn. So picked it with priority, and let's look at a bit bigger on that one. We'll lift the high. I love the way he just lifts his hands and throws a bit more salt and pepper on that one.
Yeah, he's such a sharp competitor, and he has that, I guess it's, the hand throw or just that little tweak in the ending of his turns. You can watch him there. He kind of flares the wings at the end of that first turn, and once again there, it just accentuates the point of the most critical part of his maneuvers, and I really love that. I feel like I'd love to see him on tour. I want to see, he's one of those guys that he's great to watch in qualifying series events, but I'd love seeing him in really, really good ways, and the opportunities that I've had to watch him in big beach breaks or big point breaks, especially when it gets over 6 foot.
Yeah.
He's just literally championship tour competitor material. He is such a strong surfer, and he's a character too, and I want to see that on the championship tour. He brings that other angle, that typical Aussie larrikin character.
Totally.
Yeah, I love that.
Have a beer, throw the footy,
yep,
hanging out with your mates, and again, adding value to the community. Hey, quick shout out to Timmy Mack. He was coaching some of the boys, and again, Oscar Berry got taken down in that last quarter final. So he's doing a bit of work with Timmy Mack. So great to see the support network and reaching for the Berry family and Supercoach Timmy Mack. Our thoughts and prayers are with you too.
Yeah, he's a great coach as well. I've had the opportunity to work a little bit with him over the time. I know a lot of the girls go to him a bit, and as we see, Harley Ross.
Yeah, here it is, the left-hander that's opening up on high tide. His first one with priority, and there we go. Love it. I love when you see it. This is where the pressure counts, and you can see the response of Jackson Baker under priority. There's his first one locked in, a 5.17. Welcome back, Jackson Baker, for Newcastle and Tripaz. He is starting to kick on.
Here's the replay. Jacko's there, crispy, nice flare for the first turn. He really creates something out of nothing in sections. I think he just has the ability to throw so much spray and make it. It's really pretty surfing to watch.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's that
There
little
it is.
crumble under pressure there from Harley Ross. He had to pull the trigger. He's almost at the halfway mark, and he's opted to go the wave, which didn't offer him too much. Unfortunately, you saw it in the body language, and there's probably the salute to the mistake for him. So he's under the pump now. Arch Whiteman out in the lead with the 5 and a 6. Cooper's in that second position. And Jacko sitting in third, only needing a 3-4-4.
Yeah, so that was that last one on the replay. So judges really critiquing that with this level of surfing from the men. And again, comparing to this round with these waves. So they'll drive those scores. And there's for Harley Ross Webster. He waited 15 minutes for a 2.2. So quick start really paying off for Arch Whiteman, Cooper Chapman, and Jackson Baker reeling it back in. His last wave of 517. Backup wave to come through, and it'll be interesting in these back end of the moments to see such a competitor and such a hard worker, Harley Ross Webster, if he can bring it back. Jess, time will tell.
Yeah, you can see as well maybe a little bit of an indicator of the frustration. Harley just flicking the water around a bit. He has to reset. He has to do a full Sheldon Simkus on this quarterfinal, and he needs to completely scrap that first half. And here we go, Cooper Chapman up and riding on the backhand. There's his unique drop knee style. Nice connection with the first turn. Throws plenty of spray on the second and generates a third. He likes the feel of that too.
I saw a bit of a fist pump there.
Yeah, there was a subtle...
There was, right at the end. We'll get the replay. Stand by. The good human factory is pumped, and 3 turns. How was the firepower? That moment, as we see, on special mention to the second one. Drives in off the bottom, off the top, and again just pushes it so strong. He really kicked that second one and then grabbed the fence. Remember, Tez McKenna was talking about the hand drives? Fist clenched right at the end. Love it.
I think
Cooper Chapman.
If that score's going to go into his top 2, and I think he created that for himself there. I don't think that wave really was a huge opportunity. I think a lot of the other guys obviously looked at it as pretty much nothing, and he's able to generate a 6.90 from that smaller opportunity with maybe just that positive mindset that he was speaking about going into the heat. And he'd already had that ball rolling. The first half of this heat has gone quite well for him, and just smaller scores, but he's able to get that momentum going and snowball into that 6.9.
Well, talking about turning the bubbles nothing into something, Aerobar, that was Jackson Baker, a 5.5. His best wave come from a wave under priority. That was that right-hander where he really clicked in the gear. And talking about clicking in the gear with the race bike, that's Cooper Chapman, a 6.9. He leads the charge, looking to drop a 4.43. Arch Whiteman is second, and Jackson Baker now requires a 5.51. And also Harley Ross, an excellent score needed, 8.81, or split it with a 6 and a 5 to get in the second.
Yes, and that is the exact, I guess, blueprint of the early start with those 6s and 5s that now are going to come into play, because we've seen maybe not as many bigger waves rolling on through. Here's one now, though, just over 7 minutes on the clock. Cooper pulling the trigger.
Yeah, Harley Ross had let that one go, so Cooper just slid into there. We've got 4-man priority, and this is quarterfinal 4 action. 2 will go through to the semi-final, and that's where we crunch down to the top 8. Share in $7,000 for this comp alone here at Town Beach, Port Macquarie. This is the Oz Open of Surfing Finals Day. Jess, this is on.
Yeah, it's on, and it's on for Cooper at the moment. You can just see the amount of energy he has. I think he's dialed it up a fair bit coming into this quarterfinal. We've watched him over the last few surfs, free surfs and heats, and I reckon he's just seen the lineup, and he's been speaking to these guys in the post-heat interviews, and he knows he cannot leave a single ounce in the tank against people like Jacko and Harley, who are sitting in 3rd and 4th. I mean, Arch sitting in 2nd, but you can look at that heat total as we're waiting for that last score for Cooper to lock on in. I feel like it's going to replace it. His second wave score, and it does, a 4.70. So there's that momentum in the corner for him.
So let's just think about that. Harley Ross Webster sort of looked at it, indecisive, let Cooper go with second priority, just let go of a 4.7. Wave equals points equals progression.
Yeah, and at the moment he's got a bit of pressure on his shoulders. 6 minutes on the clock. Safe to say, I think he's sitting in that first or second priority position.
Yeah.
Maybe first. I think he might be sharing it with Arch. We haven't seen him on a wave in a while. So it's going to get right down to this last 5 minutes. Perhaps a flurry of energy from the ocean as well. We haven't seen really those sets that we've seen earlier on in the morning open up for these guys in quarterfinal number 4. And yeah, maybe it's going to wait until the semifinals. We're coming up next in the women's semifinals for the girls. Might just experience a bit more set activity coming on through. We've seen a bit of a quiet morning here in the quarterfinal. You can see Arch and Jacko having a little chat, maybe talking about the conditions, having a laugh, and yeah, good mates. I feel like there's not many people on the tour or the qualifying series that aren't mates with Jacko. He's just really great social dude. He's always picking up the morale, kind of similar to Dean Bowen. I feel like he's a Newcastle Dean Bowen, and they've got that real Aussie larrikin vibe about them, and they're very about surrounding themselves with good energy, and they're hard workers. They're just really gritty, raw Aussie surfers, and I'd love to see them step up, and similar perhaps to Wade Carmichael on the championship tour, that same kind of vein of Aussie elite surfing.
Well, guess what happens when you learn the craft off the shoulder of a pro? You become that pro. So Cooper Chapman leading the charge, Wade Carmichael the sparring partner, good mates, and also Alex Hayes, who'll be watching live, and all the crew at Surfing Australia. Shout out to them. And again, Cooper Chapman just getting it. You can see that low tide come in with a few of those rocks as well, as we see the local maritime keeping an eye on things. And again, Cooper Chapman, 11.6.
He may have just dialed up the notch again on that last wave. We see Harley Ross finally up and riding, second wave for him. He's going to need to get to work. Nice first section wobble and bobble, though, on the face. He sticks with it. He's going to really accentuate that final manoeuvre. It's sharp surfing from him, a bit more what we're used to from Mr. Ross. And he's going to get himself back into the game, though, with just under 4 minutes on the clock. Definitely reduce that requirement.
Yeah, he's going to have to hope. Let's look at the Fresh Air broadcast replay, and thank you to this. This is Harley Ross Webster, currently in 4th position. Nice first term as he jams it, and then carves it back down to the source, and then comes in that last one, really drifts the fins, kicks it, and stomps it. So really 2 strong turns. I think that's going to get him, he's going to have to do the long jump, the old hop, skip, and a jump. That was the wave for the hop. Now he needs the wave to give him the skip, and then needs to jump into the semi-final. Jess Grimwell, Jackson Baker, he won't move unless there's a good wave and an opportunity, and he will wait to the wire, 3 minutes remaining.
Oh yeah, it's really going to come down to this last exchange here. And as I feel like you say this a lot, and I've heard a lot from the super coaches around and about, the last 3 minutes of the heat's really determined, and they either win you or lose you them, and they are the most critical part. They're the opportunity to come back if you're sitting on the ropes like Jacko and Harley, and they're also the chance to really shut the door for first and second. And there we go. Last score for Cooper. It does go into his top 2. A 5.87 increases his lead. At Harley just ticked off a 6.77. So
Judges loving it.
Yeah, better late than never. Now only requires a 4.24, and we've seen under priority Cooper, Arch, and Jacko post 5s and 6s. So the opportunity is there for Harley. He needs a 4.24 or better to put himself into progression. Jacko needs a 5.51. Arch now closing the gap physically on Harley with just over 2 minutes on the clock. Here comes the muscle, the elbows, and the tactics.
Yeah, definitely. So where he moves, you're going to hug him like a cat. I'm going to move. So Arch protecting his 2nd position. He has priority. So any wave that comes through, he wants to make sure he's on there. And look at Cooper Chapman as well. So, well, this is where the cat chases the mouse. And this is competitive surfing. 1 minute and 40 seconds. And again, the priority board. We can't see the board, but you can tell because Harley Ross got that last wave. He'll be sitting in 4th or 3rd position. Get a set of 4 or split peaks. That's when it's game on down to the mad minute.
Yeah, and it's too close to leave it up to, chance of these guys. And Cooper and Arch, much smarter competitors than that.
Yep.
You can see Harley putting the sprint on. He's trying to create physical distance, get himself another opportunity. As we reach the 1 minute mark here, Arch is on the chase now. Here's the cat and mouse game. It's great to watch in competitive surfing. Exciting to be a part of, but nervous, I suppose, for Arch. And Harley now just has to go into full attack mode. He has to go on the attack no matter what. He pretty much can't stop paddling. I know there's not a lot of space in the field, and I feel like the moment they stop paddling, they almost concede defeat.
And you know what? let's go back to the first 16 minutes. That's when Harley needed that backup score. Right now, he needs a 4-2-4. Where was it? The first 16 minutes.
Yeah.
Quick start always pays.
Yeah, with 30 seconds on the clock, there's one of the local boys standing on the shore there, soaking in the action. You can see how quickly they're making their way from the north and the south of the competition field. Harley sprint paddling back and forth, creating some space. I'm not sure who has that priority position.
Well, I reckon Arch definitely has priority over Harley because he wouldn't be chasing him if he didn't. Well, here we go. Looks like a victory lap for Cooper Chapman. Well, the good human factory. I reckon he's going to finish with an air. Here we go. Nice little tail flare and spray the grass on the hill. And here's one for the coffee head Q. And, well, Cooper Chapman tying a bow in that one. And there is Arch Whiteman upsetting the top seeds, Jackson Baker, Harley Ross. That's 2 from my final. I've only got 2 left of my picks for this 2020 Australian Open. And what a quarterfinal. Congratulations to the semi-finals for the men. We're just going to go to a commercial break, come back with the semi-finals, and that's going to be amazing for the women. 7K up for grabs today. This is the Australian Open finals. We'll see you on the back end of this break from our great sponsors.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other home. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing here at Port Macquarie Finals Day. And Cooper Chapman and Arch Whiteman are through the final 7 and 8 through to the semi-finals. My name's Crispy and I'm joined with me Jess Grimwood. Oh my gosh, it is flat as a pancake right now because Cooper Chapman and Arch Whiteman, that was an exploding heat. And again, some big top names going down. And unfortunately to Harley Ross Webster and the man from Newcastle, Jacko Baker.
Yeah, scratch them from your heats is the man in blue. Cooper Chapman, we will cross on down to him for the post-heat interview and another win under the belt. Cooper, you looked in form from start to finish there. How was it?
Yeah, that was a really interesting heat, to be honest. I kind of started how I sort of been telling people that they should be starting in the commentary booth, building that house, having those couple fours to start. Not something that you end up wanting to keep in your scoreline, but it really helps when those heats go really slow. And yeah, I was lucky that not much really came through. I got that one 6.9, I think, for the one kind of set wave that did come through. And then Harley got a high 6 as well near the end. But yeah, by then it was just
sitting with priority and trying to cover the bases.
Yeah, you were on the attack nice and early from the get-go, and like you said, you were waiting for the opportunity to get rid of those lower scores, but I loved the body language. Crispy and I were cheering from the booth, and the intention was really, really evident there from the screen, and you're just able to capitalise on that momentum. I saw the guys having a little chat out the back in between waves. Were you part of that conversation, or you could hear what was going on in the field out there?
Yeah, we're all pretty good mates out there, and I mean, we're all taking it seriously, but it's not a huge event for us, so it's a great opportunity just to get out there and have some fun and surf some heats with some mates. Harley and Jacko are really good mates of mine that I've travelled around the world with a bunch the last couple of years, so it's always nice sharing heat with them. It's a bit of a bummer we didn't really get too many opportunities, but it's always nice when you're the one sneaking through those ones.
Yeah, so we will be seeing you coming up in the semi-final not too long now. We're straight on into the women's semis. What's the strategy in between, and what's the prep like for you now?
I think I'm going to come jump back in the booth and do the second chick semi and then jump back out and, yeah, watch another heat and get back out there. It's pretty straightforward. There's pretty pot luck out there right now. Just got to move between the two banks and feel out where kind of that intuition takes you. I sort of really wanted to catch a few of those lefts in that heat. I saw Darren O'Rafferty go absolutely mad and knew that those little small ones, I was talking to Crispy about it too, those little smaller lefts had a bit of opportunity, and my boards feel great. It was just nice in that heat to get moving at the start, and that way when I did get the better waves later in the heat, I felt really in form. I felt like those first couple waves really set me up to feel really nice on my feet, and my board feels amazing right now. So shout out to MG, my little good model, been going great today, and yeah, hopefully carry through the semis and bring this thing home.
Yeah, well done, Coop. Sticking to plan, and also, again, just finding those, adapting to the conditions and the heat before with that game plan of Darren O'Rafferty. In 3 minutes, he comboed the field. So well done in, bringing your surfing to the semi-finals. And we know your goals. You just want to get to the final and win it. So keep going, keep humming, and get back to work as well. We'll see you soon in the webcast.
See you soon, guys. Thanks.
Well, there he is, Cooper Chapman taking a win. What a good... I love the way he's got a business, Good Human Factory, because you just go, that guy is a good human.
Yeah.
That inspires you, happy, healthier, just adding value to the community. And check him out, his podcast. I'm really excited on the trip home. I've got a 4-hour trip home this afternoon with the kids and on Bluetooth with the wife, and we are going to listen to the podcast. First one, Griffin Colapinto. Second, Lane Beachley. Third, Sally Fitz. Fourth, the Surfing Jesus Way, Carmichael.
Yeah, that'll be a great listen to. I might tune in as well. We've got a couple of hours on the road back, and what better way to spend it than tuning in and getting that insight from professional surfers and people just so involved in such a great lifestyle and industry. And there we go, opening scores coming on in. This is the women's semi-final. Getting my tongue tied in here this morning, Crispy. We've watched so many heats. I just got to reset.
Oh, yeah, it's not. You look at that. That's not a typo. That is two sisters. Cedar Lee Jones in the lead, Bodie Lee Jones second. So top and bottom bunk is done by the Lee Jones sisters. Charlize Everett, a 4.23, and Sasha Baker from the Sunshine Coast, also a formidable force. Semi-final top 8. She will pack some punch into her turns as well. A 3.5 her opener, second best wave of the heat. Here we go, live action. Bodie Lee Jones, the older sister. We heard from her yesterday in her quarterfinal win. Nice little carve, opens up, and there's a nice sharp turn. And just looking for the finish, but just couldn't find it. And you don't want to fit too much in. And I must say, a couple of those waves from the heat winners like Darren O'Rafferty and Cooper Chapman just fitted the right turn, and in the rhythm and the flow of the wave, you really got to connect and synergize with that.
Yeah, so in flow, we're talking about the optimum waves and positioning out here this morning throughout the quarterfinals. We are into the semi-finals for the women, of course. It is the Port Macquarie stop on the Australian Open of Surfing. We have a big series coming up over the next 2 months, heading on to Kiama next weekend, and equal prize money across the board here for the men's and women's division, $7,000 per event on offer altogether. So the winner will take home $1,500 and a nice injection into the back pocket and the purses going into the end of this 2020 season, and a good little kick-off for the 2021 as we see Bodie Lee Jones up and running again. She's been very busy to kick off this semi-final. She knows she's not going to leave the door open. Similar style as well to sister Cedar. We've seen Cedar really enjoy some success over the last few events, and she is an incredible junior coming up. She's matched up with the top QS seeds for the women's over the last few finals. And at the moment, opening scores for Bodie that go into the bank are 2.80 and a 5.67. Last wave for her replaces that 2.8, 3.87. Now in the lead, Cedar Lee Jones with the 2.83 and a 4.67. So Charlize needs the 5.11. Her opening waves are 1.83 and a 2.4. And Sasha Baker, a 3.50 in the belt, looking for a 4.01. So the door not quite open on performance yet in this semi-final. I think we've just seen the girls maybe watch that last quarterfinal of the men's and wanting to get that quick start.
Yeah.
Cooper was speaking about getting that momentum rolling and building that house and getting off to an early kickoff for the semi-final number one.
Yeah, definitely couldn't say it any better. Well done, Jess Gramwood, co-commentator, really unpacking, well, the women's mindset into competitive surfing. Got the best in the business around Australia and even taking on the world. So Bodie Lee Jones in the lead, Cedar Lee second, her younger sister, won the last contest, so she's coming on the back of some great rhythms down at Cronulla. Charlize Everett needs a 5.11 and Sasha Baker a 4.01. Done some work with Martin Dunn, Sasha Baker, also with the Queensland, shout out to Skaz, high performance coach and Queensland coach as well for all the crew in their Aussie title campaign. Don't forget up next, Heat 2, look at this, Freya Prum, co-commentator True Starling, and Molly Picklum from U-Minor and Rosie Smart. So Molly Picklum, one of the picks. Sorry, U-Minor coach. Whoa.
No, that's fine.
North Shelley.
Central Coast, I guess we're 1-1 when we come to this stage.
No, Micro. I was just talking her coach, Micro.
Yep.
You know what I looked at this morning? Molly is so consistent. She's here at sun up, as with a few other surfers. Dylan Moffat, Cooper Chapman, and Molly Picklum.
Darren as well.
And Darren. And guess what? They're all marching through the heats, doing time on the comp bank.
Yep, so we're just over 14 minutes on the clock here in semi-final number one. Older sister Bodie out in the lead of the Lee Jones contingent here. Cedar, though, we were speaking about that coming off the champs position on the podium at the last event in Cronulla. She is so incredible with priority and strategy in the water. Of course, she's got the surfing to match. We've seen her post excellent scores, but I feel like what wins her a lot of these heats that can be turned right in the last 30 seconds or minutes is her incredible composure under pressure and that use of priority.
Yeah.
She seems to be able to always flex that form priority to her advantage. And here she goes in the white, up and riding, winner of the Cronulla Open as part of the Australian Open of Surfing. Smooth attack onto the face of that first turn, generates a lot of speed down the line, lines up the end section and collects the points there. And that's some champagne surfing for the semi-finals. And Cedar Lee Jones, I think we're going to see her take the lead now. Only needs a 5.11. Dare say it's going to go up towards excellent range.
Yeah, definitely. I love the way she just kept that main ingredient. And look at this Fresh Air broadcast replay. Really selected a nice wave. Nice little jam turn. Negotiates a few of those rocks starting to appear with the mid-tide. It was a 1.8 this morning, but the firepower was in that last turn. The commitment, the finish, and the control. So here we go for the score, and there it is, a 7-point ride, above average on the scale, and a great way to kick her campaign into dual podium finishes. And that is a fight back for the sisters. Cedar Lee Jones on the top bunk now, in the lead. Bodie Lee Jones needs a 6.01 to catch a sister, and then Charlize Everett a 7.38, with Sasha Baker requiring a 6.28. Still in range for those girls in third and fourth, just need the wave.
Yeah, they need to find themselves a set opportunity, and that first critical section is going to determine whether that wave is going to sit above a 5 or under a 5. We've seen throughout the morning the judging scale really, really rewarding that first critical manoeuvre, and just the two waves on the board, 2 turns on a wave like that is going to get them back into the game. And there's plenty of time on the clock, 12 minutes.
And don't get confused, like people with the judging criteria. We've got Ben Dunn, former CT. We've got Kai, a QS surfer, and we've also got Phil Courtney, they've driven and competed in QS and CT events, but also judged at the World Surf League. And we've got our great new judge, WSL judge Tori, here as well, representing the female judges, some of the best in the business, both surfing and judging, and they're the ones delivering the scores. 2 turns, 7-point ride, that's all it takes. Cedar Lee Jones in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. And it's nice to mention Tori as well. We've
Yeah.
seen her really rise through the ranks in judging. Of course, it's a tough role to be in surfing competitions because you really have to be dialed in every single wave, every heat, all day, every day of the competition. And you have to do your time as well coming through the Grum Series and the junior events and up into the bigger leagues. And it's great to see Tori on board. There's a nice view of the southern side of the contest bank. Beautiful waves on offer. You can see all the locals out there
Yeah.
enjoying
Nice Fraggle Rock. It's not Middle Rock. Don't get dismissed. That's a great little spot. And here we go. The heat leader under priority. This one looking to close and, well, dangerously close to some of those rocks. And, well, the sister act, it's going on right now. It's Cedar Lee Jones in the lead. Bodie Lee Jones in second. And the Lee Jones family. You got Mum here. A shout out to Dad. He'll be watching online and all the family and friends. So I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. And again, little shout out to our great sponsors, Port Macquarie Council. And I'll tell you what, do yourself a favour there, Jess. The stunning drive into the hinterland. We've seen the backdrop here at Port Macquarie on the beautiful forecast and the broadcast. The trees, they're rolling green hills. And I'll tell you what, the waterfalls out there. Loads of information. Go to Port Macquarie info on the website, surfingnewsouthwales.com.au.
There's another beautiful view of the north side. There's the breakwall that
Yep.
the surfers are surfing within the south part of that. There's the
Oh,
drone.
there it is.
Incredible spot to be here. The double breakwall. There's some waves on offer too on
Yep.
the north side of that, and I know that you can jump on the beach at some point there, and that connects you back up to the back beaches of Crescent Head. So an incredible stretch of the coast to be on, and waves literally littered up and down to the north, to the south. Incredible shot there. That's the competitors lineup, and that's what we have been able to, along with Port Macquarie Council and Destination New South Wales, Volkswagen of course, and Surfers Rescue 24/7, we're now able to implement this series of competitive surfing back into play, the Australian Open of surfing, and plenty of stops coming up as well, Crispy. I'm not sure if you're joining us for the next few. I hope so.
Kai Emma, I've got a wedding next week, so helping with the ceremony, Connor O'Leary and Steph Single.
Yep.
They are becoming one. And then after that, I will see you at Coffs Harbour, the ABB, and stop number 4 on Australian Open Men and Women's event number 4. Here we go, live action. Bodie Lee Jones takes the drop on that one and really starts to wind it up. Nice carve and nice finish turn. So again, the sisters, they're just humming. They're pouncing on every wave, keeping busy. It'll be interesting with this score. So her second score is a 4-1. I dare say it's going to go a bit over that. And there it is, 5.9. So nice carve, nice vertical finish. Judges are loving that. Just a bit under the 7. Look at the replay. Talk
Here
us
we
through.
go. She pumps through the first section, lays into the rail, generates a bit more speed. Like you said, that's kind of the money maneuver on the end section. She's able to replace that second wave, and very similar to Cooper and Arch, just keeping the pressure on, both Charlize and Sasha, getting the ball rolling. You can see that this is a perfect example of how good Cedar is with priority strategically. I'm pretty sure she'd be sitting under Charlize's priority there, and she sold her into that paddle. It's hard to say if they would have awarded the priority change in Cedar's
I reckon she
benefit.
has.
Yeah,
She
but I
just-
think so
You know
too.
what she did? Stuart Kennedy used to say it. Just get in their grill.
She's really, really good at it. And for her to be so young coming up through the junior competition scene and to be able to bring that sharpened part of her tool belt into competition has seen her enjoy so much success. And she's just able to kind of reposition the surfers at her own will so that it suits the rest of the layout of the heat for herself. And I feel like just that alone is just going to help her so many times. We've seen just strategy really, really come into play, most importantly, especially in smaller conditions like this. And this is generally the beach break vibe for a lot of the contests, and we're going to see similar conditions across the Australian Open of Surf Series as we move into that summer. We see these trade winds blowing. I think it's northerly, or it's turning northerly later on today, and look at the pressure. Cedar, she's not scared to get close to the other competitors and make them known that if they don't take this wave, she will, and she'll probably get the score. And here we go. Sasha Baker gets the opportunity to answer back. She needs a decent wave here under her belt. She has to capitalise on the sections, gets to work on the backhand. a couple of setup manoeuvres and probably the quality manoeuvre on the end there for her. So she'll post her second wave score on the board and just over 6.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, she'll be looking to hum her way back, and that was the two-step. So Sasha Baker, nice-looking wave with priority. Couple of good turns in there, but just to mention, no finishing finishing turn, and so it won't hit the high notes, but it will sit around, I reckon, the 4 to 5 range, get it back in, a glimpse to get into the final. This is semi-final action. You're watching the Australian Open of Surfing, Women's Division. Don't forget, up next, we've got Freya Prum up next.
The
Molly
chemist.
Picklum.
The pickle.
The pickle. True Starling.
The
darling.
commentator.
The commentator. That is going to be guns a-blazing up next. That's exciting.
Yeah, and have a look at that
Two
score.
finalists from last event.
Yeah, it's going to be whoever can get the best waves in, of course, the 25 minutes. They're going to end up being in those finals. They're all capable of the podium finish. And the last score for Sasha,
Yeah.
a 4.20. So she moves herself into third position. And there we go, back into the game. They're still chasing an 8.08 and an 8.85 for both Sasha and Charlize. They're going to need to find those bigger first sections out there. And we've seen, obviously, the other side of the tactical approach, Cedar and Bodie, generating those 4s, 5s, 6s to get themselves into the game, then finding the bigger scores.
Yeah.
So they've got the ball rolling already. Sasha and Charlize have some work to do, and they're going to have to be composed and hold their nerve under the pressure of the Lee Jones sisters.
And think about these combos. What does it take to get to the final? Good surfing. What's the scores? 2 6s. Good. There's your 12-point combo. So 11, 6, 7, getting it done. The Cedar Lee Jones and Bodie Lee Jones, the sister act right now, looking to get the final together. Let's see how they go as they split the wave as well. They've got the plan. It's really aqua clear, as you can see. We'll go with the one on the right, and that is the heat leader, Cedar Lee Jones. Nice little tag, and again, staying in the power and looking for the finish, and well, just got out of rhythm with that last turn, but there were some good turns on the inside, and what it did stop was the other girls pouncing on that wave for a good score.
Yeah, important tactical manoeuvres there and working together what we can see as a team. Here's the split peak. Bodie went left, collected some points there. Nice little open face slash. Has to renegotiate the end section. She's able to capitalise on the end there. We'll wait to see what the scores lock in as, and I think that's a very, very smart tactical positioning from the ladies. I would be doing exactly the same thing, surfing alongside a sister out there. So last scores, an important wave. Look at that. Keeping Sasha and Charlize out of the game at the moment. Last score for Cedar, a 7.10. Last wave for Bodie, a 6.13. So the opportunity for those waves for both Sasha and Charlize would have gotten them well back into the game. Now Sasha chasing a 7.84 and Charlize needs a 9.31. Cedar remains in the lead. Bodie's in second. Needs a 7.98 if she wants to overtake younger sister, and 3.5 minutes on the clock. That is a great use of tactics there. And second semi-final, like you said, big matchup between the ladies, the chemist, the pickle, the commentator, and I think it's Rosie Smart as well. So the super grom and sharp competitor. Here we go, heat leader.
She's on another wave, and again, Darren O'Rafferty for the men, Cedar Lee Jones for the female. Just busy on waves and, busy building points.
Yeah, and it's worked well. We've seen that momentum really being the most important and most pivotal part of the performances here from the guys this morning. And just really tapping into the conditions of the ocean and realising that as we move into the afternoon of finals, waiting around for those 8s and 9s to come through is probably leaving the door way too far open for the rest of these competitors, especially when they've got the plan like the Lee Jones sisters. They've been out there, they've been on pretty much every single wave that's come through, apart from about 4 waves between Sasha and Charlize have shared, and Bodie and Cedar have had 6 and 7 apiece. So you can safely say they've tactically gone out to be all over everything that's come through, and they've been able to build that heat lead, build on the scores, and find themselves out in the lead. With 2 minutes to go, it's going to come down to if there's a set wave or not, because we're going to have to see a bigger looking wave and opportunity for Sasha and Charlize to be posting those near excellent scores of 7.84 and a 9.31. And it looks like the girls are just throwing down anchor. And look how close Cedar is sitting there to Sasha, just underneath her. She'd be underneath priority, but she's starting to put the foot down on the throat, and it's brutal, but that's how she is in
that
competition.
is competition as well, and there's only one way to reply with that, and that is, well, to put the pressure back. Let your surfing do the talking, as we said. Big turns, select it, and just stay, like with your blinkers on, sticking to your plan. But I'll tell you what, who is sticking to the plan? That's Cedar Lee Jones and Bodie Lee Jones. And I was sort of thinking, I wonder if, as we mentioned yesterday when we were talking to Bodie when she had a heat win, and we alluded to, oh, will you work with your sister, what we do? And she threw it out. But as you can see, of course they've worked together in the sense of they're building the house, they're smashing the waves, and they're just dominating this heat. So both of them get through. And then it's exciting. If they both get through,
that's where
I wonder what their plan is.
I think they're going to go
Who does Mum go for?
They have to go head-to-head in the final. If they both progress through, they have to just bring it all on the line. So 40 seconds on the clock. It's looking like it's going to go that way. And why wouldn't you? I know definitely if you're part of a team, I know surfing for states or nationals, you go through and get to these pointy ends and you have the opportunity to work together to improve both of your performances. You're going to do it. You're going to take the advantage across the board and you're going to work. I know like we've worked alongside, especially in board riders comps, where you practice that teamwork. At going away with Philippa and people like that, we definitely have worked together in heats. And at the last 10 seconds, it's going to be a smart move. Why would you leave that advantage on the table when the other competitors can jump through the little cracks and openings? And I feel like such a smart heat from the Lee Joneses sisters and great surfing from them, solid in these deteriorating conditions through the semi. So we're going to see semi-final number 2 coming up, live action after this. See who's going to head up Cedar and Boda in the final later on today of the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. It is the Australian Open of Surfing. Stick with us. We will be back with live action right after this break.
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah. Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
And here we go, live action straight into the semi-final, number 2 for the Open Women's at the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie Open. Rosie Smart in the water, Freya Prum, True Starling and Molly Picklum. There you can see Bodie and Cedar Lee Jones collecting the semi-final win and finding their berth into the final later on this afternoon. One person back in the booth with me, very happy to have the quarterfinals champ, Cooper Chapman. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me. It's awesome to be back in the booth, doing my little double duties, running in from the water and back in here for a heat before going back out there in about 50 minutes, I think. But yeah, conditions are starting to get a little bit tricky out there right now. The tide's definitely getting lower and it's losing a lot of energy, but there's still a couple opportunities. So yeah, looking forward to the next couple of heats.
Yeah, and we've spoken to you obviously straight after your heat win, but you were so well poised under the pressure of that style of quarterfinal surfing, and you were able to just keep that momentum rolling from get to go. As we see Freya Prum up and riding on the left, that board looking really nice under her feet. She's going to have to find a bit more of a critical section. She's got a few turns off the top, but maybe trying to fit a little too much into there. I'd like to see her kind of just dial it back a little bit and just go for those 2 bigger maneuvers. She's got them in the tank, and maybe just a bit of froth kicking off her semi-final. But yeah, Cooper, you just started. So much momentum from get to go, much like last heat's heat winner, Cedar Lee Jones. Congratulations on the heat win.
Thank you very much.
And an incredible performance once again. You are so tactically on point all the time. I don't think I've ever seen you make a mistake with priority, especially under pressure. Is that something that you work on in the off season, or are you just naturally that type of technically savvy competitor?
Just free surfing, you know, you're always kind of thinking about it. Me and Bodie surf together all the time, and I guess we kind of play little heats, little mini heats.
Yeah, so you have the opportunity to practice maybe possible outcomes, and coming down to those last few minutes of your heat, that last exchange where you split the peak, that could have been the opportunity for third and fourth to move up into those progression positions. Was that something that you both thought about out there and actively took?
Yeah, I guess we were just kind of lucky that wave came when we both had priority and kind of just went in rhythm with the waves, I guess.
Yeah, so incredible surfing, of course. You came off the win in Cronulla. You're now about to match up in the final against Bodie and then the eventual first and second from this semi-final. Are you looking to go head-to-head with all three girls, or are you going to... What's the mindset going into that finals for you?
Yeah, I'm super keen. I just want to surf well and get good waves, honestly, and hopefully beat Bodie again.
All right, well, we'll notch that one up for you on the Lee Jones's tally board, and it was incredible surfing. You are a stellar competitor. Look forward to seeing you with a podium finish again coming up later on.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Cedar Lee Jones. And yeah, Cooper, a bit of a flurry of activity now.
Yeah, we've seen a couple waves. Freya Prum's second one came in at a 5-point ride. Like you said, I think she just needed to commit a little bit more to a couple of the turns. The wave was really good quality. It looked like it had a couple of steep sections, but it looked like she kind of surfed it down the line a bit. Still coming in with a 5, which is a pretty respectable score right now. Speaking of 5s, Molly Picklum, a 5.07 for her first one. 2 nice forehand turns, setting up the beginning of her heat. And Rosie Smart, a 5.67 on her first and a 5 on her second. So building that house, and we've got another one's just come in for Molly Picklum, a 7.5. Beautiful start for her with 4 minutes and 45 seconds gone in this heat. A big flurry to start. It's been great. We've had 4 waves in the 5-point range and a 7, and we've got a wide up and riding now. True Starling, big first carve, really leaning into that one. I like the look of that turn. Straight into the second one. Our fellow commentator finding the mark right now. 3 nice turns. Can she finish strong? Big closeout. Hold on. Ooh, maybe incomplete on the end turn, but I think the damage was done. It was a good start for her. So gearing up for an awesome heat right now. It's definitely looking like this heat is going to be great.
Look at her. Not even that stress. She just makes a quick hop in. She looks like she's broken the leggy or lost the leggy on that. But yeah, like you said, that was a really nice wave. Very well executed. Good choice of what was on offer out there. And I feel like True's just taken her surfing to another level, maybe training and focusing in more on what she actually wants to achieve in this sport. And score coming in. Here's the replay. Nice down carve to open up. Regains a bit of speed. Sets the line again. Kind of cuts off that turn midway. She's looking down the line to consolidate. This would have been an important ride out for her, but she will post a 6.37 nonetheless. At the moment, 19 minutes on the clock in semi-final number 2, and it's the Pickles that's out in the lead. 2 good-looking scores and a great start to her semi-final campaign. She's been a little bit quiet around the contest scene for her. I think probably sticking to her own regime. I think she's with Danny, her mum, up here for this event. So perhaps playing it a bit quiet and just trying to fly under the radar at least. She's a pretty energetic young competitor and likes to get amongst all the fun stuff going on around the competition. At the moment, she's out in the lead. Rosie Smart's in second position. Needs a 6.91. She has been such a mature competitor across the series. She's already won, I believe it was the schoolgirls state title, as well as her maybe under 16 state title as well for New South Wales. She surfs for Coffs Harbour board riders. She's got mum and dad here as well. Probably one of the youngest women in the draw for the Opens, and she's just so tuned into competition. I've hardly seen a heat where she goes with anything under a 5. Like, she just always seems to consistently find waves, no matter the conditions, big or small. And something new I learned about her this morning as well, having a chat with her mum and dad. Stephen Beck, she actually was born in Western Australia, and Steve's from across the coast there. So I think that explains, like, she's no stranger to big, solid, chunky conditions. I saw her charging in 6-foot Coffs earlier on in the year, and she's a super tiny competitor, but not to be overlooked here in the draw, Coops.
Yeah, massive talent. I was very impressed by her yesterday. I mean, mind the pun, but she's surfing very smart in this event. She's been catching a lot of high-quality waves, and like you can see, she's already had three waves in the 5-point range, which aren't that easy to come by out there right now. So she's definitely in the right headspace. She's on the right waves. Hopefully, as the back end of this heat, she can maybe start ramping it up a bit, pushing a little bit harder on those turns and bringing those 5s up into that 7-point range to start contesting with Molly. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting end of this heat. The girls have all put down a good start to it. So True's just locked in a 6.37, a 5 for Freya Prum, 5.67 top score for Rosie Smart, and a 7.5 for Molly Picklum. So great start to this heat. There's been 9 minutes gone, and there's been an absolute flurry of waves. I wish this was my heat.
Yeah, they have been able to enjoy that set too. We didn't see too much happening pretty much throughout that whole first semi-final for the girls. They had to really manufacture those waves and scores, and the Lee Jones sisters obviously waiting to see who's able to reign victorious. Here we go. Rosie Smart up and riding. First turn off the bat. Connects with the first section. Goes to rail for the second. Like you said, Cooper, we really love to see her maybe be able to just push a little harder through the complete transition of the rail in those turns. And she's going to push those 5s that she so easily locks into the bank way up towards that 8s and 9s again. I'm pretty sure she posted a 9 earlier this morning in opening... or it might have been yesterday in one of the rounds. Yeah, yesterday. And here we go. The Chemist up and riding in the red. Let's see her find some flow. And she hits a wobble and gets on out of there. Doesn't like the feel of that. She's going to have to go back to the prescription pad. And I liked your pun before, smart surfing. It's a sign of you're born to be a commentator, I think. I feel like that's across the board with all the guys. They've got the little one-liners and the little black books of sayings and all the puns to go with it. So we're just over, or just under 15 and a half on the clock. Women's semi-final in the water. Men's semi-final coming on up next.
And like we were just saying, that pushing a little bit harder on that first turn for Rosie Smart. Judges love that last one, a 6.73. Takes her a little bit further out in front in second place. Just short of what she needed to move up to first, but bringing the requirement down to a 5.85. Good surfing. I really liked on the first turn she pushed hard, but the connection off the bottom on her second turn on that one, she held her rail really nicely, came around the section, no double pump, and straight into the second turn. Something that's extremely difficult when the conditions this week, as we see Freya up and riding, getting the swivel ons. Wave looks a little bit soupy, but that board's just flowing really nicely across this dead section, holding her speed, but Wave just not really giving her too much as she finishes that one off.
Yeah, I think it's going to go into her top 2. Her bottom score, that 2.27. Yeah, that board, I think it's a Phoenix, the DHD model, under her feet there. We saw her on a different board, and she changes up equipment quite regularly. That's kind of her thing. She's always got a new board under her arm. She goes through a lot of them as well, along with partner Paddy. Her and him seem to break a board almost every single trip, at least one each. And there we go. Last score for Freya, 3.90. So she's getting herself rolling. Got to get back into the game. Just over 14 minutes on the clock. True's in third. Needs a 6.04. She already had that 6.37, so you can see similar wave needed to get True in the game as well. Freya, a 7.41 now required for her. I really love to see her just kind of probably keep that momentum rolling and then find just that bigger section. That first turn that she has, both on her forehand and her backhand, is going to be easily up into those 5-point range.
We've got a paddle here from Blue. No take for Rosie there. I bet your True's kicking herself. She fell on that first one, but here she goes on her backside. Nice little turn there. Bit flat this one. What does she need? A 6.04. I don't think that one's going to do it. She'll get back out there. Still plenty of time. 13 and a half minutes remaining.
Yeah, nice choice of the wave. We've heard from a few guys talking about a couple of little left opportunities coming into play now as that tide runs back out and we move on into almost the afternoon here on Sunday. It is the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open as part of the Australian Open of Surfing Series. $7,000 in total prize money for both the men's and the women's on the line. $1,500 for the eventual champ here this afternoon, and we do have multiple stops on this new series. So we'll be very excited and happy to get back into competition surfing and up and down the East Coast. We are rolling on down to Kiama next weekend for the next stop of the Australian Open. We'll come back up to Coffs and then roll back down to the far south coast for the second last stop, and we'll be crowning the overall event champs in Northern Beaches for the final instalment in the middle of December. And at the moment, Cedar Lee Jones for the women's side of the ranks is looking pretty nice. She had the win in Cronulla and then obviously found herself ready to fight out the final, and I'm really excited to see her maybe elevate her surfing as well. I know she's got some more explosive manoeuvres in the repertoire, and she's got this really graceful finesse about her rail work, and I'd love to see her just step it up another notch and actively take that crown when we come up to the final later, Cooper.
Yeah, it should be a good end to the series. There's going to be plenty of good stops. The waves down the south coast are renowned to be great, and here we see yellow Molly Picklum up and riding, building a lot of board speed here. Big fin drift. That's a world tour turn right there. Molly's leaps and bounds ahead of her fellow competitors when it comes to those huge turns. I've really been seeing her smash some sections yesterday. She put down, I think she got a 9 for one turn yesterday. It's awesome to see Molly coming up here and participating in this event, and yeah, really sticking it to the girls. It's been really impressive watching her surf.
Yeah, she really sets the bar, and like you said, I feel like you are a similar competitor. Her focus is not necessarily set on surfing towards the junior or the QS. She's surfing towards the championship tour level, as we see Rosie Smart up and riding on the backhand. Nice rail work there. Smooth transitions for her. She's going to need to put it up into the lip. She keeps getting to work on the rail, waits for this thing to stand up, and that's a fourth similar turn, but strong surfing from her. I feel like she's putting everything she can into that rail and getting that release and the spray a little bit more than we've seen. There's Molly again up and riding. Her last score, 7.43, so increasing the lead, and that's a healthy looking heat total. But yeah, similar to you, Coops, I feel like she's surfing and training with the championship tour in sights only, and that finesse and that incredible gear above the rest of the competitors we've seen so far has really been paying off, because when she kicks back into that QS mode, she's able to just rely on that solid single turn and, like you said, post near excellent scores.
Yeah, 7.43 basically for that one turn. Just clearly judges loving that manoeuvre. And then we've got another score coming in for Rosie Smart, a 6.93. I love the way that she's connecting her turns. There's no wobbles in between. She's really flowing nicely. She's obviously really small, so she can maintain that speed a lot better than a few of, say, the other girls in this heat, because she has that little bit smaller stature and she can really flow between those manoeuvres, and the judges are loving it. So Rosie and Molly really putting down some nice heat scores here and putting their mark on this semi-final. I think they both really want to spot in that final, but I'm sure True and Freya would love to have a say about that. To watch the replay of that one of Molly, just a little setup turn and then bang, bring so much speed and energy into that closeout manoeuvre.
She dominates that movement in between turns on the rail, much like I've seen the top, like you said, championship tour women's surfers and top men as well. They just completely dominate how that board moves through the flat sections, rather than just hopping on the front foot and banging, waiting for the thing to wall up again for themselves. I feel like they just transition and flow all the way through and keep the speed kind of loaded up in the ankles for the consolidation on those end sections. That's why I can see Pickles out in the lead at the moment. Just under 9 minutes on the clock here in the semi-final. We'll see who's able to reign victorious at the end of this. Of course, the Port Macquarie Open, as part of the Australian Open of Surfing. You are watching live action here as we're clicking past 11 a.m. on Sunday morning. It's been a great morning of surfing so far. We saw very clean conditions as we had the high tide hit this morning, and plenty of heats underway. Of course, we've got fellow commentator out in the water in the white True, currently chasing a 7.3 to get herself out of third and back into progression position. Freya Prum from down far south coast, Marimbula region. A big shout out to the family, I'm sure, tuning in down there. Here we go. Current heat leader, Pickles, getting light and easy over the first section. Looking for the connection through this inside, and she keeps those rails moving. Some little setup slashes. Will she get the opportunity? Nothing on offer there, and they're soaking in the front action. Some of the swimmers in the lineup, maybe offering a little bit of encouragement and maybe wanting to get a little bit of autograph off Pickles as well. I dare say she's going to be on the championship tour in no time. So just over 7.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and we've got the score come in for that last one. Judges are loving it, an 8.10. That really critical surfing. That was probably the biggest wave we've seen come through in this heat.
stuck it straight up their vertical through the lip on the first turn, and then straight off the bottom into a nice little carve in the pocket. So really showing that the judges are looking for those critical turns on critical sections. See that first turn, big fin drift straight off the bottom. How's the projection off that bottom turn? Let her get out on the face and get a second turn before the wave went completely flat here at the end. But yeah, judges loving that one big turn. Just like we were saying, Molly's got the repertoire that can really bring her really separate her from the other girls.
Yeah, and we got to see her having a couple of heats under her belt at Tweed Coast Pro along with yourself. Feel like that's the opportunities that she's going to be chasing coming into the 2021 season, is a chance to match up against people like Tyler Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons and Steph Gilmore, those top Australian Championship Tour surfers, as well as the international girls when we're able to reconvene for full travel. So I feel like that's in her sights right now, and this Australian Open Surf Series a perfect opportunity to warm up and roll into the 2021 season without the cobwebs that we've seen for so many competitors collect over the last 6 months. Everybody's been kind of sitting dormant. The Super Grom Series have been well into action. The under 8s kicked off a few months ago post-COVID. So all those Super Groms we've seen come up, and we've seen a lot of the younger competitors like Rosie Smart enjoying the success of being back into action nice and early and before a lot of these older girls. And at the moment, Rosie's sitting pretty nicely in that second position. So with just over 6 minutes on the clock, True and Freya are going to need to find themselves the best scores of the heat so far pretty much. They're going to have to find the waves, and they're going to have to be on them before Molly and Rosie. So a bit more lump and chop running on through. You can see that rip and so much water moving once again out through the break wall. We are here at Port Macquarie, beautiful part of the world to be enjoying the ocean and the lifestyle. Plenty of the community out and about this morning, enjoying a nice early morning coffee and walk, and they're also positive and so excited to have Australian professional surfing back on the shores here at Port. Molly having a look at that one. Nothing else on offer for her. There you can see Dylan Moffat and I think it's Joshua Stretton down there on the beach getting ready for their heat. Some of the locals, everyone out enjoying the beautiful weather here at Port Macquarie. Of course, these guys have made their intentions clear, wanting to capitalise on the opportunities coming up throughout the whole event series and hopefully put their normal 9 to 5 job on the back burner while they collect a little bit of the prize purse here. $1,500 today for the champ. Just under 5 minutes on the clock. Semi-final. Number 2 in the water. Coming up next, that's semi-final number 1, Coops.
Yeah, in semi-final number 1 for the Open Men, we have Dylan Moffat from North Narrabeen in the red. Very clutch 9-point ride in the last minute of his heat in the last round. Ooh, we see True just come unstuck there. In the white, we have Josh Stretton. In the yellow, Chris Zaffis. And in the blue, Zach McMahon. All 4 of the boys have been in extremely good form this whole event. Conditions are changing a little bit out there right now, though. We're getting the wind coming up a little bit, I think, from the northeast, it looks like. Tide's getting quite low. The waves are losing energy, but all of these guys have got an incredible skill when it comes to small waves. Look for Chris Zaffis to absolutely blow up in this next one.
Yeah, he's been on form this whole event so far. And Zach McMahon, someone I feel like is a bit of an underdog in the seedings list, is just patiently and slowly making his way through the heats, and now he's going to have to turn it up for the semi-final. Of course, you'll be up in the semi-final number 2, and there you can see both Molly and Freya having a little chat out the back there and hustling and jostling for takeoff position. Looks like Freya's going to pull the trigger with priority, just a little bit behind the first section, and that's all that's on offer for her, so she's going to have to get back out the back with just over 3.5 minutes on the clock. She's chasing a near perfect score up in the excellent range, an 8.67. So another opportunity is needed for the lady in red from Marimbula. True, we saw her fall on potentially a good looking section. Needs a 7.30, and it looks like Molly and Rosie feeling pretty strong. Molly perhaps throwing down anchor a little bit there. She's looking to replace her second wave score as a 7.50, so it's going to be interesting to see how the technique plays out priority-wise for her over the last few minutes. 3 minutes on the clock. Crispy always speaking about the last 3. They're either lost or won. Here we go. Molly Picklum up and riding on the forehand. Nice smooth rail wrap. Bit of a tail twist as well. Reminds me so much of Tyler Wright on her forehand. A little bit different style, of course, to Tyler, but just super strong, very aggressive. very dominant over that board, and I think it's another DHD under her feet as well. I think she's been on a few DHD models, so 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Here we have True having a bit of a paddle. Ooh, that could be a mistake coming into the last 2.5 minutes of the heat. A loss of priority can be crucial. These last 2 minutes are always so important to be in priority. So if that opportunity comes, you're the person who gets to catch the wave. It's really tough being in third or fourth priority and in third or fourth needing a score. As with see Rosie Smart up and riding. Nice first turn. Big, full bottom turn off the lip, drifting the fins. Coming around the section there. Goes a little bit super here, but she's going to stick with it. She's got that light frame, and she just keeps getting turns in. Oh, and True. Nice long wrap on the wave behind her. Opens the shoulders up again for another one. And finishes it. Let's have a little wait and see what True did on that beginning of that wave, because it could change the heat. But also, we're going to be waiting for that last wave of Rosie Smart. That one turn on that wave might have been the best turn she's done all heat. So we're just going to have to wait and see with this one. As we see the replay for True, that was the first turn. Nice long rail turn. Opens the shoulders up again. Bit of a cutback. Heading towards that breakwall over there here at Town Beach in Port Macquarie. And putting the little finishing touches on there. I think it's going to come in just short. It didn't quite have that big critical manoeuvre like Rosie's. So I think it's going to be just under the requirement. She's going to have to bolt back out in that rip as we see them right now. A little bit of a paddle battle. They know how important this priority is going to be with a minute remaining if the opportunity comes.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown of that last exchange. I love True's carved down the face. A bit of a signature opening manoeuvre for her. Perhaps maybe just lacking a little bit of flair though. Last wave for Rosie Smart was a 6.63. Last wave for True, a 6.90. Just under the requirement. There goes Freya with the chop hop, spins back around the other way, and with 40 seconds on the clock, Molly's in the lead. Rosie remains in second. True now needs a 6.77. Freya's still looking for the 8.67, so Freya needs a big opportunity. We've seen her throw it down before, but True now, depending on whether she collects that second or third priority, here she goes, swinging around straight away, up and riding again. This is so important for True. She kind of stumbles on the bottom turn, collects the second maneuver. It may have been a little bit of a mistake there technically on those opening moves. That was the opportunity. Let's see, she's going to stick with it all the way through to the inside as we hit the last 3 seconds of the heat. She's throwing it all on the line, and she collected the priority. She needs a 6.77, and I feel like she thinks that she may not have gotten it there. You can see Rosie and Molly sitting very close to each other. That's the end of semi-final number 2. We're going to have to wait to see what the last score for True Starling locks in as. I think it's going to Cooper's signalling. He thinks it might be just under, and he's right, 6.07. So officially, Molly and Rosie moving on through semi-final number 2. Good luck in your semi-final, Mr. Chapman. And we'll be crossing to a quick break as we see a victory lap there from the champ, the Pickles. Just looking very sharp, and we'll be coming up next with Open Men's of the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, Australian Open of Surfing. Stick with us right after this break. And here we go, live action now in the water. We do have the Open Men's semi-final number 1. Dylan Moffat is in the red. Joshua Stratton's in the white. Chris Zaffis in the yellow, and Zach McMahon is in the blue. We did just see Molly Picklum and Rosie Smart moving on through to the finals of the women's. They will be matching up against the Cedar Lee Jones and the Bodie Lee Jones sisters. And it is myself, Jessica Grimwood, joined in the booth by Crispy, the super coach, as we see Joshua Stretton up and riding and fancy and loose on the forehand. He's looking to really flare up here. We're going to see these boys, I think, step up this semi-final an incredible amount. They're going to shift pretty much from third to fifth, I think. They're going to be looking for that finals berth into the opportunity to take home the $1,500 cash prize for the champ, $7,000 overall. Here we go, straight into another nice one. Big open face, huge big release through the tail, electrifying surfing to open up Joshua Stretton's repertoire here, and I think this is going to go really high into the scoring potential for the semi-final. Welcome back, Crispy, to the booth. You've been out and about on the beat, first-hand reports from the sand. What's going on out there?
Yeah, straight from the Breakwall HQ headquarters, and nice little coffee, nice little water, and also nice little roll there. And they have never done so many coffees, sold so many muffins. They're out, and so it's great to see the local businesses really driving from this competition. The Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie, and I did have an eye. Everyone's loving the temperature of the water. And the tempo of the surfing, well, it's game on. Look at the Boeing score from Dylan, the flyman Moffat, a 7.67. That is a Boeing score, a beautiful way to start. And Chris Zaffis, 7.33. He's got his eyes on the final as well. And Josh Stretton, stand by for his last wave in white. I love the way he did that nice flary turn, kick-started it, and that will come through very shortly. So 4, 6, 7 and a 3, 2 waves for Dill Moffat, but the wave to beat and the position to be is the surfer in yellow, a 7.33. Zach McMahon, stand by. He will get a wave shortly, and he's from Evans Head. And as we said, we did that interview with him yesterday, moving down to Newey, and live vision right now, that is Josh Stretton just overstretching there, and again showing you the desperation. 21 minutes remaining. That's what it's going to take to really push it to the limits and just not beyond it to make the final.
And there you go, the last few scores for Josh in the white, a 5.33 and a 1.2, and he's been on the best waves there. You can see some of the local dolphin pack cruising on through that little breakwall rip bank there, and yeah, he's been on the best waves. We've seen a bit of a flurry of activity now. Plenty of waves rolling on through. Chris Zaffis up and riding on the forehand. Another big looking face ahead of him. Flies down the line. Sets the bottom turn nice and deep. Connects electrifyingly with the lip. And then, uncharacteristically, goes over the back.
And again, they're really looking, the judges are looking for explosive turns, real detonations. You could see on his takeoff, if we get that replay last year, yellow, speed is the key. Nice compressed takeoff, and he speeds down, nice little high line, and then drives out of that bottom turn with nice body torque, flares it up the top, but just doesn't execute it, just gets hung up. And let's just look at it, nice little takeoff. This is where you get speed from, throwing the arms, driving up and down, and that is that high line, and then tags it, just gets a bit caught out. I reckon he was thinking of the next one, next turn, stay present. Chris Zaffis, you got 19 minutes remaining the reset, he'll be okay. He's in the lead.
There was potentially a huge score too coming up, and like you said, staying present has been theme across this Australian Open series. I feel like you, as well as a few of the other competitors, really tapping into that flow state you've been speaking about, Crispy. I think your approach to that coach-wise has been very interesting and definitely on point. Those people that we've seen being able to capitalise on the conditions have been those surfers that have been completely in the flow state, like Darren O'Rafferty.
You want to, you know, he's impressive. He's 40, I think he's 42 this year, still shredding. And even my wife says on the beach, Rebecca, she's like, how was that older guy, Darren O'Rafferty? I'm like, I know, he rips. And talking about rips, this is Dylan Moffat. Love the back foot power of this guy, electrifying surfing. Again, Mr. Unpredictability. He's on in red. Dylan Moffat had a bit of a slow start. He's cut his 2 waves. He's now looking. Chris Zaffis has the wave of the heat, but now looking to back that up, and Dylan Moffat looking to extend second. So a 2.35 for White, 7.68 required. But look at this replay. That is Joshua Stretton getting the rhythm back on.
Yeah, so the boys have had a great start to this semi-final number one, and somebody else is looking in fine form is women's semi-final number two leader, Molly Picklum. A very good morning to you, Molly, and congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much.
And you had an incredible kick-off to the heat there. I feel like you've been kind of flying under the radar throughout this event so far, so sticking to your own little regime and routine around the comp site.
Yeah, for sure, just taking it easy and just getting in the comp groove because we haven't been able to, but yeah, for sure, I've just been turning up to the beach kind of around my heat time and then just darting off home and staying under the radar.
Hey Molly, Crispy here. Well done, congratulations. Getting to the final. Mole, I'm a big fan of yours. Love your surfing, love your froth. You're here every morning at 6 o'clock at sunup. What's in the game plan for that? You just love turning up, showing up?
I just love surfing, like,
yeah.
And this morning it was so rippable and like fun, and yeah, but I like to get my feet in the wax in the morning so then I can get my weddy off and then go home and eat some breakfast. But it all depends on when my heat is for timing of when I surf in the morning, but I do like an early surf. More just a ritual thing, not necessarily like to get the nerves or anything out like that. It's just, yeah, just have a surf.
That's it, 3 for the sea. I love getting up. I've even jumped in the water today. It is amazing. I can't wait to put a board under my feet. Hey, talk to us about any, coach isn't here, so Micro's not here. How do you prepare when you can't be there? You got mum with your support. What do you take away? What do you learn when the coach isn't here in your game plan?
Yeah, that's why I think I really enjoy Glenn's coaching. He coaches us in a way where so we're not dependent on his advice for comps because he obviously can't follow us around everywhere. But yeah, I just say just like make sure we have the confidence and like the skills to make our own heat plan and be confident in whatever that is. So I'd say that's kind of what I've been doing.
And it is working. Battles are fought and won, and even before they're begun. So well done, Molly. All the best for the final. Who's some to look out for on your final?
If I'm being honest, I think all the girls are ripping, so definitely all the other 3 girls. So it should be interesting to watch and see who takes the win. But thanks, guys.
Well, good luck. We're all cheering for you and the other girls. And get some rest, get some water, and smash that final, Mole.
Thanks.
Good luck, Pickles.
Thank you.
And she's, as we've been saying, that top
an
level
ambassador.
championship tour surfer, loves surfing, just absolutely obsessed with being in the water and being on the board, Crispy.
She exudes surfing, and I had to press her for that thing because she does show up every morning. She froths even in the onshore, and when you think about it, this contest is 1-2 foot. Today it's glassy. Yesterday it was 1-2 foot northeast wind swell, choppy and punchy. The background work, the 1% gains. When you don't want to go out, Molly goes out. She does that. All that hard work happens right now and really outplays all that hard work in the pre-season matters in the game season.
She's out even at board riders events when we're almost not running board riders because it's so flat. She is literally out there in her wetsuit from the get-go and sunrise, and she'll be surfing no matter what. Tiny little shoreys or big point conditions. She just stays out there till about the heat before the women's heat, and then she'll scoot back on up, grab the rashie, surf her heat, and then give somebody else the coloured rashie usually and stay in the water still. She just wants to surf all the time.
One more thing, you know how it was Happy Healthier Surfing Australia? It's now sharing the stake, Shuckers. I'm saying next year Molly Picklum just said it. I love surfing. That's our new...
The new tagline.
That's the new tagline. Well, back to action. So, Molly Picklum, congratulations. And the youngster as well. And up and riding, Zach McMahon, if you just missed it, he just went down on a really good wave. And now he's coming to the air. And look at him pat the cat to try and pull that one back. It's like he's looking for the rope.
Yeah, that was almost a wind-up there on the double hand little gesture wind-up. I'm going to say he won't be rewarded for the... right out of that manoeuvre, or he will. I'm unsure sometimes with these completion of manoeuvres. I feel like you sometimes sit just behind the whitewash literally by half a toe and you're not rewarded. So let's see.
Live action. He's our heat leader, and while he was sleeping, a couple of great waves, and on another one, nice vertical turn, nice roundhouse cut back again, looking to get this inside coping, but Joshua Stretton is taking the lead. His last wave, a 6-point ride while we had that interview with Molly in a 5.33. Good scores, currently leads the charge.
Here's the replay, Crispy. He's looking really tight. I feel like he's starting to hit his stride now coming into this semi. We've seen him make a couple of mistakes, been able to regain composure and regain the lead. Like you said, the 5.33 and a 6 in his belt. Dylan Moffat, though, a 6.47 and a 4.67 throwaway. He needs that 4.87. Chris Zaffis, a 3.82, a pretty minimal score for him. A one-turn really required for the Zaffa man in the yellow. And Zach McMahon, that last wave, not rewarded, the 1.6.
And again, those waves, Zach McMahon is in 4th in blue, 3.17 and a 1.6. If he completed those manoeuvres on that bigger section and that air, they would have been higher. He would have been in 2nd. So completion is just crucifying the man in blue. But he can bring it back. He's scored in the regional and states. I've seen him post some big 10-point rides just from one major manoeuvre in the air. So Chris Zaffis is 3rd, got the wave of the heat, but it's the game of 2. 2 turns, 2 waves, or possibly 1 turn on a wave. That is if you simplify it in the judging criteria. Dylan Moffat humming in 2nd, a 4.67 and a 6.47. But Joshua Stretton, as you said, he's really clicked in the gear, and this is where you want to be humming to make the final. You've got to wrap it, pack it, and bring it all in those moments there, Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, and it is. Look at that beautiful day we have on offer here at Port Macquarie. Nice little sort of cat making its way out there.
Catamaran, yeah,
just going to enjoy the ocean. I feel like we're just so lucky, and I know the surfers and the athletes and everybody involved in the contest, along with these beach communities, we're able to just really enjoy the ocean in so many ways, whether that be on the boat, on the skis, on the surfboards, or swimming and fishing, and it's all about that well-rounded ocean man and woman lifestyle now. And I think that something that a lot of these surfers have been able to capitalise on in the COVID break. They've really gotten back to their roots and their love of the ocean and surfing and all things. I see a lot of the guys fishing a lot of the time, and they're just around the salt water 24/7 and almost learning just a little. It's kind of like learning to read Braille or something, being in the water all the time. You can have this little upper advantage of seeing little ripples and bumps and lumps and changes from way out the back and way before they actually affect the lineup. And I feel like you call them, I think, Crispy, the 1%ers. All those little times in the water and the experiences and all the collective and accumulative knowledge of the ocean comes into play in these high pressure situations as we get towards the finals.
Yeah, totally agree. Couldn't agree more. And again, and summing it up, Molly Picklum, so simple. I just love surfing. She's here at sun up in the morning, both days, any day, every day, onshore, offshore, or cross shore. It's Molly Picklum time in the ocean. And I get great ambassadors. I love her froth, and I love her way that even without the coach, because you can't be there. You know, as coaches, as event staff, as parents, so you want to feel supported and you want to learn as well. As we see Chris Zaffis, he's got his dad here, so Billy Zaffis watching and mum back at home. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. And, well, he's setting back to make the final. Nice snap, nice carve, sets it inside, and, well, again, just comes off. Really trying to manufacture a good finish, and this is how hard they're pushing now. So we'll see with that one as heat leader up and riding. Jess, take it away.
Oh, I thought he was going to go to the launch pad. Similar little fall on the end section as well. I feel like you said, these guys have had to shift up again, and performance is coming very close to that make or break line now for these guys as they move through to the final. We've heard the other competitors speak about they're not being able to keep anything in the tank at this level of competition here for the semis. And
well, he's got a 3.82 required. Chris Zaffis, he did a bit more. Imagine he finished this one. Let's go through the replay. Thank you, Fresh Air Broadcast. Nice little tag. Look at the speed. Drives off the bottom. Nice little slash. And just this bit right there, that would have been hitting the high notes, but still rewarded a 6.07 because he completed those first 2 turns, and that's what the judges are looking for.
I love how deep, there's another little fall there from Joshua Stretton. I love how deep Chris Zaffis' bottom turns out into the sections. He almost comes from behind. You can see his fins flare to the camera as he drives up from behind the section into the lip. Here we go, Zach McMahon up and riding finds a nice looking wave, jumps on the pedal, gets a lot of speed, projects out into the flats and gets the completion there.
And with the hair drive,
whips the
hair.
curls, whips the curls out of the eyes, and he'll collect a nice ride out of that. That's what he's been searching for throughout the start of this semi-final. So just over 8 minutes on the clock. Last score for Chris Zaffis was the keeper, the 6.07. We've got numbers to lock in now for both Joshua Stratton, Zach McMahon, and perhaps Dylan Moffat on the last exchange. And now we've got a heat on our hands, Crispy.
We do, and again, harder to pick than a broken nose. Zach McMahon sticking to his strengths, and his strength is the air and selection of waves. And, well, that's what you got to do when he composed himself. Don't worry what the others are doing. Stick to what surf like you trained. And again, Dylan Moffat, wave to come in for him in red. Dangerously close to 4.87. And
look at that score for last of Zach McMahon.
Progressive, innovative, and that's where surfing's going. So Zach McMahon ticking the boxes. He is back in the mix, now needing a 3.84. Situation change. He's gone to third position. And that looks like it's coming in as an average of a 6.47, liveheats.com. But hold the phone, Mr. Unpredictable is currently bagging a nice flare, a nice tear, and a nice carve. Let's look what he's got to finish there, Jess, because this is game on. There's still 7 minutes to go, and I can smell fish and chips.
Yeah, I'm just banging contest official on the back here, Rowan. He's just delivering lunch, and at the same time, Dylan Moffat delivering perhaps an execution blow to the rest of the lineup. That's got to be the best wave that I've seen surfed here this morning for at least the last few heats, if not all of the men's rounds so far. Here's the replay. Huge big open gouge on the face, spreads the shoulders, lines up the second section, throws buckets to the horizon, wraps back around to the wash, sticks with it through a tricky little tee into the inside section and just gets a few more wiggles in, closing the door shut on an 8.83, and Dylan Moffat, just like that, strikes back and goes to the lead.
I was wondering where he was, and you knew where he was. He was just waiting for the opportunity, grabbed it with both hands, and he just danced on the ocean here at Town Beach and exploded. And you can see why I call him Mr. Unpredictability. He has just opened up here at the Australian Open of Surfing. He's just exciting to watch. I love how calm he is in such and flawless surfing, scintillating speed. And again, like you said before, champagne surfing.
Champagne. And he's been one of those picks. You'd be silly to scratch him off your imaginary Australian Open Fantasy League. If you were to put people in the draw on your team going into this Australian Open surfing series, he'd have to be in your top 3 picks for the men. And look at the tactics coming into play already beyond the 5-minute mark. So still just over 5 minutes left on the clock here in the semi-final, and Chris sticking to Zach McMahon because he's just posted a 7.50 and now only chasing a 5.91 to move into progression. Joshua Stratton needs a 7.41, so we're going to see some real, I think, critical, risky surfing coming into play. And if Zach can complete the manoeuvres like we saw on his last wave and ride out confidently, flick the curls back, he's going to see himself back in the game and try and find him a spot in the final. And Dylan Moffat, I just can't go past his surfing ever.
He's up again, under priority, putting the haymakers on that one, and he's just ignited back into first position. He wants another one. It gets addictive surfing. We love surfing. It's such a good addiction to get waves and just get that competition savvy again. So 8.83 and a 6.47 for Dylan Moffat, back in the lead. And Chris Zaffis, a 7.33. He's got the third highest wave and a 6.07, sitting in second. Joshua Stratton has 2 good waves. He requires a 7.41. But Zach McMahon, don't leave him out. He's in fourth. He knows he's got a 7.5, so judges are paying. And look at this, the depth and breadth of manoeuvres. One manoeuvre, big corked high air reverse, 7.5 for Zach McMahon versus the vertical attack and stylish Dylan Moffat, Mr. Unpredictable.
Look at him on the move in the field as well. Zach just pacing up and down like a little, maybe a little juvenile shark. And here we go. Chris Zaffis up and riding on the forehand. There's that deep bottom hand turn. clicks the first turn, plenty of spray, beautiful to watch. Second turn on the board now, goes for the rail wrap, extends through the use of arms as well. Body language looks good for him. He's always dialed in, always calm, under a little bit of pressure maybe. He looks to replace the 6.07 now. He needs some space because he knows Josh and Zach are within striking distance once again. All four surfers got the reach.
Well, I'm going to love to see this replay. Visit newsouthwales.com, fresh air replay of Chris Zaffis because he's in second. And just take note of this first turn, as we'll get it up very shortly, of yellow. Thank you, Fresh Air Broadcast. He really holds back. He's thinking go to the air, but he sticks to it, bangs it. See how he holds it? But this second one is the money turn. Really flares it and clicks in the gear. Nice little carve in the pocket. Again, just goes through the motions and sticks his turn. And that is the difference. I'm really calling this one. This is going to be his best yet. And yes, it is. 7.5. Extends second. Now needs a 7.81 to grab the lead. And he's changed the scores. Excellent score now needed for Josh Stratton in white is third. And then higher notes for the man Zach McMahon. He now needs a bigger score to grab a spot in the final. A 7.34. One big manoeuvre for the man Zach McMahon in 2 minutes on a wave complete.
Yeah, that's a lot on your shoulders, but we've seen him able to deliver so far at least once. So I'm going to see probably another opportunity come for Zach.
Yep.
I reckon he's going to pull the trigger before the end. I don't think he likes sitting too still any of the time, let alone in this position in a heat. Dylan, I feel like he's just going to pull up anchor and sit, like you can see him right there, very closely. Yeah, in the mix. He doesn't want to let the foot off the gas. And
it's like, coming as they come down, you can throw a blanket over them. We saw those paddle battles before with Harley Ross Webster, and that is putting unnecessary pressure. So they're not even thinking about waves. They're getting off position. So it is interesting watching the different tactics as we see Zach McMahon pull away from the crew. Dylan Moffat in red is in the lead. So he will be holding priority. But it'd be good to see. I reckon Zach McMahon has priority 1 or 2 over white and yellow.
Yeah, so here we go as we're going right towards that final minute here in the opening semi-final for the men's. It is the Australian Open of Surfing. Plenty of action coming to you live from Port Macquarie. New South Wales Open of Surfing, presented by Destination New South Wales, Surfers Rescue 24/7, and the Port Macquarie Council. There's the big boy, Rohan.
COVID safe, handing it out. That's Rohan from Surfing New South Wales. Look at the seagulls, the human seagulls behind. I want some free stuff.
I think that might have been true, actually. Chasing a little chip.
Yep. Where's my web lunch?
Yeah, so we saw her unfortunately bow out in the semi-final, but she's had a great campaign.
Oh, she's
making
amazing.
Making the final last event at Cronulla.
Yep.
And she's found herself again in the semi-final for this event. I'm sure she's been looking to consolidate on those rankings as we move into Kiama next week, of course.
Yeah,
$7,000.
Yeah, $7,000. I can't be there at Kiama, but you're going to take it away with the broadcast crew, Surfing New South Wales. Again, Luke Madden, Adam Huben, Ethan Smith, and media. Don't forget, put on your social platforms, tag in Surfing New South Wales, and give credit Australian Open of Surfing. And again, a big shout out to Visit New South Wales. And also the Port Macquarie Council doing great support, and all the local businesses. Don't forget, put a tiger in your tank before you leave. Fill up the local petrol station, buy a cake of wax, buy some snacks, and a water. And great to see.
And there you go, semi-final number 1 done and dusted. It looks like Dylan Moffat and Chris Zaffis. Scintillating surfing, as Crispy calls it. It's an incredible day of finals action here for the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, Australian Open of Surfing. Men's semi-final 2 coming up right after this ad break. Stick with us, live action to come.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing. And well, if you just missed the fireworks, it's not July 4th fireworks day. It is dead set the Australian Open of Surfing Men's Division number 1. And joined with me, True Starling. Welcome back.
Thanks, Crispy.
You know, not unlucky. You did so well.
Thank
you. Fought,
you.
You know, if you want to fight a heat when you lose, and you fought to the end, so well done in your heat. Any takeaways in your heat?
I think just being stronger at the start and, you know, just making sure I'm keeping that inside. There was one that I let Rosie go at the very start of the heat, which when I paddled out, I was on her inside and she kind of just creeped up on my inside and grabbed that one. But I think, just being stronger at the start in my positioning. And just there was a couple of waves that I fell on as well, so just really completing those waves. But I felt good. With my board choice this morning, I was kind of having a little bit of a freak out because it was a bit smaller. So I was like, do I take my epoxy? Do I take my Old Faithful PU that I've been riding, which is actually what I took out in that heat, and also making sure that my leggy's on properly.
Oh, no way. Well, you did well, and congratulations on an equal 5th, and your last one was a podium. So great rhythm taking into Kiama next week. You'll be there?
Yes, I will be there.
Well, I'll see you at Coffs Harbour, stop number 4. But we are right now, and again, 3 minutes has gone. Darren O'Rafferty, he's dead set the dark horse, and he's the one that's firing the shots from the helm. Sheldon Simkus in white. He had a shaky quarterfinal, but he's back in. And then we've got Cooper Chapman, the Good Human Factory, representing in yellow. A shout out to his family. They're all watching and listening. And Arch Whiteman in blue, the young Grom who's come through the ranks of Junior Series, the pathway to the podium, grassroots level, Board Riders Junior Series, Pro Junior, and now the Australian Open. And we are with, well, it's just getting so familiar. I don't know, you've answered all the questions this whole weekend and last week. Dylan Moffat does it again, mate. Congratulations, Mr. Unpredictable. You are an Avenger. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
How you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good. That was such a stacked heat. I was like so nervous going into it because all those guys surf so good. And I was just trying to get good waves, and I was lucky that I had to get a couple of fun ones.
And thanks for being honest. You said you were nervous. How did that affect any decisions or, you know, wave selections or what you were preparing with your plan?
Well, I had prior, and I let Zach go that his 7, and he did an air, and I was like watching it from behind. I was like, oh my god, I just let him go that. That was a massive mistake. But then I ended up getting that like wide one that gave me 2 good sections, and I got a good score. So it kind of like pulled me back in a little bit.
And what about self-talk? What are you talking, you know, before you get that or during each turn? What are you telling yourself or thinking about?
Trying to not talk to myself as much as possible and just kind of like let what happens happens. But because I find when I talk to myself, I just kind of freak myself out. But it's kind of good when there are little opportunities and stuff. Like there's still some really, really fun waves out there, and it kind of pulsed a bit through our heat, which was really good too. I know for the girls' heat before, it was really, really slow. So you kind of just got to be ready for everything.
Dill, it's true. Congrats.
That's true.
I've been noticing in your surfing that you've been drawing out your bottom turns a little bit longer than previous events, I would say. Is that something that you've been working on with Bo Mitchell at home?
Yeah, 100%. Just like trying to simplify things. I find I get like excited. I get really excited when like surfing comps and stuff, and it gets a bit erratic, and it's good to kind of like simplify it, slow it down. You only really need to do 2 turns on 2 waves to get through most heats. So trying to do that a little bit more.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, Dill, you've showed up every morning. I've been watching you pre-heat. You are into another final. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And all your best in. We'll see you in the final and on the podium later on.
Thanks heaps, guys.
Congrats, Dill.
Cheers. Thank you.
Slim Shady.
I love that too. You only get one shot. Spaghetti on his sweater.
Yeah.
And Bo Mitchell, shout out to him. Great surfer, great coach, great skater as well.
Yeah.
I love what he does.
Have you seen his kid, Levi?
No, what's he?
He's psycho. He is crazy. He's like 5 years old.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Jared McCallum before. He's 5, and he tries to keep up with all the big blokes skating, and he ollie to 7 stair or something like that the
Yeah.
other day. And
7
he's-
set.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I know.
don't know
That's
the
what- that's
skating
what- yeah.
terms, but apparently he's just insane, and all he wants to do is just go skate. You know, so I saw a
It's
couple
so
of videos.
cool.
He's crazy.
I once saw Bo Mitchell, and this is going back, a state open like this at Maroubra, and him and Blake Thornton going toe to toe. And guess what he did after the final? He just went skating the bowl at Maroubra.
Of course he did.
Barefoot.
Oh.
I remember that, Bo. You're ripping.
Classic bow move.
All right, so in the lead at the moment, Sheldon Simkus, 183. Well, takes to flight, but just with no tail gear and landing on that one. So pretty sleepy for Darren O'Raff. So this is why the 25 minutes, this is where you got to get it done. You just got to compose yourself, regather, and look at that water moving out of the river. Low tide is turning. We had that high tide this morning at 9:30 or 1.8, where it was really on your toes for the beach commentators and judges. Whereas now it's trickling out, and there is our water safety as well. Port Macquarie Council and the lifeguards doing a great job in support for these events around visitnewsouthwales.com.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I mean, it's been an incredible weekend up here at, well, up or down for yourself
Yeah.
at Port Macquarie, and we've had some really fun waves. I mean, looking at it, like, it doesn't give it justice how beautiful it is out there. The water's clear, the sun is shining, there's so many people along the beach. It's such a beautiful day, and I don't think we can really ask for much more.
And even talking to the Pie Man, Australian award-winning Bell's Bakery, Wayne Morrison, he's in the camp voting and rooting for Darren O'Rafferty. And Nico Raff, shout, he's back online. Raff is here, and his brother, Super Coach, is cheering for you, and he is on tap. He's one of, Dylan Moffat, Darren O'Rafferty, and Sheldon Simkus, I say, are the dark horses, as with Cooper Chapman, Arch Whiteman. They'll be wrestling to get to the final, and we all know that in 16.5 minutes. 2 spots already locked in, and again, it was the man, Mr. Unpredictable, Dylan Moffat, and Chris Zaffis. There was one moment in there that I really liked with Chris Zaffis. He can go to the air and does big airs, but he composed himself and he stayed under the lip where he went with this big set. First turn, he went to go to the air and he just pulled himself back in that moment, drifted the tail, and just completed some turns because he had some fall-offs. And they're those moments. You can collect a few technical errors or fall-offs in your heat, but you can't recover from many more. So a great control of playing to the rules and playing to consistency that paid off for Chris Zaffis.
Yeah, I mean, Chris and Dylan posting some major heat scores. Dylan a 15.30 total and Chris Zaffis 14.83 as we see Molly Picklum, and I actually think that's my dad.
That's your dad? Oh my gosh.
What a traitor. No, I'm just kidding. Molly and Dad having a quick catch up about the waves, and she does that
chug
pretty
on
often.
the shoulder. Yeah, and that's great. And that is the support.
Yeah.
And I love that with the surf community. We all share, and there's not too many secrets that we don't give. We're always willing to give, win, lose, or draw. And
100%.
again, enjoy your wins and then learn from your losses.
Yeah,
and you're
100%.
a big advocate. You're still smiling too. Biggest smile
Always
in Australian surfing.
Aww.
Right next to me. True Starling and her
Thank
sister
you.
Jess.
Yeah, JJ.
Hey, Cooper Chapman. Well, the Samurai's out there. He's got his man bun happening, and again, check out his podcast. I'm really excited after we do the presentation to hit the podcast of Cooper Chapman.
Yeah. Are you heading straight home after this?
Yeah, going to head home, thegoodhumanfactory.com, and again, the Good Human Factory podcast. And that is with Cooper Chapman. I'm going to switch on the Griffin Colapinto one first.
Yeah.
Go to the female side, see Sally Fitz. I love what Sally Fitz is doing in her space down Gerringong and on the world scene with surfing. And again, listen to Lane Beachley for a bit of retrospect of the 7 times world champion and world masters champion. Lane Beachley, our chairman at Surfing Australia.
Yeah.
And she's such a great advocate of goodness and just learning from that headspace of positivity as well. Here we go.
Speak of the good human, here's Cooper Chapman up and riding. So cars that first section, he's eyeing off another one. Beautiful second turn again for a third. So he's found a gem of a wave out there this afternoon at Town Beach, and behind him Sheldon Simkus. He's been on fire all event. Quick check snap. Unfortunately, that one just not offering what he was expecting, so he kicks out of there. potentially hoping to try and get out in front of his fellow competitor. So we may see a paddle battle here. We see Sheldon kicking his way, and this is Arch Whiteman up and running on his backhand. Beautiful first turn again for another one. So he's hoping to find an inside track, and he does, and he finishes that one off. So Arch will get straight back out there, leaving Darren O'Rafferty, the big-time veteran, out there with first priority. I don't know if he's locked in a scoring wave yet, but still plenty of time remaining in this heat. This is semi-final number 2. We will see women's final next, as we see Sheldon Simkus just foam climbs that first section, and he carves or does a quick little check snap on that other one and kicks out of there. So that's not a keeper for Sheldon, so he'll get straight back out there.
Wow. All I can say is, wow, Arch Whiteman got the best of that exchange, as with the 2 drop wallets. So Cooper, I can't believe he's got 2 wallets. He's got a Velcro one. I thought he had a digital one. And look at this replay. Nice little setup. Picked the wave. Perfect. And then look at this moment here. Draws off the bottom so strong. Drops the anchor. A nice little variation. And again, one more. Then he kicks out. And watch this present. You've got Arch Whiteman as well. Nice little backhand attack. A smaller wave, but kept busy. Stayed present with his turns.
Yeah.
And great little completion on his backhand, because he's a goofy footer. He just gets to... Do you like surfing on your backhand? You get to get a bit more vertical.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I love surfing.
You just really body talk, throw it down, and then open up, square up, as Samba Man would say.
Yes.
And here we go. Live action going to the air.
Ooh.
Wow. And we've got a new airline. It's called the Good Human Factory. And that's what happens when you don't take your leg rope and you don't stick your turns. He's gone. It's not a triathlon you're watching. It's not Uncle Toby's. This is the Australian Open of Surfing Men's Division Semi 2. Cooper Chapman's in the lead. He can afford that moment to fall off.
Yep.
He went for it. He stuck his there in that last heat where he received a 4-5. But that was smart play. A bigger section, he hit it, and if he landed that one, you would have been singing the high notes around the above average of the 7 there, True Starling.
Yeah, 100%. Well, he dropped an 8.17 for his first scoring ride, so he is well out in front. Arch Whiteman is in second with a 2.5 and a 5.50, and Sheldon is sitting in third with a 1.83 and a 2.43. So Cooper, unfortunately, isn't wearing a leg in this one, so that may cost him. I mean,
it's pretty close. Yeah, he's still in 4th priority.
Yeah.
Can afford that one. It's just that rip, and you know that'll keep him warm. He had that paddle battle with Sheldon Simkus, so
it's actually tired. I had to swim in my heat, and it was tiring. I swam in. I was like, oh my goodness, as we see.
Look at this. 14 minutes, and this is Darren O'Rafferty coming onto the scene, and Mick O'Raff watching, and the O'Rafferty family. Super lifeguard, and he has just been a trailblazer through this event and through his career as a world junior champion, competing with Slater and the likes of the best surfers in the world for many a year, and now still grinding at 41 years of age. And look at this replay. Nice layback, or what Cooper can do, Darren O'Rafferty can do even better.
Yes.
And this is a great challenge for the seasoned professional Darren O'Rafferty, and there's his kickstart. He waited 14 minutes and posted a 6.17. Good score, good start. Will need to close it with a 7 or an 8 to bank a spot in the final. True Starling.
Yeah, I mean, he's been waiting patiently, and that patience paid off. 6.17 for that one. So he's only chasing an 8.01. That doesn't seem right. He should be chasing around a 2 to get up into second position. But Cooper well out in front with an 8.17 and a 1.40. Arch Whiteman 5.5 and a 2.5 to his name. So he's sitting in second, but not very comfortably, because Darren O'Rafferty is hot on his heels with a 6.17 single scoring ride. And Sheldon, we've seen him come back from a pretty shaky heat in that quarterfinal, as we see Darren O'Rafferty up and running, chasing a small score, tags that first section. Hopefully he's able to find another one. He does, so tags it again, brings it around for another one. So he is on fire out there. That board is looking really sharp, so he potentially could be going up into the lead with this one.
Well, I tell you what, he is retro surfer. He was just like a yo-yo of the 80s, the Coca-Cola, the Sprite, or the Fanta. He was going up and down, and I'll tell you what, making it look pretty. Look at this replay. Nice little floater, speed floater, tags the top, reads the waves, waits for the moment. His timing is flawless, and 4 nice turns there. So smart surfing. only needed a 283, and I want to shout out to my maths teacher. Thank you. It's really come of age now from 2-unit maths and a 283, and Darren O'Rafferty wraps in. There it is, a 5.6, so takes the lead. 2 good scores, and he was sleepy for 14 minutes, but brought it back with waiting for the moments.
Yeah, 100%. So that pushes Cooper Chapman down into second position. He's only looking for a 3.61. Now remember, he does have an 8.17 to his name. Arch Whiteman has gone down into third spot, chasing a 4.08 to take second spot off Cooper Chapman. And Sheldon Simkus, we haven't seen too much of him in this heat this afternoon, but we have seen him ripping all morning this morning. So I have no doubt once he takes off in a pretty good wave and gets to his feet, he will put on an absolute show. He is chasing a 7.15, and he's been dropping bigger scores than that all event. So we'll no doubt, I reckon, see a couple of situation changes throughout the end of the heat, which is super exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing who will be taking on Dylan Moffat and Chris Zaffis in the final for the men's.
And again, this one is stacked and packed. So 7.5 minutes remaining. You're watching a semi-final to the Australian Open of Surfing. You join with me. My name's Crispy. I'm from Lennox Head, and beautiful True Starling from the Northern Beaches with the family. How good a support is it bringing your family along?
Yeah.
Your sister.
Yeah.
I've got my wife and kids here. They're having fun. They're skate park. They're eating well. They're surfing. We're chilling at the Aloha Hotel.
So amazing. Yeah, I love having my family. I unfortunately don't have my mum and my dog up here with me, but that's okay. It's
my dogs are at home. Shout out to Jonah at home.
Aww.
He works at the Brunswick Hotel. And all those watching, Beat Durbridge, he'll be watching, supporting Cooper and Wade Carmichael. So I'll shout out to you boys. Beto caught a few big fishes with his family as well. So it's all happening in the world of surfing. And right now, Sheldon Simkus on the ropes, needs to move and needs to consolidate if he wants to be in the final. And again, a world-class surfer and some nice tidy turns. Nice carve, nice snap, nice finish.
Wow.
And again, looking for the completion. He'll try to sell that to the judges or leave that one with them. But that is exactly what the doctor ordered. We'll get a replay of that. Arch Whiteman is dangerously close. So Cooper Chapman, Darren O'Rafferty, they're currently in first, second, but let's look at this replay. True.
Yeah, Sheldon Simkus is looking for a score of 7.15. He carves that first section, tags that second one, getting a little caught on the nose, but he makes up for it nicely with that finishing turn. He throws so much water off the back of his turns, and he's really nailing those end sections. So that score looks like it's already locked in, but we see Arch Whiteman up and riding, so tags that first section again for a second one, unfortunately not getting a third, so he kicks out of that one. So with just under 6 minutes remaining, Sheldon Simkus is locked in a 6.77. So he has moved up into third position. He's chasing, I would say he'd be wanting to get around a 4-point ride to take second spot off Cooper Chapman. So Cooper's needing to upgrade that 1.40. He's been a little bit quiet throughout the last maybe 5 or so minutes.
Wow.
Oh, wow. And Arch Whiteman, his last wave locked in at a 5.13. So situation change again. So Darren O'Rafferty is still out in front with a 6.17 and a 5.6. Arch Whiteman is in second with a 5.5 and a 5.13. Cooper Chapman down in third. He has an 8.17 and a 1.40. Only chasing a 2.47 to take second spot. And Sheldon Simkus locked in a 6.77 on that previous ride. His backup is a 2.43. He is needing a 3.87 to progress through to the Open Men's Final. We've got 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, so plenty of time left for the boys. Hopefully a couple more sets to come through.
Yep.
Darren O'Rafferty is on a tear. He absolutely blew up his last heat and saw some pretty big scores for him locking in. So Cooper Chapman's Sheldon Simkus are looking for scores. Only small scores required, 2s and 3s for Cooper and Sheldon, which we know they are very capable of. So hopefully another wave comes through for them and they can, I think, from memory, Cooper should be sitting out there with first priority now, or potentially Darren O'Rafferty, one of the two. So Cooper's looking like he's in a good spot to just get a small score.
Yeah, definitely. And all capable to take the Keys into the next one. So Keys are on the table to the final,
Yeah.
currently leading Darren O'Raff and Arch Whiteman. And I reckon that Arch Whiteman's not even on their radar. They're thinking Cooper Chapman, Sheldon Simkus, Darren O'Rafferty, and you can't leave out the young Grom on his goofy footing. And
Whoa.
look at Sheldon Simkus. He's got the sniff of blood on that last 6-6-7, and this is his backup, only requiring a small score to steal that second spot from Arch Whiteman, and he collects it at the back end with 3.5 minutes remaining. I dare say that's going to come close to his last one. That may even hit the high notes of a 7 or just come under a 6. Sheldon Simkus is back on, and just when you're coming in the lead, Darren O'Rafferty and Arch Whiteman, in flies Sheldon Simkus. This could be a table turn for first and second.
It could be a table turn. I mean, Arch is getting a really nice looking left. So he is currently in second spot, but Sheldon on an absolute gem of a wave. Beautiful first turn. He brings it around for his second one, and he's just kind of weaving his way, as we saw before, all the way through to the inside. So he's just keeping it close to that power pocket, and he's going to take this one all the way through. Gets that finishing turn. So fresh air broadcast replay is producing the goods.
Yeah, the broadcast team, and I tell you what, Darren O'Rafferty doesn't even look at that. He is being pushed to second. Situation change. It was a good score, a 6.2. Sheldon Simkus was in the doghouse, and now he's sitting in the penthouse on the way to the final. Darren O'Rafferty's second, waiting for that moment to really drop that 5.6, because Cooper Chapman with priority has taken this one. He now, to stay alive, needs a 3.61, and again, just a couple of weaving turns, nice cutbacks. I reckon he's got it with that one. That'll sit around the 4 mark, but not enough to be securely into the final. Let's stand by for this one, because Darren O'Rafferty, with 2 minutes remaining, will now regain priority. A wave of change, and then we'll see a real humdinger grandstand finish for the on road to the final.
Yes. Wow. So Cooper Chapman does get the score on that one. He gets a 3.80, so you're spot on the money then, Crispy. So
yeah, just done enough.
Yeah.
It was a set wave, couple of carves, again, lateral turns, but they still pay dividends, but not the steep scores, and enough to get that average score. It sits between a 3.5 and a 4.9 on the judges' scale out of 10.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be thinking as Cooper now, you'd be like, okay, I really would want to be upgrading that 3.80 to, make it a little bit harder for Darren O'Rafferty and Arch Whiteman to take second spot. And speaking of the devil, he's on a really nice looking
The devil is up, and he needs a 5.81. So here we go. Nice little carve there, True. We'll get the replay of this one as well. This is where all the class comes into this moment to on road to the final for the local lifeguard, the local former pro surfer, and world junior champ Darren O'Rafferty. Is that enough, True? You can go through the final on this one and throw your score down, because the judges can't hear you. And
it's hard. Here's a replay of it. He foam climbs that first section, brings it around, stays with the power source on this one. He gets a little bit of a section in here, tags that one. I think this one that he's about to pull is the money turn. Yeah, that's the one. He's needing a 5.81.
Is it? Let's look at the other ones. There's a 6.170. They're going to compare it to his first turn with their recall in their brains, as well as Sheldon Simkus' 6.2.
Yeah, I don't think he got it. The score came through at a 5.03 with 10 seconds on the clock.
That is heavy, and it looks like Sheldon Simkus has gone from 4th to 1st, and Cooper Chapman, the good human factory, gets across the line with that last exchange. And Darren O'Rafferty, commiserations. He was one of my picks for the final and to win, as with Dylan Moffat. But Sheldon Simkus flies in for the Gold Coast, and Cooper Chapman, your old mate, will be going to a commercial break. Come back with the final. Australian Open of Surfing, women's final up next. See you there.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile she's on to witness other home. Moonlight stream onto my bed as 'cause I dreamed, I had dreamed. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And here we go, live action right into the finals now. It's part of the Australian Open of Surfing. You are watching the women's final for the Port Macquarie instalment of the series. That is Bodie Lee-Jones getting to work nice and early, 25 minutes on the clock for the finals. And myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by fellow competitor True Starling. There's a beautiful view of the competition site. Good afternoon, True.
Afternoon, Jess. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. And we've had some incredible surfing, and you were lucky enough to view from the booth that last heat. We have the heat winner there. It is Cooper Chapman.
Jeez, made that one hard for
Ooh,
myself.
there we go. We've got sound on you, Coop. Now, that was a pretty crazy semi for you, and it was really tight right at the end there. Like you said, unpack that hard for yourself comment you just made.
Oh, like I've been saying all event, it's so nice to have those couple fours under your belt, or 4 or 5 on your belt at the start of a heat, so when it comes down the end there, you don't need those threes, because sometimes it's so hard to get them. I made a couple silly mistakes there, but I mean, I started well. I felt like I did pretty well. Me and Darren sort of sat on the inside. I didn't give him an inch and let him take the inside off me, and then decided we were a little bit deep, cracked, and came a bit wider to the two boys that already had priority taken, so I was ahead of them, and then got that little cheeky 8 under the start, and yeah, it set me up, but man, I made it hard for myself at the end there. I just kind of was like, all right, and then I fell on that air and lost my board, and I was like, all right, all you need to do is just do 2 turns on a wave and you're through. And then, yeah, 3 minutes to go, and I kind of didn't think I was going to get the one that Sheldon and that got, and I didn't want to lose priority and being 4th priority, needing a 3, so I was like, you know what, I'll get another opportunity behind it, and lucky that one came, and it ended up being a bit of a burger and got those 2 turns, and then, yeah, I mean, snuck that little air at the end to get into the lead, but definitely don't want to be banking on that in the final, so I think got a few more gears in me. I feel like I'm just warming up. If I get a few waves, I feel like I've got a few big scores in me.
Yeah, and we'd love to see you go to that full range of repertoire you've got in your back pocket as well. It's incredible to see you get the finals berth, and now time, like you said, to ramp it up once again. You have a pretty stellar cast to go head-to-head with. What's the thoughts going in? You're up next pretty much, so we'll let you go pretty quickly, but last words for the thoughts going into the final. Yeah,
I'm just looking forward to getting out there and surfing with Deal, and the other boys have all been surfing so well all event. Sheldon and Deal have both been in major good form. So, yeah, just looking forward to getting out there. I just really want to get 2 good waves, and when I'm up on riding on waves, I feel like I'm surfing really well right now. My board's feeling great, so yeah, the goal is just to make sure I'm on 2 rippable waves out there, and going to be a fun final with the boys. Looking forward to it.
Well, congratulations once again. Good luck going into the final. We'd love to see you take it up another notch. That is Cooper Chapman, your semi-finals heat winner for the men's. He will be coming up right after this. True, 20 minutes left on the clock. Give us a breakdown of the opening scores.
Yeah, so Cedar Lee Jones opens up with a 6.17 single scoring ride. Bodie Lee Jones has a 3.4 and a 2.50 to her name. Rosie Smart has a 5.50, so she is sitting in third. And Molly Picklum hasn't opened up her account yet. There is just under 20 minutes remaining in this one, so she could almost just be like, all right, refresh, starting a new heat, because that's our normal heat time. So we're feeling pretty lucky to be able to have 25-minute heats out there today. That extra 5 minutes is such a bonus. Yeah, but I have no doubt when Molly gets on a wave that she'll really open up and light it up.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a few more sets rolling on through. Of course, always looks a little bit bigger across the screen sometimes, the conditions. And out there we did see that northerly or the northeasterly pick up throughout the earlier morning here. But I feel like we've just seen a bit of a pulse in energy over the last 3 or 4 heats, which is great because there was that lull in the early morning. Is it getting better? You've been right down there in the water on the sand, as we see, Bodie Lee Jones.
Yeah, up and riding on her backhand. Just a quick up and out. That one not offering what she was expecting, but Rosie Smart up and riding on her backhand. Looks like she could be close to the corner on that one as she kicks out, so she'll get straight back out there. So Bodie and Rosie have scores to drop, so Rosie's moved up into the lead with a 5.50 and a 1.33. But yeah, as we see the replay, beautiful first turn again for a second one. So she's looking good and she's feeling good, and hopefully she can put it on in this one as she drops a 5-point ride on that third wave for Rosie. So she is well out in front. Cedar is looking for a 4.34. Bodie a 7.11. Molly Picklum yet to open up her account, but she was dropping some big scores in the previous semi-final. But yeah, it's actually getting better out there. I feel like it's a little bit steeper than what you'd actually expect it to be, especially when you get on those bigger sets. But it's kind of weird. Some heats it's in the corner, right up by the break wall. Other heats it's a little bit further down the beach. So you just got to make sure that your ocean awareness is kind of on point and that you're knowing where you got to go and where you got to be during that heat. But these girls have surfed plenty of events and plenty of heats and won plenty of heats as well, so they all know what they're doing. I mean, the Lee Jones girls are pretty experienced competitors. They've been doing it for as long as I can remember, and probably even longer before that. So
yeah, and Rosie Smart, I feel like she's one of the most polite young athletes that I've seen around the competition zone, and very, very humble and keeps kind of quiet into herself. I feel like she's kind of come from the back end of or from behind the other competitors, and maybe they've not been super focused in on it. She's kind of been left alone, I feel like, in a lot of the heats, and left with a lot of space to work with on her own, and she seems to find that break from the pack at the start and get this quick start like we've seen her in this final. So of course these scores required for the other ladies, they're all going towards that champs crown. $1,500 on the line for the women's and the men's, and of course bragging rights, the crown, the trophy, and possibly the lead going on to the leaders board for the Australian Open Surf Series. We are into the second stop for the New South Wales Coast Installments, and we are moving on to Kiama after this next weekend, and it is, of course, finals action underway. Here we go, Bodie up and riding.
Yeah, Bodie on a nice looking right. She bottom turns on that one, snaps it in, and she's hoping to find a connecting section. Unfortunately, you can see the frustration as she pulls off, but sister Cedar, beautiful first turn, brings it around for a second. That board is looking really nice under her feet. Another one she gets in, so she's just milking this one as she finishes that one really nicely. So Cedar has a pretty good score to drop. I think she's opened up with a 6.17. So the Lee Jones girls and Rosie have scores dropping in, and they've been kind of in rhythm through this heat. We've seen Molly, well, we haven't actually seen much of Molly for the first 15 minutes. But
look at this replay here. This is Cedar. Nice first turn, draws well off the bottom. Gets a little bit of that signature Larry. Wraps around the second turn, goes again for the third, puts the finishing touches on the inside. This closeout manoeuvre she's really good at, making look quite electric, even in smaller conditions. And we can see the replay from the older sister right now, Bodie. Only one turn on offer, like you said, true. Frustration evident there for her. And I liked in the post-heat interviews for Cedar, she was saying, I was asking her how she feels matching up against the other 3 ladies, including her sister, in the final. And she said she just wants to beat Bodhi. She just wants to get another
They
win.
are so competitive against each other. It's crazy.
Well, it's great to see that. We saw them kind of tactically playing with each other as a team in that semi-final.
Yeah.
Blocking the other 2 surfers, but I feel like it's like every woman for themselves out here in the final.
Yeah.
And Cedar's sent firing shot 8.50 for the last wave, so she goes into the lead of the final. Rosie Smart's in second, needs a 918. There's a beautiful drone shot of Port Macquarie here. Thank you very much to Port Macquarie Council for hosting as part of the Destination New South Wales stop for the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. It is the Port Macquarie instalment, and we have been very lucky with this incredible weather, not a cloud in the sky. Look at those beautiful mountain ranges out to the west here, and the breakwalls to the north and the south of the contest bank. Plenty of great little beaches, and look at all the community out there on the south side point. They've just been enjoying really fun waves. I've been watching those little ripples and leftover bits of swell coming on through and frothing out, thinking how good it would be to be out there on the foamies, and it's a beautiful part of the East Coast. And at the moment we are into the women's final, and it is Cedar Lee Jones. She does this a lot. I feel like we see this, it's a signature little maybe coping strategy. She just maybe starts chewing on the nails, and she
Yeah.
knows after she's got a good score, okay.
It's funny because Bodhi does the same thing.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like it happens after good waves. I haven't seen them do it after kind of little scores. I feel like
Yeah.
it's like a reset into strategy play now. And here we go. Molly's going to pull the trigger, maybe not having a look at
Ooh.
that. So she won't lose priority. There was no dedicated paddle there. The nose didn't start tracking down the face of the wave. And at the moment, scoreless out there in the yellow. What would be maybe considered the favourite in the women's draw, the one of the top seeds, Molly, is
Yeah.
in combo land for first. 14.68 needed.
Is
Bodhi-
this unlike Molly? Do you find that this is... I find whenever I watch Molly surf, I don't know, I always... Whenever I see Molly in a heat, I always pay more attention. I find that she always opens up quite quickly. So I find this a bit unusual that she hasn't opened up pretty quickly. But in saying that, there's just under 13 minutes remaining. She's having a paddle in this one. So she's going to pull the trigger, use her priority. She tags that first section nicely. That board is looking so nice under her feet. Beautiful second turn. Brings it around for a third. And she's going to get that inside track. I mean,
Whoa.
if Cedars was an 8.5, I don't know what Molly's will be.
Yeah, I feel like she's completely gone through the roof with the scale there set in the final, and
Yeah.
she's really opened up. They were huge turns, and that board also, I feel like it's might be another one of those Phoenix DHD models.
Yeah, it is. I was looking at it this morning. It's looking really kind of funky and cool. Take us through the replay, Jess.
And I thought she might have even been a little bit behind that, scratching in behind the peak, up and over, still really spicy looking surfing. This turn here, jams it in the pocket. Second turn, bit of a rail wrap, releases the tail. Finishing manoeuvre for her, very tight, looks to the judges. I think that's a bit of a subtle claim, no claim. And opening score for Molly, an 8.83. So she's jumped into third position, now looking for a 5.85 to take the crown. Cedar's still in the lead, 11.5 on the clock. Rosie's in second, needs that 9.18. She's got a solid start to her heat, like you said, True. The 5.5 and a 5 in her scoreline. She's very, very intelligent competitor. She's one of those other ones that seems to start quite quickly. She
Yeah.
always seems to have a full hand of 5s. She seems to be able to throw away 5s like they're 2s for everyone else. She just has 5s everywhere. So we're going to have to see her really step up and use that silky backhand attack and that just flow that she's been in throughout the event so far. She wants to take the crown. Bodhi's in combo. But here we go. Now we've got a final on our hands, of course.
Yeah.
The men's final coming up next. It will be Dylan Moffat, Chris Zaffis, Cooper Chapman, and Sheldon Simkus. And, of course, these guys
Wow.
having a grab at the crown and the $1,500 prize money and the ratings lead. There's the Bodhi Lee Jones and C. Lee Jones sister combo in the water, backs to each other. Competition is on, Drew. They are not giving each other an inch in this final.
Yeah, they are not. I mean, Bodhi and Cedar have always been very good at working together and making it to the finals together. And then as soon as they get to the final, it's like, I don't know you. Who are you? You're not my sister. I don't live with you, you know. And I think it's kind of cool how they can work together and support each other to get to to get to this kind of position and this level. And then they get to the final and they're like, okay, good luck. I love you. That's it. You know,
Enemies
see you
in the water.
Yeah, we'll leave it out in the water. I'll see you when you come in. But I don't know you out there.
I like that. Of course, you're part of the infamous sister duo as well. You and Jessie get to surf a fair few heats against each other, and I'm sure you guys will be matching up across the series as well. Coming into the final, it'd be hard to go past teaming up. Here we go, Molly Picklum.
Yeah, Molly up and riding on her backhand. Beautiful first turn. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on that one. I think we just missed one of her waves before. She did get a 5.60, so that took her up into second spot, pushing Rosie down into third. Rosie is needing a 9.18 to take second spot off Molly Picklum. Bodie is in a combination of 14.68 to take the lead, and Molly still looking for a 5.85 to take the lead on this one. So still anyone's game in this heat. I mean, Rosie is such an incredible surfer. I'm sure that if she gets a bigger set, she'll be able to really open up.
She's got a backhand hook on her too. We've seen that being thrown down. Some excellent scores, of course. Dual state title winner from this season already for her age division and school. And yeah, she's definitely got a pretty lethal hook on the backhand. I feel like, especially in these conditions, it could really be beneficial for her. I feel like the judges love that solid top to bottom backhand vertical approach to these type of little beaches. You can see her, she's spread a little bit to the north on her own. You can see Cedar out the back there in the rip, and Molly up and riding.
Yeah, Molly's hunting for that 585. Beautiful first turn. Unfortunately, that one just closing down on her pretty quickly. So we can see that she's hunting to get that score to take the lead off Cedar. She's not wanting to go down. I feel like Molly and Cedar have had a couple of pretty epic battles in their careers so far. So Molly's like, nah, I'm not losing to you, and Cedar's like, there is no way I'm losing to you either. So I love the competitive fire between all four girls out in the water at the moment. It's kind of excites me a little bit, and it makes me go, okay, all right, if that's what we have to bring to get to the table and be noticed, then all right, let's do it, you know. And it's exciting to see all the girls bringing their A game and stepping it up in the final.
Yeah, it is the final of the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie, New South Wales Open. You can see the current finals leader. She did win in Cronulla in the opening event here on the New South Wales East Coast. Cedar Lee Jones in the red, currently out in the lead. Molly Picklum now in second position, needs a 5.85, and like you said, uncharacteristically slow start for her. And you can see her really trying to get the momentum rolling into the back end of this final. She's sitting very close to the finals leader, perhaps going to play a little bit of strategy with her. Rosie Smart not to be counted out at this point, well and truly capable of the 9.18s. Bodie Lee Jones needs to go back to the drawing board at the moment and get rid of both of those mid-range threes and pretty much post 2 high 7s or a pair of 8s will get her back into the game. And there seems to be plenty of waves on offer. Of course, we have the men's final coming up next, $1,500 as well on the table. And it is an incredible way to kick off surfing again in 2020. Here we go. Rosie Smart answering back, currently in third position. There's that silky rail, the mature style and approach to the sections that she had is well beyond her Super Grom years. She doesn't seem to do too much adjustment, especially on the backhand. She seems to drop in, drop down to that bottom hand turn and use the rail to work herself into the position to set up the next bottom hand turn. So she has very, very smooth across the board surfing from what I've seen across the last few events. And she's going to be a very exciting competitor, very young still. I think she might be around that 14, 15 years old, maybe not even that. We'll have to double check.
She's under 16.
Yep.
We used her as Murmur Mag's Grommet of the Month, I'm pretty sure, 1 month. So and that's category is under 16. So
yeah,
she would be under 16, yeah. As we see, current heat leader just catching a rail on that one, so using her priority, potentially a mistake as we see sister Bodie Lee Jones up and riding. Beautiful first turn. They have such a similar style, these girls. Unfortunately, Bodie just not connecting on that one again. She's just a little bit frustrated as we have 5.5 minutes remaining, and Molly, she's gone, I'm getting priority over you. This one's not going to do anything for me, so she's kicking and scratching to get straight back out and get priority over heat winner Cedar Lee Jones.
Yeah, so she wants to get the jump strategically in the last 5 minutes, and she wants to dictate the next few sets that come on in. She knows Cedar's a dangerous person to leave open in that position. Last wave for Rosie Smart was a 5.60, so reducing the requirement just, still needing a 9.08. Molly, now in the driving seat, we would assume with priority. Here goes Bodie up and riding.
Unfortunately, that one again, maybe wave selection is letting her down a little bit in this one. We have just under 5 minutes remaining, so scores locking in for surfers in white, yellow, and red, and not really a whole lot coming in. We potentially could have a sixth wave locking in for Molly Picklum, or not, as we see Rosie, a quick little inside snap on that one. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck. That board went straight over her head on that one.
Here's a perfect example of the kind of pressure situation that Molly needs to be putting herself in and has found herself in once again here for the finals. She's got her back against the ropes to take the crown, and then she's got Cedar, the most intelligent tactician that I've seen over the last few years in women's surfing. She knows how to play out priority, especially in the high pressure situation. So 4 minutes. Look at her. She's got priority under Molly, and she's still closing the gap. And she's going to try and force Molly's hand on a wave that's not going to get her that 5.85 that she needs. So I think what Molly has to do if she wants to take the final back from Cedar is she needs to find at least a 5 or a 6 point ride, and hopefully something bigger and better, and go absolutely above the lip on it like we've seen her do across socials and across her career so far. She needs to just step up another notch, and instead of doing that 3 to the beach or the competition surfing that we've seen done, maybe going to the air, because she's going to completely shut the door then. She's got something in her back pocket that none of these other women have yet, confidently in competition.
Oh no.
And there's a mistake with priority under the pressure of Cedar Lee Jones once again. So Cedar in the lead, 3 minutes on the clock. This is just like Cronulla, where we saw Sarah Baum make the same priority. You can see Molly putting her head down. She's got to stay in the game though.
Yeah.
She only needs a 5.85. That's a 2. That's even, she's scored that throughout the event so far on one single turn, and she scored better than that on a single turn. So in the final right now, here we see once again the tactician, Cedar Lee Jones. She's got herself into a nice lead, forces the mistake. Now in the driving seat, Rosie's looking for a bit of a Hail Mary wave in the last 2.5 minutes of this, and look at the gap there, close. Cedar's coming in close, and just the lethal blows to her. She seems to be able to just put those hands around the throat and start squeezing in the last few minutes every single time.
And the one thing I will say about Cedar is she has excellent wave selection. Every wave that she's been on that I've seen has been offering her really good scores, and wherever Molly paddles, Cedar will be there.
Yeah.
She'll probably be ahead of her in that one, and Cedar will not let, Molly will try and sell Cedar on a not very good wave, and Cedar probably won't go because she'll know that wave's not going to offer it because she has such good wave selection. See, Molly tried to sell her, she's not going. As we see Rosie, we can't counter out of this one. Beautiful first snap again for a second one, so she is hoping to better a 5.60 to lower that requirement of a 9.08. And sister Bodie Lee Jones up and riding. Beautiful turn on that one, and she's hopefully going to get a little inside track. So this is a better looking wave for Bodie Lee Jones. As she kicks out of that one, we have 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. So
oh, here we go. Cedar's let her go. Molly's going to have to go to something pretty radical to find the score that she needs, and it's not going to be it, but she's created a bit of space now between herself and the finals leader. We're down to the minute mark. Here she goes out in front of the final, coming off the win in Cronulla, looking sharp onto the rail. She gets working onto the end section, and maybe not complete on that ride out. She was kind of crisscrossed by the shory chop. She's in the lead. Her second score in the board is a 6.17. 50 seconds on the clock. Molly's got some work to do. She knows she's going to at least need that 6 above range. There's a score to come for last of Cedar. I say priority would go to Molly out in the lineup, perhaps between Molly and Rosie.
Rosie.
So this is going to be super important. 30 seconds left on the Open Women's Final here for the Port Macquarie Australian Open of Surfing. It's high stakes surfing, $1,500 on the line, and 20 seconds to go.
Cedar's last one dropping in at a 5.07, so not enough to increase that lead. Molly's still chasing a 5.85. Jess, what do you reckon?
Oh, with 10 seconds to go, I feel like Cedar might have closed the door. Molly needs a Hail Mary, and she's going to need to go above and beyond what she's done already. And here she goes in the last 3 seconds, up and riding on the forehand with the hooter, goes to the rail, opens up the shoulders. Massive first maneuver for her. She needs the link-up section, and one turn on the cards for her. Now, we've seen Molly throw down high 6s and 7s for single maneuvers throughout the event so far. On the buzzer, she does well to regain composure and completely capitalise on the wave under priority as well. And I think this is going to go right down to that buzzer there. You can see the girls are not quite sure who was able to take it, and I'd say it looks like officially Cedar Lee Jones takes the scalp, and another crown for her. There's your Open Women's Champion from the final here of Port Macquarie Australian Open of Surfing. Cedar Lee Jones, that last wave for Molly, a 3.63. Not enough to take the lead. She finishes in second. Rosie Smart from Sawtell finishes in third position. And Bodie Lee Jones finishes in fourth. So congratulations once again. Look at the smile on her face. The ladies champ for the Australian Open of Surfing here, Port Macquarie. Coming up next, we have the men's final live from Port Mac. Stick with us. We'll be back with you right after this break.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile she's on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dreamed, the lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Welcome back. It is live action here for the Australian Open of Surfing, the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. We are into the men's final now, the very last champ to be crowned. We did just see Cedar Lee Jones take out the women's final over the rest of the Stella cast, and men in the water now. Crispy's back in the booth with me. Jess Grimwood here, taking you through live action. 25 minutes on the clock for the final. We're down to just over 22 and a half. Welcome back, Crispy.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. And I'll tell you what, I watched that final just under the shade of one of those tall trees on the hill here at Port Macquarie, and that was a stellar fight from the four girls. And it was great to see Rosie Smart and Bodie Lee Jones not give up, but what a tussle and an arm wrestle between Molly Picklum and Cedar Lee Jones, doing it again. A double win, so congratulations to her. We'll see her at the podium. Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie. One final's been decided. Cedar takes another win. And right now we've got the men. And I'll tell you what, this is exciting because I think I've got 3 picks out there. I got Dylan Moffat, Cooper Chapman, Sheldon Simkus, and the dark horse. And g'day to all those online. I'm Crispy, and this is Jess Grimwood. And see a leg, bit of a bump and scratch, but you're gonna come back even fiery and a hotter surfer. And stronger.
I'm so excited to be watching final surfing again. You know, much like yourself, I just froth on anything to do with competition, and to watch the women's final just then was really great to see. And for Cedar, another win. And here we go in the men's final. Cooper Chapman up and riding in the yellow, flying down the line. A lot of spray released out of there. Goes to the air.
Oh my gosh.
Big tweaker, tail, rotor on the forehand, and shots fired.
He's
Cooper
done
Chapman.
it. And can I tell you, I saw him just before and just soaking up the sun. He stays in the gold jersey, which is the 3rd jersey dropping into the final. But he was talking about his leg rope. He really liked the feeling of no leg rope because of that drag. And that just paid dividends. He goes, if I really believe I can land an air, if I just stick to it, I'm feeling confident. Love my board. I'm loving the humming. I'm into the final. Might go for it, bro.
And look at that, opening with 7-point ride. Here's the replay.
And look at it, nice set, drives the speed. There's the first tag, and then launch pad, lifts the arms, body torque, knees up on the chest. Thank you, Chloe Shepherd, our nice tramp coach at the HP, doing a lot of work. And Cooper Chapman opens with a 7. There it is. That 4 practice back in that last heat for that one-wave 414. Do a turn, and there it is. Above average score rewarded. 7-1-7 for Cooper Chapman. He wants to, fly into the stars. Here we go, Dylan Moffat.
This is my pick for the finals. The man, the unpredictable nature of him. Here he goes, up and over for the second turn of the wave. A little bit caught behind. He goes for the Kelly Slater-esque maneuver. Backwards across the lip. Yeah, very retro, very cool. And here's the aces he's keeping in his back pocket. He has an incredible air game. He's got an incredible rail game. He's so tight on his backhand. And then he's got these funky little retro maneuvers. Here's the replay, Crispy.
Oh, I love the way he strokes. I love his energy. And Dylan Moffat, again, Mr. Unpredictable. There's the first setup turn. Nice little setup. Back to the carve. Double pump into that bottom turn. Fires off a tagging turn. And then a carving 360. And I tell you what, they're actually very hard to do. You've really got to be in the pocket, and you've got to throw your body movement opposite. It's like it's opposite day Wednesday. You've got to throw it around and then turn it around.
I just love his surfing. I honestly didn't know what that was going to score with the judges because I haven't seen any of those maneuvers, bar Kelly Slater, being thrown down in this level of competition. Yeah, 693 for Moffat.
That's on the scale of above average. It's good above average. It's good above. That's pretty cool. 693, Dylan Moffat in second. 7-0 for Cooper Chapman. He's my pick, as well as, it's hard to split hairs. It's just, I go for all of them. May the best surfer win in this Australian Open here at Port Macquarie. And I'll tell you what, big shout out to Surfing New South Wales. Luke Maddens, he's logged on in. And Sam, they're watching the final. Schmooze out there, Tessa McKenna, Dimmy, and all the crew at Surfing Australia and the HP. Love and thoughts with you. And I'll tell you what, hope you're enjoying the broadcast, because this is New South Wales and this is beautiful Port Macquarie. Shame that Darren O'Rafferty equal 5th, but he's chin up. He's doing well, the local surfer.
Yeah.
And commiserations with him just bowing out. He said less is more. That's what he took away. Did 4 or 5 turns on that last wave where he needed the score, and he went, I should have just went for 2 bangers.
Yeah, he was being rewarded for them earlier on in the rounds too. But here we go in the water at the moment. Chris Zaffis, Sheldon Simkus holding down mutual priority to kick off this final for the men. We are just under 18 minutes away from crowning the Australian Open champ here at Port Macquarie. $1,500 for the back pocket of these young athletes, and be serving them well to going into the end of the season and getting super geared up for the 2021 season. Of course, most of these competitors across the board with the World Surf League on the QS, looking for those world rankings, and you can see why they're some of the world's best surfers, and if not the top-tiered Aussie surfers. We're so full of such a deep pool of talent here in this part of New South Wales. So many incredible surfers at our fingertips. We do have a beautiful panned out shot there of the competition bank. A little bit of a nor'easter blowing in here this afternoon, but it was a good call, I believe. Town Beach has really held the best location for us. There you see, that's the head judge there, Tori
It
Gilchrist.
was. I thought it was my wife. I was going to say, hey, babe, I haven't seen your weekends.
No,
Hope you enjoyed
that's
the broadcast, but that is Tori.
Tori, former world longboard champion back in, I think, 2016, something like that. So we have just a great group of people involved in the event, like you said, with Surfing Australia and Surfing New South Wales, along with all of these athletes that have turned up and they are ready to fire. We saw, obviously, the women, super hotly contested final.
Yeah.
And a lot of strategy coming into play. I call Cedar Lee Jones the executioner.
Yeah.
And pretty mirror images of finals for her between Cronulla and here. Striking the blow, final throw of the axe.
Brought the best.
Yeah, on the 3 minutes.
8 and a 7, yeah.
Yeah, and then taking the win once again. So she'll easily jump into the leaderboard for the series. I know those girls are looking to go down to Kiama, followed by Coffs Harbour. Back up again here with you and the Australian Board Riders battle. So it'll be good to see.
Yeah, so good.
See the teams be allocated. I think that a lot of the allocation for the team managers coming into the Australian Board Riders battle series are going to come from this Australian Open of Surfing results. I feel like there's a lot of competitors from similar clubs and they're all in that jostling position for team selection. So I feel like all the team managers tuning in as well, especially North Narrabeen contingent. And I know the North Shelley ones would be as well. So looking for that selection coming into ABB.
Yeah, NSB for life and NSB, ABC, EBC. What are all those acronyms? They are the grassroots level of board rider clubs. And again, want to become a coach, want to become a judge, want to learn more about events, get your junior series, or even learn to surf, log on to your local state, www.surfingnewsouthwales.com.au, and well, they are our competitors. This is the morning, the afternoon of the final, and it's 12:55 Australian Eastern Standard Time, and there is Dylan Moffat in second in red, a 6.93. I call him Mr. Unpredictable because he's just amazing to watch. And when's the last time you've seen someone do a carving 360 and get rewarded a 6.93 for a great wave and just put that on show here in 2020? And that is why Dylan Moffat, he just takes his second final, and I pick him one of the 4 to win. I got 25% on him, and then Chris Zaffis from Angara Yamba. Shout out to his mum, and Billy's watching. Billy's in the house, great dad. And here we go for his taking flight. Nice little open face jam, and again just speeding, really training hard, and you can see the strength in their turns. All these 4 surfers behind them have strength and conditioning coaches, have great power sparring partners, whether it's Wade Carmichael or Sheldon Simkus with all his pro surfers that he spars with. Again, they've got their support network, that those 1% gains, that's where they come from.
Like you said, it's the company you keep, and it looks like Chris Zaffis has been in quite good company over the break. Look at the amount of spray he throws from pretty much a flat little section. He really creates it into something. Final manoeuvre for him, a little bit of drift, a little held up, but he's able to push out in front of the wash. And yeah, you've been speaking about it, Crispy. It's so important to surround yourself with people who perform at this level. Here we go, Cooper.
Well, he's bringing back the layback and the drop wallet. It's the Velcro, it's the leather, and it's mixed with a bit of air rotation. 2 from 2. He's on 100% gains, and that is Cooper Chapman. His muscles, his board, his mind is firing right now, Jess Grimwood.
I'm losing my mind in here.
Oh,
this
my gosh.
Final surfing is so intense, and I feel like down on the beach, you can at least spread that emotion across the sand. But in here, it just becomes this cooking box of surf froth. Here's Cooper's replay.
First turn, nice little drop wallet. You know, a bit of power, but then he's got progression, throws the arm, the rotation, and the completion, the nose and the bow. The Samurai is in the lead, Cooper Chapman.
Here we go, Sheldon Simkus opens up his account here in the final, and this is the form we've seen. That's a lot of turns on a small section. I think he's just going to start to rev up here and answer back. Chris Zaffis, opening ride for him was a 5.67. Last wave for Cooper. And there it is, an 8.33. So
wow.
Judges loving the rotation. I think maybe a bit more of a dynamic opening maneuver and then complete rotation. You could see all of his fins. Here's a replay of Sheldon's wave, Crispy.
Yeah, and Dylan Moffat was on his ankles, biting like a whippet. And nice first turn, kicks it around. So look at those 2 turns, very similar, but right in the pocket. And then starts to get sharper and then lifts for that 4th turn. So 4 turns versus 2. It's about how hard, how critical. And there we go. Sheldon Simkus opening up now with a 7.77. Game on, Sheldon Simkus. He stuck to the 4, stuck under the lip. Critical surfing versus layback Larry with the air rotation. And the good human factory, Cooper Chapman, is in the lead with a 15.33 combo. He's comboed the red and white as well, by the way.
Yeah, so we've got a real final on our hands here. Any 4 of these gentlemen. Chris is giving them 25% chance each.
Yeah.
But
Well, Cooper Chapman did say yesterday, I've not only come here to commentate, he verbalised it in his mind and visualised it. He said, I've come here to win as well.
yeah, well, that's the level and the calibre of athlete on offer here at the Australian Open of Surfing. Port Macquarie instalment of the series. $1,500 on the line for the champ, $7,000 across each event for both the men's and the women's. So that's a big prize purse going into the back end of 2020. And we've seen the recommencement of competition surfing. There he is, the ninja, Cooper Chapman. He's currently in the lead. He's got his fingertips on the podium first position. But Sheldon Simkus, let's go. Up and riding on the right-hander.
Yeah, nice speed, nice high line. Just got the energy from that last 777. And again, nice snap, nice power carve. He'll go out and look to receive. Oh, there we go. So a bit of overfroth there from Cooper Chapman. And as he looks, so Sheldon Simkus looking to go back. He saw the wave didn't have that ending, so he read it and went, I'm going to kick out, grab some points, but I need a high score, an above average score. He's going to go out and get priority. So Dylan Moffat, he now needs an 8.41 to take a win. Chris Zaffis a 9.67, or he's got to start again. But Cooper Chapman, that last one just a throwaway, 8.33 and a 7.0. He's leading a charge in this final. 10 minutes remaining, Jess. This is amazing.
You're clutching at your temples because I think the excitement and the stress is getting to your head right now. You're totally in the water with these other athletes, and it is high pressure, a lot on the line, and this is the exact time when these guys need to hit their absolute straps. The best surfing we're going to see from them right now during the next 9 minutes and 45 seconds if they want to take the crown, and nobody wants second, third and fourth, of course. I've heard a few of the athletes say around the areas that second is just the first loser. So they're all going for that number 1 position.
Totally. In the famous words of Talladega Nights, if you ain't first, you're last.
Exactly, and there's a beautiful vision live from you this afternoon at Port Macquarie Town Beach. We've enjoyed an incredible event here so far, and it is a great place. Thank you very much to Port Macquarie Council, Destination New South Wales, and of course Surfers Rescue 24/7 for allowing the event to be held. It's such a great location. It is a beautiful place for competition surfing, and some of the best surfers in Australia to be battling it out for the title here at Port. 9 minutes on the clock. Cooper Chapman from North Narrabeen, or formerly hometown North Narrabeen, now resides in Kingscliff, out in the lead with similar scores and performances. We've got those opening big calves with the front side rotation to finish. Has himself in the lead, 15.33.
Yeah, so why there's a little break in the action as well. We're going to pay some bills. Cooper Chapman in the lead, Sheldon Simkus second, Dylan Moffat on their heels, and Chris Zaffis. We'll be back after this short commercial break there, Jess Grimwood, and we'll unpack this final live broadcast. Thank you to Fresh Air Broadcasting. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales and VW. And this is the Port Macquarie Australian Open, men's and women's, the men's final on right now.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream tired dreams. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
Wow.
Volkswagen.
Well, welcome back to the final. This is finals day, the Australian Open of Surfing 2020, Port Macquarie, New South Wales Open. My name's Crispy, and join with me Jess Grimwood, where we lost a commentator. We lost two, Cooper Chapman, because he's in the final, and True Starling as well. She'll be at the presentation. But right now, 6 minutes remaining. Cooper Chapman is in the driver's seat to take his maiden win for this Oz Open here at Port Macquarie. Sheldon Simkus close behind. And what happened in that short break from our great sponsors, VW, at this COVID-safe event?
Not really a moment of action missed. There was no consequential waves being ridden. We saw Red take a dive and fall
Dylan.
off, an opportunity. So just a small little backup score for Dylan. He needs to find a bigger wave, and there was quite a lull in the ocean over that short break. And they need to find the opportunity, and they need to cash in. They need to make money out here. This is the final, and Dylan at the moment has been uncharacteristically falling, and they're missing a little opportunity.
Yeah, gave up priority on that one. So again, this is a good learning in your final. So Red, and that is Dylan Moffat, 8-4-1 required. So really good wave, or a really high-powered couple of turns, or one crazy corked air with a full rotation would get that score.
Chris Zaffis only got one wave under the belt at the moment. Looks like a 5.67, so he needs to find that other ride. He's looking for a near perfect 9.67, but have a look. Here we go. Here's the sets and the energy starting to bend on through the little outer reef crops here at Town Beach, Port Macquarie. We'd love to see the guys get an opportunity within this last quarter, or within the last 5 minutes of the men's final. They really need to open up, throw everything they have into these last rides, and just put it all on the line, really everything. No prisoners. And for Cooper Chapman at the moment, that theory going in without a leg rope, no prisoners, samurai hairdo, little man bun up in up in play.
Firepower, air power, and both waves, I must say, he's stuck to for 100% on airs, and that's a percentage. Like, you have your goals, you want to exceed them, of course, but when you reach your goals and exceed them, especially in the final, really his biorhythms are firing, and that's not my words, they're Deb Savage. His strength and conditioning coach at the High Performance Centre, who trains with Wado and Cooper Chapman usually twice a week. They surf hard, they train hard, and I'll tell you what, they're competitive hard in all aspects. So kudos to you, Deb, as you're watching and supporting, and again, all the Cooper Chapman family. We had some great stories last night, so check out his podcast on The Human Factory. Again, good humans and good people and great surfing.
Yeah, and look at that amount of water just rushing out through. Once again, the competitors having to negotiate the currents and the change in tides throughout the event so far. So ocean knowledge coming into play, and we've seen the cream of the crop rise up. You can see the little exposed rocks and bit of kanji out there on the reef. It is a beautiful part of the New South Wales East Coast, and of course the second stop for us. And as we're nearing the 3-minute mark, Cooper Chapman is in the lead. Sheldon Simkus has some work to do, as does Dylan and Chris Zaffis. I was going to say Ryan Moffat, but it is Dylan Moffat. He's been my pick throughout the whole event. He was my pick for Cronulla, and he's my pick for this one. I still think he has that X factor in the tank. I feel like we saw on that opening wave to throw such a risky manoeuvre, unknowing where it would score as well in the scale. We never see them, like you said, carving reverse 360.
Yeah, it was carving 360. Slater does them so well, or Buttons back in 1975 from Hawaii. And he just felt the wave and did that's the free spirit of surfing as well, not just competitive. It's taking it to the next level. You know, think of Laird Hamilton in the Hawaii 9.0s all the way to the release of, you know, when you go to the air. He said that's a future, and people laughed at him. So again, we're not laughing at Dylan Moffat. He is bringing the sport to a whole new level, so relaxed yet so free-willed, and great surfing on the professional surfing scene.
And here we go, bit of movement in the lineup. The guys starting to get a little bit edgy. 2 minutes on the clock. Cooper Chapman, though, looking poised under pressure, and he's looking like he's going to make his way in a little bit, perhaps readjust in the takeoff positioning for the competition bank. It's been an incredible day of final surfing. And here we go, Sheldon up and riding.
Yeah, so taking off on this one, pulling the trigger. So this will be his last moment, and he's really got to bank a good score and bank every turn. Again, drops the wallet on that one. We'll be looking for some ending coping, and that one is a finish. And look at the man. He's in the golden jersey. Is this enough? A minute and a half. Selects another good wave and, well, throws some buckets out there. That is Cooper Chapman with thegoodhumanfactory.com. And I'll tell you what, I think he's done enough. Do you think, Sheldon Simkus, what do you reckon about the score required there?
It's such different surfing going head-to-head with that dynamic air game versus the traditional power hacks. Here we see Chris Zaffis, second wave of the final, wraps the first turn, goes to the rail on the second, throws a bit more hand through the end, a bit more tweak, goes to the air, frontside rotation.
Wow. Doesn't ride out cleanly, sorry. And that's what the judges are looking for, a controlled landing and then nose of the board to drive out of that wave with momentum with the wave. So don't think he got the score there, but it was great to see. If he did that, I reckon it was the two-step. But the thing is, the time's the enemy. And here he goes, Mr. Unpredictability. And that is Dylan Moffat. He is such a showman in surfing and, well, kicking and flaring all the way to town. 30 seconds. And Cooper Chapman, I don't think there's going to be a change of the score. We've got a flurry of scores. We'll be going on hole, and we'll even be talking through this because we want scores to be locked in and all those viewers at home to know the final result. And then we'll go to the presentation on the beach there, Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock here. So all surfers locking in now. That final opportunity to take the crown. Here's the current heat leader, Cooper Chapman, before all the scores have been locked in. Been in devastating form throughout the final. I feel like nobody's quite sure of what's just unraveled.
Yeah.
Dylan answered back with a huge attack. He covered so much ground on the opening wrap for him. Here's the replay from Cooper's last wave. We have plenty of scores to come in now for all four surfers. Big first turn. Buries the nose a little but recovers. Kind of falls over the heels. I don't think this is going to go into his top two, but I could be very wrong. And that was a good answer back. Here's Sheldon's replay, and this is just such high, tight surfing. He looks so dialed in and sharp on that sled, and he's able to wrap back that second turn all the way, generates plenty of speed, throws plenty of water for the third, just goes over the toes, but damage is done. Here's the replay for Chris Zaffis. Scores to lock on in, so stand by as we see all four gentlemen really taking it to the lineup. And Crispy, you're following on liveheats.com as we see all the replays. Look at the amount of ground he covers with that single stage wrap on the forehand.
That was like a Taylor Knox open chest layback, would you say, back in the 90s and early 2000. That was a power gauge, but there they are. There is your official winner, Cooper Chapman, ladies and gentlemen. All scores are locked in. He didn't replace his best, but he got all the world-class two waves at the start. The 7.0, both with an air revolution on there, 8.33, and that will take Cooper Chapman, our second winner here at the men's final. Well, there we go. That's a wrap for the Australian Open here at Port Macquarie. And there is your winner in the golden jersey, Cooper Chapman. We're going to hear from him at the beach. I'm going to fly out of there and you can bring it home here in the webcast. Jess Grimwood, it's been a great weekend at Port Macquarie. Love the surfing, love the competitive edge, and congratulations to our new champions, Cooper Chapman at event number 2 at Port Macquarie, and also Cedar Lee Jones. Take it away, Jess.
Great. Thank you very much, Christy. It's been a pleasure to work with you. There they go. First and second from the men's final, Cooper Chapman talking and reliving that experience with Dylan Moffat. Obviously, both surfers from North Narrabeen, so a huge show up for those guys, and no doubt we'll be seeing a pretty strong team for those gentlemen going into the Australian Board Riders Battle along with the North Narrabeen fellas. And there's a bit of a vision, some locals enjoying Port Macquarie. And third and fourth place out there, maybe just having a little reflection on what unpanned in that 25-minute final. There's some live drone vision from Port Macquarie. Beautiful afternoon here. It is the Australian Open of Surfing. We've now crowned 2 champs, a woman and a man, and they're taking home $1,500. We're going to cut to quick ad break while we put together the highlight reel from today's final action, and then we'll be back for live presentation. Stick with us right after this.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moon to my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And here we are, a live vision from Port Macquarie. It is the Australian Open of Surfing, and we have just crowned the men's champion, taking home $1,500 and the crown for the Port Macquarie instalment of the series. There's a beautiful drone shot over this town beach we've been so lucky to be holding the contest in across the 2 days, and there's the competition and the Surfing New South Wales crew set up right down there on the sand just above the high tide mark. And we did just crown Cooper Chapman as the men's overall champion here, taking out the final in pretty devastating form. We've seen him in and out of the commentary booth across the event so far, so it's great to see him experience so much success out here in this event. Of course, the women's champion, Cedar Lee Jones, taking out a consecutive back-to-back finals as part of the Australian Open of Surf series. She did take out Cronulla, and there is the beautiful town beach, and some of the Groms and the locals now going to get to enjoy the competition bank and perhaps see how their surfing measures up. And while we're waiting for the live presentation to kick off and the formalities for the back end and the podium finishes, we're going to stick to a day in the life clip, a nice lifestyle clip that the boys from Fresh Air Broadcast put together. So we'll cut to that with local lad and surf school owner Wayne Hudson. A day in the life for him.
Hi, I'm the Hudsons.
Say it for us, Connors.
Hi, I'm the Hudsons.
Yes!
Average day in port's probably surf, eat, sleep, repeat. So, just surf all the time. Pretty much have fun with friends.
5 years since we last had an amateur event. But I think this is the first professional event in Port Macquarie that we've had over my 40 years of being alive. So it's good to get the events back here, people back in the area, seeing what the area can offer with waves, the weather, the accommodation, maybe not the weather today, but all those things that are so fundamental to why we enjoy living here. There are plenty of spots if people have got that bit of a sense of adventure in a car. There's waves, there's beautiful wineries, there's food places up and down the coast that people can find and enjoy themselves while they're up here, depending on what their budget is and what they want to do, where they want to go. There's always a little secret wave or a beautiful cafe to hang out and spend.
And there we go, enjoying some beautiful vision of the local area and the Hudson family there, of course. He was in the competition, Wayne Hudson, and owner and operator of the Port Macquarie Surf School here, just trying to showcasing this incredible part of New South Wales East Coast. Of course, visit newsouthwales.com on Destination New South Wales as well, helping us to bring about, along with Port Macquarie Council. Thank you very much for hosting us in this incredible part of the Australian Open of Surf Series, the second stop for the New South Wales coast. We are moving next week down to Kiama for the next instalment, and we'll see a lot of these competitors across the board and some of Australia's best we haven't seen yet coming to play in Kiama. And the following week we'll move back up the coast to Coffs Harbour, then back straight down to the far south coast for the next instalment, second last event of the series, and then we'll finish things off looking to crown the overall series champ on the northern beaches. There's a beautiful drone shot looking back west across the competition bank and the beach. We've enjoyed some incredible surfing throughout the last 2 days here in Port Macquarie, and the local community have been out along that breakwall every morning bright and early. Beautiful weather, and we've crowned already the women's and the men's champs here today on Sunday, and there's the Water Patrol as well. Been doing an amazing job out there keeping all the surfers safe. We did crown Cedar Lee Jones in the women's final. She's taken back-to-back titles and finds herself, I dare say, not officially, but she's on the top of the leaderboards at the moment in the series. And then we just saw Cooper Chapman, of course, fellow commentator in the booth with us here, take out the men's final in devastating form for him. So it's been an incredible event so far. And we're looking to kick off the live presentation very shortly. Of course, $7,000 across each event and $1,500 for each of the champions taking out the first position here at the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. Stick with us, live presentation coming up next, and we're going to cut to a quick commercial break and hear from our supporters, and we'll be back with you with the live presentation very soon.
Early morning, sun beats down upon the curfew smile. She's gone to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
So happy
And here we are, live action from Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, the Australian Open of Surfing Series instalment. 2 champs to be crowned. We are crossing live to the presentation with Crispy. It's going to take us through the final podium results. Now crossing over. Take it over, Crispy.
Here at the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie, 2-day event. We're here at finals day. Well, again, we've been graced with some great waves, 1 to 2 feet and clean conditions and great sandbanks. In addition to that, some great athletes and competitors all the way from our round of 64 and round of 32 here at Port Macquarie. Thumbs up. Alrighty, we're just about to begin. Again, for those finalists, just keep your rash shirts. I know it's a hot day, trying to get some water as well. And we'll be wrapping it up very shortly. All those live around the web, around the world, and all those locals here returning their banks to normal. Alrighty, welcome back here to the beach here on finals day, and congratulations to all finalists and all competitors who competed here at the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie, the Open, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. My name's Michael Crispin. I'd like to thank all those involved, especially Surfing New South Wales, and let's start with Destination New South Wales. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales, the Surfers Rescue 24/7 program. We'd like to thank our locals, Bell and Wayne at Bell's Bakery, the Saltwater Wine Surf Shop, Port Macquarie Board Riders, and all event staff Surfing New South Wales, Contest Director Adam Huben, Rowan Fell, and all the super work crew here from in the dawn all the way to dusk, producing great 2 days of hot action here at Port Macquarie. Thank you to the judges, Head Judge Phil Courtney and all the judging panel. Well, they're doing a great job. And Port Macquarie Council, I've got the councillor, Rob Turner. Great to have you here, Rob, and who's here today to present the trophies. Well, the Australian Open of Surfing, this is stop number 2 here at Port Macquarie, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7, a huge 2 days providing professional aspiring surfers with the opportunity to win prize money and gain momentum going into 2021. Well, the winners today walk away with a share of $7,000 in prize money from all our great sponsors and going in the running to win the overall tour prize of full accommodation for the 2021 Whistler Pro Surf Series held next year. Well, there is still more to come. If you haven't entered yet, jump onto the Surfing New South Wales website and enter into the remaining events. We'll stop number 3 next week at Kiama, New South Wales, 22nd, 23rd. Stop 4 at Coffs Harbour, and then the far south coast in December the first week. Northern Beaches, stop number 6. So don't forget, Surfing New South Wales, enter online for those remaining events. Well, I'd like to call up Rob Turner to present the trophies, and a big congratulations to all those who competed in this event. Alrighty, let's get 4th place here up for the women's division. Alrighty, don't forget also that one local surfer we're going to present with Rob Turner, our counsellor right next to me, a $300 voucher thanks to the guys at the local Saltwater Wine Surf Shop. Alrighty, so that winner is Ollie Hudson. So put your hands together. Ollie Hudson, our junior in this event, stepping up a $300 voucher.
There you go, buddy.
And that is courtesy of our counsellor, Rob Turner. Congratulations, Ollie Turner. Ollie Hudson, son of Wayne, and Mr. Hudson, the Super Surf reporter. Alrighty, let's go through to the females. In 4th position, come on up and collect your trophy. 4th place, that's Bodie Lee Jones, ladies and gentlemen, from Northern Beaches.
Hey, how you doing? Nice shaking hands. So it's cool.
Alrighty, in third position. Let's get her up here. Well done to the goofy footer, Rosie Smart, ladies and gentlemen. Now in second position, bring her up here from the Sandy coach with NSB for life, Molly Picklum, ladies and gentlemen. Great runner-up in our final with the females. In front a bit, just a bit of space. Well, it is a COVID-safe event, and we'd like to thank the support of our New South Wales government in our safety plans in Surfing New South Wales. Well, let's give it up for our winner, second win in 2 weeks at Cronulla, and now here at Port Macquarie, Cedar Lee Jones, ladies and gentlemen, taking a win and a great prize. Congratulations, $1,500, Cedar Lee Jones, and your finalists, Molly Picklum, runner-up, and also Rosie Smart and Bodie Lee Jones. Congratulations, ladies. Alrighty, that was our winner, Cedar Lee Jones, sitting in first position with 2 wins at Cronulla and now here at the beautiful Port Macquarie on this sunny day. Let's get the men out here, and well, from Ngowri, Chris Zaffis, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring him forward. 4th position in the men's final, and what a cracker that was. Alright, a reminder, this is a COVID safe with the New South Wales government guidelines, so there'll be no shaking of the hands, receiving of our trophies. And in third position, Sheldon Simkus from the Gold Coast. Come on forward, Shelley. Well, all doing battle in a stellar 25-minute final. This guy come even with a carving, made it retro, a carving, speed, reverse, and a huge Taylor Knox roundhouse. Coming in second right at the end, Dylan Moffat, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands up for this legend.
On you, mate. Well done.
Well, here he is, the Good Human Factory, and it is the man. He came here on the webcast with one ideal also, and he visualised it, he spoke it, and then he done it with his wave selection and turns, and landing 100% airs in the final. He brought it where it matters. It's Cooper Chapman. Give it up for the champion. The Australian Open of Surfing 2020 champion, Port Macquarie. That is Cooper Chapman taking home